All right, everybody. We are back. 6 more games from the final day well, here in the East Coast of the United States, but there, MGI International Scrabble Classics 2025. 6 more games in Milton Keynes, UK. Josh, you are absolutely ready. The future of the day's games are so bright.
It hurts so good.
So we're ready. Josh has his glasses on. First matchup of the day, Kevin McMahon, versus a newcomer to the stream who has been on a crazy hot streak to get into this position, Chris Cummins. Players are ready here. Kevin on the left, Chris on the right. I would love to
This looks
know.
very, very demure right now.
True. Let's just make sure it's a little even. We want to give Kevin his due here. There we go. So yeah, Kevin was in first place at the end of day one and has been right at the top group for quite a while. He has one of the best spreads in the event. His spread, Kevin's, is actually better than all 3 players ahead of him in the standings. I'm going to tell them they can start anytime. But just to quickly recap that, Josh, if we look at the standings, you can see Kevin and Chris are right here. They are 1 game back from the 3 players at 18 wins. We've seen a ton of each of these 3. Chris Lipe, Sammy Okosagah, and Harshan Lamabadusuriya. Sorry about that timer. Get that off. But yeah, we saw a ton of those 3 yesterday, Josh. So many fantastic games. And I have
Really,
no.
the level of play yesterday was like off the charts. Yeah.
Yeah, very little doubt that we're going to get 6 awesome games again today. Very interested to see Chris for the first time. Again, he was not in the top group for a while, and then all of a sudden he just blasted his way into the green zone on the standings. And let's see if he can continue that hot streak against a really, really strong player. Kevin has played a couple of the most impressive games we've seen on the stream, Josh, including maybe the most epic one, an amazing finish against Paul Allen, where Kevin made this fantastic play to give himself a chance.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just the stuff of legend already. Lad.
So funny, right? That Scrabble. Sometimes we get so excited, so amped for the simplest words that are played in Scrabble. We all love the huge bingos, the crazy words that we can play, but at the World Championship, it was David Eldar's plays of cut and tan that I just couldn't
Yep.
stop thinking about, and it's going to be that play of lad that we think about from Kevin's tournament if he comes back and wins this thing, and he's going to start it off now. Let's see what he's got.
All right. Aeilty, the first rack of the day. Not the worst, not the best. Kevin's already spotted his highest scoring play of Aeilty for 26. Could
And
also consider Alia, keeping ET,
yep, both good
and Chris
plays.
Cummins. Looks like he'll be. Okay, I'm not gonna do a pun with his last name just yet.
He's coming back with a bingo for sure. Yeah, samplers. I think in Collins, simplers is a word as well. Comes to, I feel like I've reacted weirdly to that when I've seen that. Is that possible?
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
Possible, but it'll never come down.
Not with
Uh,
samplers. Yeah, the much simpler samplers.
Actually, no. After tell you, Simplers is the best play, I guess.
Oh, okay. Oops, sorry. Let me flip this for y'all. Yeah, so this is an interesting word knowledge. This is like a real challenge, right? If you are that confident in the word simplers, it is just a little bit better than samplers. It scores a couple more points, and samplers here doesn't extend, I wouldn't say a great easy to hit triple word score, but it is there. Parallel plays could potentially play there, and he's thinking about permless, something like that. All right, there we go. Very quickly, Chris spotting his bingo possibility, but we don't know yet what he's thinking about here, Josh. Could he be thinking about that I, a tiny improvement?
Yeah, I mean, we'll just have to see when it hits the board. This reminds me a little bit of Rimply.
Yes.
Rimple's simpler.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be leaving a little bit on the table early on for Chris Cummins, but yeah, knowing
Yeah.
whether simplers is a word or not, tough.
Very
But
tough.
we are going to see a huge response as a result of this triple being opened unnecessarily.
Yeah. This is the
So
downside
youth,
here. It's not just the 3 point difference between the two plays. There is a 3 point difference, and that's worth something. But really, the key difference is this spot. So many things that Kevin could have. Youth probably is the one that Josh is reacting to. If I had to guess, that's just going to hit like a truck right here. There's no way I could not see Kevin missing that. It's so natural to play there. And there you see it aligns its way onto his rack here. No surprise. Kevin playing very sharp Scrabble, pretty much almost down to the move every time we've seen him. No surprise he's right in that top group. And you've spotted quickly. It's going to equalize the game.
yeah, it'll equalize the game. It'll bring Kevin right into the lead, and Chris respond on turn. Just drawing the J. Have to see if he just plays. He's going to have a nice response of Haj
True.
overlapping.
That is true. Good morning to everybody out there just joining. Hopefully, we continue to amass an audience over the course of the day from all around the world. It is a little early for viewers from North America. Maybe we catch some people up at 1 a.m. on the West Coast. Any late, night owls? Josh a bit quiet. I can pump Josh up.
You can I'm quiet. Yeah, I am tired. That might just be it.
I got your audio
I thought
pumped
I'd
up
pump
a
my
bit.
volume up.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is. I can see it's a little quieter than me. I just don't want you to be
Okay.
peaking. Um,
So yeah, Haj comes down. I think keeping the eye better. Could have put that eye for 4 more points, but I don't think that's worth it.
oh yeah,
The I and FR together.
interesting.
And what a draw for Kevin McMahon here.
Nice.
We're gonna see for sure a bonus on this turn.
Yeah, Chris has Fiorins as well, if he knows it. I think right. I think there's a 7 in there.
Oh man.
So
Fireworks, well, too early for, or maybe it's the perfect time. Lateness for
yeah,
fireworks. So Bjorn's the response to potentially double of Tollgate or Tollages for Kevin McMahon. Not a huge difference between those double doubles, given that the letters down south are not really creating any sort of threat
agreed.
as a response. Normally, you'd want not to float maybe an S tile out in space if you can help it, but there won't be any. There's no issue with doing so here.
Either toll gate or tollages creates this spot, which is not ideal, but you cannot avoid doing so by playing through the L. I guess if you were that concerned about that, you could play something else like gelatos or legatos here. Those plays have their own warts, though, so you might as well just take the extra points. Tollages is going to be the play. So there we go. Incredibly kind words from our world champion, Wellington Jigray, in the chat. Thank you, buddy. It's been our pleasure. The only thing that could improve this is to have you involved in some way, shape, or form. maybe we'll aspire to that at some point. So yeah, this is a word knowledge test right here for Chris. Do you know and see this word? This is going to tell us a lot. He's maybe
Yeah,
considering something else. I'm not sure yet.
we don't know. We don't know. This is the first time we're seeing Chris Cohen's on stream. A little bit of a mystery to us, as we've been used to so many of these guys just almost never missing a beat. I can only imagine. Yeah, Fiorin's not found here.
I'm not hallucinating this word, right? Okay, it is. Yeah,
Yeah.
good. So
So rip
yeah,
for 19 instead.
that's a missed
Keeping
opportunity.
INOS. Definitely a big missed opportunity.
Um, yeah, no sugarcoating it, but hidden value here, I guess. I'm not sure there is anything actually playable, but Kevin drawing the Z, I'm not sure he actually had anything that fits there, but he easily could have, and now he can't worry about playing a Z there. So that being said, doesn't actually look like Kevin had a play that needed to be defended there. So Fioren's would have just worked out much better. That's how it goes. Sometimes you're asked to find a very difficult bingo. And that's what happened here. And it's agonizing, Josh. Sometimes you learn all these improbable words. You are unlikely to ever play the vast majority of them, but the reason you learn all those low probability words is for just this type of situation. You happen to get one appear in one of your games, you got to try to nail it if possible.
Yeah. So back to Kevin, who's up 32 as the Z. Are we going to see a dangerous
Yeah.
concession here? Something like Zag? I don't
Oh,
think we want to see Za in this position. I don't think we want to set this up. Then again, you have the G. There are so many hooks. Are we going to
ing.
see Za, Zag, or are we going to see just a very defensive Za here? In either case, this come back with Senesio, which fits right here and right here. So it looks like Za with the set. Oh, wow.
Kevin about to
Kevin
make
thinking
the
twice.
more defensive choice, which I frankly am comfortable with here. I just feel like exposing a triple needlessly is just kind of, it would disturb me to do that. Um, Maybe mathematically it's okay. I would also be a little worried about the meaning of this play, a short play, especially because you've got other places. If you had higher scoring, like with this F and I, you could easily have played something here with higher scoring letters. So I'd be a little worried that the remaining letters after Chris's play of riff are a little better than usual. I don't have any problem with this, Josh.
I agree, yeah. Riff does seem like a suspicious play. We know that it was even more suspicious than usual. There was a playable bonus, but
Whoa.
whoa.
This is
Okay.
surprising. So this maybe stream nerves again. This is the first time on stream for Chris. It can be a little nerve wracking. He did just miss Senesio. It's been pointed out in the chat. I would play right here for a lot of points. Playing the new word to the dictionary, noise. Looks like Kevin's going to challenge it. It is good. Maybe he's just not as familiar with the newly added words to Collins, of which this is one. But that's a surprising miss, Josh, just because Senesio, those low point letters throughout the word, definitely one of those, as we call it, high probability bingos that you're going to learn early on when you're studying the dictionary.
Yeah, I do think that there's no chance that Chris doesn't know the word Senesio, just a matter of maybe shuffling the tiles a little bit. It is kind of a weird formulation. Normally, you have an S, it's at the end of the word. C, it's at the start of the word. So definitely not the easiest word to spot, but as you said, given that it is a high probability word, players at this level have probably seen this word multiple times, not only in their studies, but also over the board. So definitely another missed opportunity for Chris, and he's down 37. We'll have to see what he gets because Kevin's draw was really, really bad.
Yeah. Um, it's tough, right? From Kevin's perspective, he's probably saying, "Oh God, this is rough. What do I do?" Probably something like Guinea through the E of Noise just to dump as many tiles as possible. Seems all right. Maybe there's something better I'm not seeing yet, but um, you never know exactly what your opponent's dealing with. So Kevin's probably saying, "This sucks," but he cannot know that he's actually gotten two gifts. One of them very big and surprising in that miss of Senesio and Tailies. So anything you see better than Guinea through the E of Noise, Josh? It's
That's really a nice.
a
Have to
Noise.
stop making these puns. Uh, nice thing for these terrible letters is being able to score 24 points right here. Guinea, as in guinea pig. When I learned that word, I was like, really? Isn't that a place? But indeed, it is a playable Scrabble word, and you see it all the time, containing those four vowels. Really comes up quite often.
Yeah. We talked about that several times yesterday with those bingos that contain a ton of vowels in them, how important they are, how big the difference can be between spotting a bingo like that and not seeing it, as opposed to a rack like retinas, where if you don't see retina or steerin or anestry, the odds are pretty good that you're going to see stainer or nastier or something like that. So even if you don't spot every single weird word in there, you got a chance to see something. That is rarely the case with those extremely vowel heavy bingos. And Guinea is not quite in that class, but it's close. 6 letter word with 4 vowels in it. You do see that a lot. Kevin's not played it yet, and the time edge is getting pretty huge here in the early going. Kevin has to
Yeah.
be aware of that and continue on. The play of Noise, in addition to missing a bingo for Chris, it does make this huge spot, Josh, which could have been punished so much harder.
Indeed. And so a couple things here. It looks like Kevin has separated the letters for Guinea on his rack. See AIUGN. Those are the letters you need to play this word. So I feel like he has seen it. It's also worth noting he has his letters upside down. He's not the only one that does that. So I guess we like to see a little bit of Benji mode solidarity. Those that have watched Ben Schoenberg play. Another thing, the time, as you said, is a huge factor already. Kevin using around half of his time, less than half of the game. Usually, you want to leave yourself with at least 10 minutes to navigate through the most difficult position of the Scrabble game, which tends to be near the end. But okay, not seeing Guinea or passing it up. I think this
Huh.
is not seeing Guinea and playing I2, which is a very smart idea,
This is a
setting up
good
the
play.
MG,
Yeah.
but leaving this huge spot open. One thing I would mention, this is the first time we're featuring a 9 a.m. game. A shuck comes down very quickly. So I think Chris,
Maybe,
once again,
maybe husked,
yeah,
right?
he had husked through that E for a little bit more, but using the time as a weapon, we like to see that. So yeah, it's worth mentioning that this is a very early game. I mean, it's very early for us, but also for them. I don't know about you, Will, but first game of the day when I missed the most stuff.
No question. Yeah. Still it's hard sometimes to sleep well at tournaments as well. There's nerves happening. I often feel like, I don't get that amazing restful sleep. When I do, I do feel like my play improves for it. So, yeah, those early morning games before you kind of get your juices flowing, physically, mentally, definitely can be dangerous. You can definitely miss some stuff that would surprise you afterwards, and you have to give yourself some grace for those things sometimes, because we are human beings, and there is a strong tendency, I would say, by players at this level to be super demanding of themselves. That's really the only way you get this far in Scrabble, is to sort of not think that it's okay to miss the words that you know. But we are human beings after all.
Indeed. Some interesting mention right now in the YouTube chat about why people might have letters not right set up. I will say that I did make a video about this, about the, yes, manufacturing defects on some of the tiles that we use in Scrabble. I will
Yeah.
say that that is not the reason that we're seeing players like Kevin, Ben Schonbrun with tiles any which way on their rack. Um, but it is a very interesting fact, fun fact about Scrabble tiles. So
Yeah.
Kevin with a very difficult rack now. He did keep the ing, but he does not have a 7-letter word with it that would fit alongside the AI of I2. He can play roving and set up
Yeah.
all sorts of hooks along the triple. That's probably his best score, but I
So
don't like it.
scary. It's
I
so
don't know about
scary.
you. So we're seeing Sov
Just
instead, keeping the
Sov.
ing again.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Seems good to me, Josh.
makes sense. Score has been equalized now, though. So Kevin, if he doesn't draw what he wants, the ing is not going to help him to maintain his small lead in this game.
And Chris, with a ton of vowels there, makes a play that this archaic word that you're going to see a lot if you see high-level Collins play, Evo. That looks completely warranted for him here, getting rid of 3 vowels. Best thing you can say about it, yes, it is the right play for him, but it also came down absolutely instantly. It's definitely what he's wanting to do here for sure, with this massive time edge that seems to be growing every turn.
Yeah, the compounding benefit of just making quick decisions, even if they're not the right decisions. There are so many players that play extremely fast and make more mistakes than players that play a bit more slow. We see Geo come down. We could have seen Io instead. I'm surprised that Kevin
Yeah,
hasn't decided to keep the EGINR combination and set himself up here
yeah,
by
just
just playing the
IO
IO.
would have been so good,
But he's
Josh.
had enough.
You're so right though. If you just stay patient, we talk about a lot with ing, value it based on the state of the board, right? So in this case, if you just play IO, leaving the G off, holding it, he's drawn another one, which is pretty amazing. But in a vacuum, right? If you just play IO and then you draw an ing word, you now have 2 places to play it that are just never going to be blocked. It's such a strong play. So I agree. I would love to see that G stay off, but looks like it's going to all be good for Kevin here. I'm sure. It's hard to imagine, certainly, that this spot gets blocked. And I'm not sure what else he has. Just scanning the board now, but it feels like Kevin's
I
likely to
don't
bingo.
know.
You think it might? Could it be
I feel
blocked?
like Chris is likely to play EW, but that's gonna allow for EEW.
Fair enough.
Maybe DEW. We could see something blocking this.
Makes sense.
Anyways, what I was trying to say is, okay, Chris is taking some time now. He's under 20 minutes. But yeah, the time pressure although you might be missing some stuff, as we have seen Chris miss a couple of important bonuses, you know, playing quickly makes your opponent have to think much faster, and it enforces errors as well, unforced errors. So REW instead, which is going to give a G hook for Guru. So we're definitely going to see Bingo come
GND.
down.
So
D as well, yeah. So Gradine probably and Drew looks pretty good.
is
I don't think,
yeah, Kevin's probably going to make a defensive choice here as
yeah,
opposed to the highest scoring. Like it might be the slightly higher scoring, play something like Grained here, but I think Kevin is very likely to opt for a more defensive choice here. Just seeing some of the, especially this play, this most recent play here by Chris, looks a little scary to me. It looks like I wouldn't want to open that much, and I think this was the play you called out, Josh. I like sacrificing a couple points here as well.
yeah. Gradine coming down. So Kevin very happy to take advantage of that opening that was just created to make a quite a defensive play and take a 70-point lead. So that's a huge swing in this game in Kevin's favor. Obviously, the board is not dead. There's this G that was swung out there, so a bunch of IN combinations remain. Still the spot with tailies, one S and one blank remain for this. And we could probably assume that maybe some part of this board, left side of the board, top side of the board is going to be opened at some point. So not over for Chris Cummins, but definitely a bad case scenario for his decision. Flop on that R instead of the D, or even instead of playing EW, which would have led to a far more open result.
If,
We see the blank.
yeah, making that blank an S gives Kevin a bingo right here. If he knows it and sees it, could be
Wow.
one bingo after another. Kevin's word knowledge has been consistently very strong. So,
Whoa.
wow,
Nice.
aggression here. Strong aggression from Chris, opening some danger at a deficit. This definitely has now the potential to yield a huge counterplay, but I don't actually think Kevin has a hook to EE here, so it's going to be very difficult. But is he? Yeah, check it out. Nice one, Kevin. Great find. Really fast.
So good.
The very obscure word here of Twiscar fits just barely right here. Only thing about it is doesn't do anything to address this spot. Unfortunately for Chris, he can't really do much with his low point tiles there anyway. He can hit it decently hard, but yeah, huge find here by Kevin McMahon. That's the only bingo available for him with that blank. Nicely spotted. Big fan of that one, Josh.
Yeah, this is going to be very hard to recover from, especially knowing that, yeah, okay, we're going to see a challenge of it. Yeah, this makes perfect sense. This puts Chris Cummins in a terrible position, down almost 140 points. Well, the 5 points is going to make a 140-point deficit for the contender, Chris Cummins, but his clock's still running. That's okay. He has a lot of
Yeah,
time.
he can afford a couple seconds. That clock should, of course, be stopped to adjudicate a challenge, but it's all good. He's definitely not going overtime in this game as he hits the clock, which he did. That was had the clock been stopped, he would have need to have done what he just did. But yeah, I just want to point out there was that W. I actually whiffed on. You can put a W here, but actually Kevin did not really have a good enough parallel play to consider playing anything in the corner as opposed to just bingoing. So yeah, yeah. So End Lang. This is pretty cool. Potentially a play to open up a little bit more on the board if Chris wants to play that, but He's gonna. Oh, this is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a great play.
Very nice. Highest
Eland
scoring
for
play.
41. Potentially the only play in the position that gives Chris a fighting chance. As it scores 41 points, narrowing the deficit to under 100. That 100 points, Will, that's really the number that you're looking for when you're ahead. You're up by 100. Very hard to uh, very hard to lose a Scrabble game. And Kevin drawing this X, he's going to be able to score very nicely with it and increase his lead. And that draw for Chris is not going to do it. So we're going to see almost certainly Kevin McMahon move up to 18-9 with massive spread after this game. Definitely a deserving win for Kevin. There's only, I guess I shouldn't call it yet. There's 9 letters left in the bag. So I guess if Kevin thinks about this position, the only way he can lose is if he plays 2 or fewer tiles, and Chris Cummins gets 2 bonuses down in a row.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's going to do that. I think something like Maxi, even though it opens up the board, you don't even have to do that. You could even just play like Mix.
Something
Close down
blocking
this area.
that far right line seems decent. I don't really know what is actually available. The pool, the unseen tiles, which you can always see right here, are pretty gross. Not really good tiles. I guess it's worth mentioning Chris actually has a 7-letter word on his rack, I believe, in turbond. Weird spelling of a word, but it doesn't fit anywhere, and it seems almost impossible that Kevin will do anything to open space on the board. Kevin's already been playing very savvy defensive Scrabble without an 100-point lead to protect, so now that he has one, you better believe he's not going to open anything needlessly. Yeah, something like Maxi, it does open the board, but it scores enough. You're already up 100. Definitely runs that lead up to a point where it's going to be, even with 1 or even 2 bingos from Chris, it's going to be very tough.
Yeah, at this point, if you're Kevin, you're thinking about really bad case scenarios. I think even this is fine. I did mention playing 2 tiles theoretically gives Chris the chance of a bonus and then a follow-up bonus, but it's not going to happen on this board. So turbo coming down in with turbo speed.
Yeah.
Slightly better option would have been door bug potentially. Although that doesn't create the big threat, this T and maintaining the G open, so maybe turbo a bit better in hindsight. And the Q draw for Kevin, that's actually a good thing because I think the bigger threats to him in the position were Q bingos, maybe to that G that was mentioned of quitting, possible. Could imagine a threat of a 100-point bingo being the only way to lose the game.
Sure.
Now with 2 tiles in the bag, you have to be a little bit careful.
Yeah.
Sure. You probably want to block this G. Actually, is there
Untying.
even anything?
Sure, untying, right?
Untying. Yeah.
If
Or you
DV is in
can
the
just
bag.
plop you down. I think that's probably a good option for Kevin. Leave 1 tile in the bag, meaning that if Chris does have a bonus, will not end the game on the spot.
Do you just
That's
outrun
a good option.
with Trank?
You can just play Caddy and Outrun.
Oh, Caddy. Yeah. Caddy gives back in Duvier up top as well. So through this A, there would be a bingo. Actually, a pretty high scoring one, in fact, putting the V here. So I wonder if, practically speaking, it might not be possible that Trank is better to not give that stuff back. You still score decently, get the Q off, and don't open anything new. But yeah, Caddy, everything's going to win here, for sure.
Even if Caddy and Induvier comes down, Kevin's going to win by over 50 points.
Yep.
Um, it's certainly not the desired result from a play like that, but certainly an acceptable one from Kevin's standpoint. He is under 3 minutes. We did see the very, very intense time pressure by Chris Cummins. Potentially, that might be one of his MOs in this tournament.
I was going to say
Play
that.
fast.
I thought, hey, is it possible that he started slow and then just said, F it, I'm going to play fast, aggressive, try to put my opponents in a bind? That could be a strategy that's gotten him pretty far up the standings, in 5th place right now. But there does reach a limit where if you are going to use that sort of time-based approach, you're going to run into players like Kevin who are good enough to manage their time, right? He's played a really good game. He's not going to go overtime. He's missed hardly anything in this game. We are going to see a bingo out for Chris. This is going to get him very, very close on the scoreboard. It's going to make the final score of the game look way closer than it actually was for most of it.
Yeah, I don't know why I thought it was 50 points. I think I did the math backwards, but it's 25. So yeah, kind of unfortunate end for Kevin, but Hadi probably, I don't know, probably not the best play in that position. But anything reasonable would have won.
Yeah.
So Kevin McMahon taking a 25-point victory over Chris Cummins. Very quick finish. You might have time for a short nap, Will.
Oh, now I got the blood flowing. I got the juices flowing. I'm excited. 4:43 a.m. U.S. Eastern Time. But I'm feeling good now that we're getting to watch this game. Glad we got to bring an extra game to you all. 5 more games coming. I think we'll probably be able to talk to Kevin about this. And I feel like now that we do have that interview capability, we have to go back and ask him at least one question about the lad game, I feel like, Josh. For those of you just joining that need a little background there, Kevin won a game on day 2, I believe, against Paul Allen, which was absolutely electrifying. Couldn't believe he found a way to win. One of the crazier endings that we've seen. So I want to get his opinion on that wild game. But yeah, definitely some really clever decisions for him in this game that we would want to sort of pick his brain about. Maybe talk to him a bit about his experience at the event overall. So we'll see if we can get that. But tough one for Chris. You see the time edge is huge, but unfortunately this is the number that we are fixated on when we're sitting down to play.
Yes, that is indeed the case. And Kevin not really having to worry about how much he wins or loses by this point. He has such good differential. This is going to bring him up to plus 1290. Yeah. We're going to get him on the
He's getting
on the
fitted with the headset there.
Looks like almost like a barber situation.
Yeah. So there we go. We got the mouthpiece down there. And so Kevin's got the headset on. Hey, Kevin, can you hear us? It's Will and Josh here in the booth.
I can hear it, yeah.
Awesome.
Hi, Will.
Yeah.
Hi, yeah.
Nice to be chatting with you, Kevin. Another very good win for you here. We've seen a few of your games now on stream, and this was another very crisply played game by you. So kudos on that.
I didn't feel like I played that one well, but
well, that's a very relatable feeling. As somebody that's sat in that chair before. There are many times where you feel like, God, I must have made a botch of this game, but you absolutely did not. You played extremely well in this game, so you don't have to worry that much. Josh, what do we want to dig into first about this one?
About this one, or should we talk about that epic lad play? Oh my goodness. That play, probably the best play we've seen all tournament long. Are you still Are you still really thinking about that game? That was a very big turning point in your tournament against Paul
Um,
Allen.
yeah, that was kind of the second last game of that day, and then the next game after that, I was kind of still a zombie. So
Understandable.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, I mean, I know in the end game, weird things can happen, so you have to give them a chance to happen. So yeah. But I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah, we really did. It
Yeah.
was an amazing try by you to create some possibility there where none seemed to exist. And I definitely encourage anybody watching along today on day 4, go back and find that game and watch the conclusion. Could it become a video on my main channel? Absolutely. I think
I'd love to be in a Will Anderson video. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was well up to that level of an incredible finish. But yeah, in this one, I feel like you made a lot of really, really good plays. I think really
We
not.
had a question about Geo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we saw you keep that ing combination 2 turns in a row, it not
Yeah.
work out for you, and then play the G off when you could have left it off the word. You could have played IO in that
Oh yeah.
position
Okay.
and
That.
set up
Yeah.
the G with the best possible ing leave you could have had. So was that under consideration, or were
No,
you more
that
just
didn't.
like, let's get rid of this G. I'm setting up the ing. It didn't work for me, so let's just get rid of it.
No, that didn't occur to me actually. Yeah, that's interesting. But yeah, like you say, I was just thinking like I'm still keeping the I end to maybe hit something there. So yeah, and I was thinking play underneath, but it was 1 point less, and it didn't. Yeah, it didn't give me access to the triple. So yeah, but yeah, just playing IO. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah.
That's really the only
Yeah.
quibble. A lot of the other moves, I mean, we really liked I2 there as a way to set up that ING. Twisker, a great find, coming down really fast. And yeah, every time we've seen you, you've put on a pretty amazing performance for us. So great job. Just want to congratulate you on a great tournament, a big win there. So we'll see how things are shaking out with those other 18 win players coming into this game, and we may very well see you back on the stream for one of these last 5 games. So great work, Kevin. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll let you get started with your next game.
And thanks for getting up early.
Sounds good. Right. It's easy when we get good Scrabble to watch. So thanks again.
Cool. All right. Thanks. See you. See you. Bye.
Thanks, Kevin. So there we go. Muting the Zoom call here. Definitely a great performance by Kevin McMahon. Very much in the top group right now. It's possible that because Chris played so fast, yeah, I can see already we just do not have that many results in from round 27, Josh. You can see Kevin moving up to 18-9, and he is certain pass any of these other 18 win players that lose their game. Know that right now Chris Lipe is playing Harshan, so one of those players is going to lose by default unless it's tie. Be the worst possible outcome for Kevin. As long as there's a decisive result there, Kevin's going to pass someone.
Yeah, Kevin's certainly going to pass one of those players, but if Chris wins, he's the one that's contending with the high spread.
True.
Chris, Sammy, and Kevin with the plus more than 1,000 spreads. So those are the guys that can maybe afford to lose a game or two as long as they finish very, very strong. And those with the lesser spreads are going to have to be very careful to not fall too far behind the other players with their same records and lose access to the podium. So it's going to be every single round going to bring us closer to the result, but I think this is going to be a photo finish regardless, Will.
Yeah, it's so many good players in this field. It's completely unsurprising that nobody is really pulling off a runaway here. It would be next to impossible to do that with so many good players you're up against each and every game. You would have to be both playing and drawing absolutely amazingly well. Yeah, it is completely locked up at the top between all these players, and whoever comes away with a 5 or 6 win day today, if we just look at the standings here, we just completed round 27. So this is the schedule for those who are curious. We have, man, it has been a marathon to this point, Josh. We have gone through all of this. We just finished round 27, moving into round 28 shortly. We have those pairings. We're going to figure out who we're going to show next. We, again, are going to be spoiled for choice. Just getting word that Sammy Okosagah won his game against Paul Allen on one of our lower down tables. See that result reflected in the standings, but that is the word on the ground from our producer, Luke Manowalabi, the head of MGI. So that's big for Sammy to get that first win. Now we await the result from Chris Lipe and Harshan Lamabadusuriya. We weren't going to watch that game. Chris Cummins is first on the stream right in that top group. That would certainly have been my choice. So we'll see how that game shakes out, and we'll know a bit more about what game to show next round. So very, very exciting. It's always fun to be in the mix this late of a tournament, Josh, and wait for those results. But we know that Harshan is not looking at that standings at all. That's his MO. I'll try to remember that today.
Honestly, it's like it's such a hashtag goals thing to just not look at the standings. I'm actually gonna try to do that in Niagara Falls. The thing is, in North American tournaments, it tends to be difficult to know who you're playing without looking at the standings. So I think that might be part of it. I totally aspire and ascribe or subscribe to that idea of, yeah, the more you sort of hyper focus on what's going on right now, the less you can focus on the game at hand. Um, so I'm going to try to do that. Niagara Falls International Open in 2 weeks. That's my next tournament. And yeah, hopefully we'll see we'll see a good result come of that. But if not, I'll have no idea, right?
That's, I mean, in a sense, until the very, very end of a tournament, when you might need to know the standings to know how much you need to win by in a critical game. If there's tiebreaker math involved, sometimes you need to know, well, I got to win this game by X number of points. But apart from that, it is somewhat wasted mental energy. All you need to know is that you got to do your best to win the next game in front of you. Any other, paying attention to how other people are doing, or saying, whoa, that guy's doing surprisingly well or bad, or that gal's doing surprisingly well or bad, these are not helpful things to be thinking. So that, yeah, agree that could represent sort of mindset goals for any of us. But hard to achieve that. It's so fun. I mean, look what happens, right? If we go to the standings, you see, if you're staring at them long enough, you're going to see these cool frames start to pop up and down. It looks really fun when somebody pops really high up in the standings after a big win. How could you not want to see that, Josh?
Yeah, that's true. You're missing out. You're missing out, Harshan. I've changed my mind.
Yeah, I think he's doing a lot right here. It's notable also these numbers, right? What are these numbers? Perhaps you're saying we actually learned yesterday that the first number is your rating. The UK-based rating system, a 3-digit number instead of the numbers you might see in North America or other places in the world. But this number isn't the new rating. It's actually how well they've played. It's a measure of what rating are they playing like at this tournament, essentially, if I'm understanding that right.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes, indeed. So that's why they're so close together at the top. Players have played a similar strength of field. We see Harshan, even though he's at 18-8, has a lower performance rating. That is simply because he had a very rough start to the tournament. Therefore, he was playing people lower in the standings. And when you play people lower in the standings, most likely those players are lower rated. So beating them isn't as impressive. So that's why we see something, we call it the Swiss Gambit. In Scrabble tournaments, you tend to play players that are doing similarly to you in the standings, regardless of position. So if you have a rough start to the tournament, that's bad, but benefit is that you get to play other players that are also not having the best tournaments. You often play a slightly weaker field. So we see a performance rating 3 points lower by Harshan over Sammy and Chris Lipe. And even Kevin McMahon, after that game, has a very, very strong performance.
Despite an extra loss in the mix there. So he's definitely played a tough field for that to be true. Nicely done by him for sure. So yeah, the players that are in the green zone right now, it does feel like one of these 7, maybe the top 6, are the ones we're looking at that have a realistic chance at this. It's going to be next to impossible for somebody down here to actually win the tournament with a 6-game winning streak today. I guess it's maybe mathematically possible, though, Josh. I actually struggle with this sort of thing, so if you know this stuff, I would welcome your insight.
Yeah, somebody who's 17-10 can certainly win the tournament if they win all 5. But given that there are so many people ahead, and like 1 or 2 of them is going to win at least 2 games, being 2 games behind is very, very bad at this point, just given how many people are ahead of you. So I'm also not like the best at mathing this out. I can sort of intuit it a little bit, but sometimes your intuition leads you astray. Just like when I said 20 wins is going to be good enough, someone's going to have 19 wins this round. So there's no way that one of those players isn't going to win 1 or 2 rounds. There's no way that somebody at 18 wins is not going to win 2 or 3. So
yeah, they're all going to play
I
each
really
other.
do think it's going to be a photo finish, though. 22 wins, maybe.
Yeah, for sure. Question about what does this line represent? These are the cash prizes. Anybody finishing up here is going to get a nice cash prize. I think the total prize purse for everybody here is something like $12,000, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, these are the sorts of things where in a perfect world, we would love to see massive cash prizes for this. The cash prizes will be very solid. But we got to grow our audience. It's kind of what we're doing to try to reach more people, make Scrabble more interesting, make it more of a spectator sport. So definitely appreciate all of you that are tuning in and helping us to achieve our goal, which, a lot of us in the community are working towards that goal of making Scrabble fun to watch. Certainly, we want to inspire people to come play with us. I know it's a little daunting, maybe, if you're out there and thinking, man, I'd like to start playing Scrabble, but these guys are too crazy with all their weird words. They know so many words. But that's another thing we can do a lot better with, trying to showcase different levels of play. There are basically, no matter what your experience level is, there is a division for you at a Scrabble tournament. Even if you're a total newcomer, you're going to be paired up with people who have similar levels of experience. Certainly at a big event like this, it might be tougher when you're lumped into these big groups that have lots of fantastic players in them, but there are a lot of events that are much gentler. So yeah, we're working towards all those goals, Josh.
Yeah, no one's working harder than Will Anderson and Luke Minowalabi, the people really behind the production. I'm just along for the ride. Really happy to be here commentating and making sure Will doesn't fall asleep at the wheel, and I guess vice versa.
Yeah, we're relying on each other here today at 5 a.m. U.S. Eastern Time. Yeah, I mean, I won't dispute that I've been working hard. I would say that there is a cast of a whole bunch of people that are working similarly hard to achieve those goals. You're one of those. Lukeman, one of those. Can think of several others. Just got back the previous week from the North American School Scrabble Championship, which was a fantastic effort by a whole slew of other people working hard. Josh Greenway and Kieran O'Connor of Let's Play Scrabble come to mind. Mac Meller posting YouTube videos at a fantastic clip. Clearly, working super hard there. So definitely a lot of us with some good, positive, forward energy right now. So yeah, we wait. We can, I don't know if we want to take a quick break or just chat with people for a bit. How are you feeling, Josh?
I'm feeling good. I feel like now is a good time to mention that you can like the YouTube video. If you're watching on YouTube, welcome in. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It is 5 a.m. on the East Coast of North America. Well, on the East Coast, the United States, and the kind of East Coast, Montreal, Canada. I find it weird that Montreal is considered East Coast because there's a huge maritime coast in Canada where the time is a little bit more advanced, closer to UK time, which is 10 a.m. right now. Yeah, please give this video a like if you're watching on YouTube. It certainly helps Will gain exposure for his amazing content that deserves millions and millions of views. So video came out yesterday. I did watch it. Woke up in the middle of the night to watch it. Will, a very nice video as always.
Yeah.
But yeah, costs nothing to subscribe and like this video. So we appreciate everybody being in here.
Yeah.
Like the love being presented in the live chat as well. I am streaming this. Well, I am streaming this. Will is streaming this to my Twitch. So
We're streaming it
that's on
together.
Twitch, hello.
I just clicked the button, so you're allowed to take ownership of that.
Yeah, I guess.
Hope everybody's doing good on Twitch, getting those spam and those Josh emotes, which we love so much. Defining words. If anybody on YouTube is curious about what's different about watching on Twitch, Josh has a bot, as many Scrabble streamers do now, that allows you to define words that you're curious about in the chat. I don't think we really have anything like that. We do have the definitions of the most recently played words scrolling on our stream, as you can see when we go to the game screen. You can see right at the bottom, example, Chris's play of Induvier. That's a pretty cool play by him. But you can define anything you want over on Twitch and do all the fun Twitch integrations. It's hard for us to pay attention and run polls and do all the stuff that's like native to these platforms. But yeah, it's sometimes it's nice to simulcast just because there are some people that greatly prefer the viewing experience on one platform or another.
Yeah. We see a very early morning 9-letter anagram quiz, anagram of simulcast. Will, you've been studying 9-letter words.
Yeah, not this deep.
What do you make of that?
If it's a challenging word, then I don't know if I can spot it here. Nope. I don't know. Not seeing it yet.
Stacks. Nice.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it either. But yeah, if you guys want to define words, that's true. I recommend everybody watching should be on Twitch and on YouTube as long as you have the bandwidth and the ability to do so. There are multiple benefits. You can use the define command in the Twitch chat. You can also avoid any ads that appear by just switching on and off from the two broadcasts, and yeah, the quality will be the same. So I recommend it to get the maximum amount of viewers. If you're going to mute one of the two streams, use the mute function in the tab rather than on the video player. That also helps with viewership.
Nice strats.
That's all the plugging strats I'll have today.
Yeah.
So someone was mentioning, yeah, you see my head on the laptop. Hello.
What is this? What? Wait,
like
who
that.
says that?
In the you see my head on the laptop on the
right
screen
here.
there.
Yeah, that's funny. So it's actually amusing that when I talk, this is my Zoom screen. You can actually see the stream here because that is what I'm showing on the Zoom call, so that Josh or our producer Lukeman can follow along and see what's being shown. So when I'm talking, the stream comes up, but Josh, when you talk, you come up.
Exactly. When I move, you move, just like this. Remember that song?
Yes, I do. Very well. I don't have the energy to participate in that song right now. It's too high energy. But yeah, it's a great song, of course. Maybe I should be listening to that to pump myself up even more. I'm curious, Josh. I was getting a lag on my standings yesterday. Are you actually seeing any results? Like, we know that Sammy defeated Paul Allen. We got that word on the ground, but I'm not seeing it in my standings yet. Are you seeing that on your end?
Yeah, let's give it a few seconds and we'll see. But
Whoops.
yeah, the reason we might not see these results up. No, yeah, still not. Although the results are being submitted virtually, there is still a checks and balances going on. There are some teams. There's a team on the ground, hardworking team that is verifying scores, making sure everything matches up, and then submitting the results and doing the pairings. There's a question of how are the pairings determined. So they're doing round by round pairings, given that the tournament is on the edge of the knife. It is very, very close to being over. So having the most logical pairings makes the most sense. They're using a system, we call it the Swiss pairing system, until the very end, where players are playing people doing similarly and trying to minimize the amount of times they've played against each other. But at this point, players at the top have played each other probably twice, if not 3 times. So I think we're not going to care that much about repeat pairings at this point. Just going to be players that are close to each other in the standings that are going to play against each other. And at the very end, it'll be King of the Hill. I'm pretty sure. And King of the Hill being player in first place, plays player in second place, player in third place, plays player in fourth place, so on and so forth. There's also potential of Queen of the Hill, where 1 plays 3, 2 plays 4, etc.
If I'm not mistaken, a couple results coming in, including a win for Natalie Zolti. We saw Natalie early on get off to a fast start, then run into a few losses, and now revive her hopes a little bit. Look at her right there in 6th place. She's clearly winning a bunch of games, and I believe Rashid Balagun we saw at the top of the standings for quite a while on the first couple days. Really, day 2 and 3, it was all Rashid all the time at the top of those standings. It looks like he's lost his first game of the day. He was 17-9, if I'm not mistaken. So Natalie leapfrogging Rashid in the standings there.
Yeah, I think Rashid was 13-2. So
he was
go from that.
He was 15. He was 15-2.
He was 15-2.
Yeah, at one point he was 15-2.
He has only won 2 of the last 12 games.
Yeah,
or 2 of the last 10 games.
I'm almost positive.
That is brutal.
I might be wrong about that, but
that's what I'm remembering too. But
do you remember a 15?
I wasn't sure enough.
Maybe I'll try to figure it out somehow from the scoreboard. Let's see.
Yeah, it's a brutal field. So many grandmaster level players, world-class players. We've been seeing fantastic level of play.
He
throughout
was
the whole event.
15-2, and
Oh my goodness.
in his last 9 games is 2-7. So if you just, I'm looking at his wall chart, and he is playing super strong
2-8.
players over and over, as you would expect. So yeah, tough run for Rashid. Still has a chance, but that is going to be evaporating quick. Maybe one more loss might do it for him. But yeah, it was a lot of fun to watch him play a bit. I think the matchup that I am so curious to see when it comes in is this one between Chris and Harshan. That is going to be a big one for both of them, depending on who wins that. If Harshan were to win, it just creates chaos, because he would move into not first place, I don't think. Sammy is going to win his game. So if Harshan wins, Sammy's in first. If Chris wins, Chris is in first. So a lot of reverberations from that. We'll find out. I got a cool video for anybody that wants to see.
Oh yeah, we could show that.
So just in case you're curious, we aren't really showing too much behind the scenes, but I have a video here from our producer Lukeman. Actually not sure what the audio is coming through for this. Here's a little peek at there you see the standings up there. Hard for Harshan to ignore that.
Good point. Yeah, I remember this room well, like it was yesterday, but it was a year ago. Difference in decor, all of those flags hanging from the walls. Beautiful stuff there. Just international as can be. Yeah, very nice spread for this international caliber event in Milton Keynes.
Lukeman Owolabi, the CEO, chief head of MGI, really has an eye for details. I started working with Lukeman during the pandemic when look at these trophies, by the way. Man, who wouldn't want to get their hands on one of those?
Yeah, looks beautiful.
But
I think he was humming, right, in this video.
Yeah, yeah, I think so. I think the stream may be hearing that humming. I actually don't hear it. But yeah, so there you go. Little sneak peek for you there. And there you see the result just coming in. Chris Lipe. Big win for Chris. Huge win.
392 to 281. What a very, very low score.
Wow.
Surprising for Harshan.
A slog of a game, apparently. But that sets up Chris Lipe in great position here. 19 wins. For whatever reason, we know the Sammy result, but it's not in yet. So this is it. This is the top group here. 19-8 for both Chris and Sammy. Kevin with that win we just saw against Chris Cummins, pumping his standing up to third. Tough loss for Harshan, but still very much controls his own destiny here with a winning streak. And then maybe the dark horses at 17. If any of these three can go on a massive streak right now, almost certainly will need to win out to bypass all these other people. As you said, Josh, someone in this group is going to win a few games, especially the 19 win players. You're going to need to outwin them. That's a tall order with just 5 games remaining.
Outwin. Love that word.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be for sure if I'd say if Chris Cummins or Natalie Zulte at 17 and 10, if either of them win all 5 games, I think they're going to win the tournament unless something crazy happens. I'd worry about Rashid though, given his very low differential. I think he's probably out of it, but still anything can happen. Lewis Mackay, half a game behind in 8th place. Yeah, the World Championship challenger. is
Yeah.
not having to worry about his differential, Will.
Yeah, this half of a win. This is how we represent a tie game. So, unlike chess, where there are draws all the time at the top level, very rare in Scrabble. For as an example, I've played something like 2,000 games in my career, and I think I have 5 ties. So, very, very rare compared to chess, but it looks like Lewis has recorded one of those. I've even heard tell, Josh, of people having multiple ties in the same tournament, which is
Oh yeah,
worst
that's happened
possible.
to me.
It's happened to
I
you.
had 2 ties in 2014 nationals. Yeah, that was a weird time. Both of them were wrong, actually. One of them, this is actually a crazy story. And in around 3,000 tournament games, I've had 16 ties, so more ties than usual. And 2 of these in the same tournament. Basically, what happened is I think my first game of the tournament was a terrible slog against an American player where he went over by 1 minute, and I said, "Oh, you're over by 1.00. That means you lose 20 points," which is not true. If you're over by exactly 100, you lose 10 points.
Oh,
So
wow.
he actually should have won that game by 10, but he agreed with me, didn't call the director over. We both thought this was true. And once the result was entered, it was too late to change it. So that was the first tie of the tournament. So it wasn't a real tie. The second tie of the tournament against our good friend Seth Lipkin, who runs pretty much the most important Scrabble website there is, crosstables.com. All the American and some international results for tournaments. I tied him later on the tournament. So it was very, very weird. It's like, oh, I don't have to worry about how much I win or lose by. And then I did.
Yeah,
That's the story.
Yeah, that's a crazy one. It's the worst feeling is when you have a really good spread and then tie a game, because then you have this great tiebreaker that you don't get to use. That's always a downer. It's happened a couple times. But yeah, you see there, results are all in. That's it. That is the standings as of round 27. I'm putting a poll up just to see what's the matchup you want. Harshan is definitely always going to be a popular choice. He's crushing it in the poll. I kind of feel like Lipe versus Zolti is also a really fun one. We haven't seen Natalie that much, and she's worked herself back. Chris is in first place, so I could easily see that be a good matchup. If we adhere to democracy, it's Kevin versus Harshan. What do you think, Josh? Should we let democracy reign or tyrannically select Lipe versus Zolti?
I think Live versus Zolti is the most interesting matchup because I think Kevin and Harshan, even if one of them loses, they could still win the tournament. Natalie certainly needs to win this game against the sole leader, Chris Lipe.
Yeah.
So I think it's a more important result. Although I would love to see just the stellar play that we've seen from Kevin and Harshan. I think Chris versus Natalie, you might see a perfectly played game by them too. I mean, all of these players are just so strong. I'd go for Chris versus Natalie.
Yeah, that's sort of where I'm leaning. It's got a lot to recommend it. We would be sticking with the number one player in the standings, as well as showcasing a player who has fought her way back up to the top. So I kind of like that. Harshan and Kevin are still both going to be in contention, as you say, after a loss, and the poll is really close. So who wants to make it easy for us? We need like 5 or 6 people to vote for Chris versus Natalie and make the poll truly democratic.
I've got three votes for Lipe and Zolti in my my Twitch chat.
Twitch,
4.
right?
So that's probably making it. Yeah, I think that's probably tipping the scales in favor of Lipe versus Schulte. So I think
Yeah.
Democratic result here
There you
for
go.
sure.
Okay, we got it to 40. Ending poll. Beautiful. Democracy. I am completely, as
And
Senator
they're already sitting down.
as Senator Palpatine once said in the great Star Wars movie in which he is the hero, I love democracy.
I'm also thinking about that viral video as we get these scores reset and
Yeah, I'm gonna reset everything. We
nameplates.
just
I'm
don't.
thinking of this viral video, the guy getting arrested. This is Democracy Manifest. I
Know
love
that,
that
but I
video. I
would
don't know
love
if
to
you've
see
seen it.
that. Not sure about that one. But sounds like I got to
Don't
put
have
that
a
on my
succulent
watch list.
Chinese meal. Sorry, I'm not doing a great impression of it. Just this dude with this amazing, amazing accent
Oh,
getting
wow.
arrested after presumably trying to just eat a Chinese meal, according to him. What is that? What is that from? I don't know. This is amazing video. You guys should stop watching the stream right now and find that.
And go watch it.
Tom Bickle in the Twitch chat knows.
Nice.
All right. So yes, Natalie versus Chris. Natalie, a local player in the UK. Chris coming all the way from the Midwest, St. Louis, Missouri, United States. And we'll get those, get everything set up here. Wow, you're doing some quick work, Will.
I have a
As Natalie
system.
draws the first 7 tiles.
I have a system. The system is working. So yeah, very exciting to see this one here. Big game for both players. Really big one for Natalie. Ooh, that Z kind of saved her chances of playing something productive here. I don't think she has a really good play with the Z, but maybe just ZEE is enough to be content with. Ooh.
Yeah, I think so.
Very
interesting draw from Chris as well.
Crazy draw there. Could Natalie exchange? It looks like she's thinking about it. The thing about playing your Z here, just putting ZEE pretty much anywhere on the board is going to yield counterplay. It's hard not to. So I actually don't think exchanging is crazy here. She's going to exchange.
Oh, I like this.
Yeah, she's going to exchange down to EIRZ, which I feel like that is probably the best exchange. And you might be saying why when you can play something, but placing E's on the board often helps your opponent, and counterplay under that Z, like I said, could be really strong. And she has great odds of drawing a much better Z play on her next turn with that exchange. I think that was a very savvy play.
Yeah, I think probably taking the 24 is okay as well. What's interesting about a short exchange, a small exchange, is that it often induces your opponents to sort of play a little bit reflexively and exchange themselves or play a bit shorter, as we see Y come down instead of Withy or Whitey for 36. We see the cagey play of Y for 24. But if Chris had different letters, no scoring letters, and exchanged back, that's when the short exchange keeping the Z would have been very, very nice for Natalie. But Y comes down, and now she's not really going to have great options with that Z.
Yeah. What do you think about that play of Y? I feel like it is a lot of points to give up. Probably, 12-ish points for this instead of playing Whitey.
It's just so defensive.
It is brutally defensive for sure. So I feel like you get so much value back. But is it 12 points of value back, especially because this takes an S hook, whereas Whitey does not, or Withy or whatever. So there are some reasons to prefer against the types of leaves that Natalie has on an exchange 3. I feel like an S is very well represented, so I would not be that scared to play whitey in that sense. It's not creating an S hook. It's very difficult to overlap some of the time. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm
No,
probably
I
playing
don't think it's the
longer.
right play. I mean, I agree with you.
It's a justified play, though. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, yeah, if you're gonna play Y, it's true. It was mentioned in the chat. Maybe put the Y on the star, the final letter.
Yeah, hold on. Let's draw that. It's hard to. If you're gonna play Y, put the Y on the star.
That way, you're
This is what the
avoiding
telestrator
some
was
higher
made
scoring.
for.
Yeah.
This is what we're talking about.
You're
Yeah.
avoiding some overlaps. You're avoiding, let's say, the more dangerous S hooks like QIS or ZAS or stuff like that. We see Rec as a response for 19. So Natalie holding on to that Z, really hoping for a better day. I don't hate this. If she draws a T, she might be threatening something like Dits. If
Ads.
Chris Lipe needlessly opens up the board, there's some hope for that.
Yeah. This is interesting. Just leaning into the board being closed. However, Chris benefiting from his choice of Y, drawing this S, and not only that, he has Harpist. Definitely think he's going to spot that. I would be very surprised if he didn't play Harpist. The only question is where. This is a nice overlapping spot for it with Ah. So yeah.
Nice.
You like that? Oh my
And
god.
Natalie's drawn the dice in which, oh, it's not gonna go down.
It will
though.
now. It will now.
Oh, Yoon. Wow.
Wow.
That would have gone down regardless with new. Okay, well, this is an unexpected result of keeping such a heavy scoring tile in the
Oh,
Z, but
what a play to make on the stream. Be dizzin' for Natalie. Great play by Chris. He plays Harpist in the highest scoring spot, but be dizzin', beautiful word. She sees it. No chance she misses Hune. It's going down quick. She just needs to look through some of the other letters and say, could I possibly have anything better through this I? Do I have any other place to play it? The answer is no. So we're going to see Bedizen and Hune. Great find. Very excited to see this word be played, Josh.
yeah, me too. I see she has to double check, I think. Also, it's definitely off the beaten path to notice that this harpist positioning given you a hook when really the biggest thing that's changed on the board is this area being open now. But yeah, if she just resets for 1 second, she will probably see that. If not, we have Zineb's available to the S, which is a very nice score.
There's no way
But
she
yeah,
doesn't play Hune here.
I think not, but she's taken time.
Yeah, this would be
That's when we get a little bit worried.
Oh, man. I just thought it would be such a lock, but I am getting nervous. There we go. With every second passing, I was like, oh no, is it possible? It can't be possible. But there we go. Beautiful. Great play. That's a really fun word to see go down in a big spot like this.
Yeah, beautiful. Just as these natural bingos like this, just very nice to see whenever, even if it's your opponent playing them.
Does open the triple. So the B sitting there staring Chris in the face of what do you got? You know, what can you play to this triple? Jab feels like the best way to use the J here, which is really, you know, that's, you would love to play more letters than that, and you're close to stuff like Jalab or things of that nature, but nothing really
Sorry,
better.
Can you say that word again?
No, you can hear all my pronunciations of that word on my Twitch clip. Yeah, that's a funny word.
I recently ripped that clip, as you know.
Yeah, it's a good one. And I support anyone that wants to remix it for any reason, pretty much. So yeah, jab, but Josh, you're spotting a cool play that plays under here, which is way off the beaten path, but looks pretty good too.
This is such a weird position for Chris Lipe. He took a lead with Harpist. He's still ahead and on turn. So it makes so much sense to just plop the JA down, take away that scoring spot. The leave is just not good if we imagine this A and this J gone from the rack. ADGLT. You have some hope of drawing digital. You draw an I. Other than that, you maybe have the underlaps. It's not terrible to keep these 5 letters. It's better than usual. But yeah, playing something like DATAL underneath will score more than jab does. It's 39 points, keeping the J for later. You can redraw jib, jab, job, draw stuff here, draw stuff here. The only difference is you're not taking away the scoring spot. You might see some big overlaps as counterplay. So both plays very reasonable. We see jab come down. Certainly the most standard of the two.
Yeah,
Back to Natalie with 6 vowels.
Datal.
That's not a good first bingo draw.
Datal is such a higher degree of difficulty play to generate. Like, as you were saying, it's a lot of things going for it here, but jab is so much more natural. This is kind of, we hear, if ever you're watching a chess broadcast, you hear about the engine move versus the human move a lot of the time. Which one of those the players is going to play. Often the human move is resorted to. This one, the engine move was datal instead of jab, but I think a huge majority of us at pretty much any skill level would have played jab, as Natalie does a fantastic job getting rid of all those vowels with Zoea with this extra A here. Nice idea by her holding an E, but that is a very risky spot. She could have opted to play her E to avoid making such a good hook, but I don't quibble with her leaving it off either, Josh.
No, I like this. I like this for Natalie. It might look scary, and it's true that some comeback plays can score well, but those comeback plays give back often 2 triples to you in return in response. So I think keeping the E here for sure looks good. And that draw by Natalie. So we're gonna see legated, the only double available for Chris Lipe. He's playing this somewhat fast. He had some options to keep a little bit better, like gilded. He could have played gated as well with Zoei. This looks very, very reasonable. And keeping the lone constant, always good to try and avoid drawing too many of those on the next draw. So back to Natalie with DEIINU blank. And she's going to have a number of cool bingos, the most impressive of which, disunite. Fits
You gotta
through
be
this
kidding.
S.
You gotta
That
be kidding.
would be an amazing find on stream.
That would
Natalie's
be
ulti.
that would be wild to see that. Those plays are so difficult to find, especially with a blank. There are that is sick. That is so sick. That is amazing. I am very impressed by that.
What to say to this?
Oh my god.
Look at Chris's face.
This
he started moving, he started fidgeting.
So good. That is so good, Natalie. Finding that
so quick.
Fast. So the reason
Incredible.
You would find that fast is if you're thinking of that word, if you look at the S and you're thinking of that word, you're going to know, all right, probably my best option here would be a massive overlap through here. So that would be your first look on this board, because you're always sitting down and thinking, all right, I got a blank or I have good tiles. Where would I ideally want to play? And that's the answer. So she looks through that S, the word occurs to her, and yeah, that was pretty stupendous. I'm not sure what happened to the rack here. She got excited enough
A
to
little bit of excited, yeah.
knock the camera over.
How could you not be?
Yeah,
Look at the reaction in chat. Yeah, that is deserving. Oh my god, that is deserving of all the clamor, all the lack of decorum. That is just probably the best thing we've seen so far this tournament.
Good observation by Stewart. Also,
How quickly?
she might have been looking for that spot already before ligated and saying, "Oh, I have disunite through this S. Maybe I don't want to play it because it makes this big hook." Then ligated comes down to nullify the hook, and then she just verifies, "Oh my god, I have all these twos." You get that. If you could just get that. Yeah, thank you. I want the beautiful disunite to be unsullied right now. That's such a good play.
Yeah, I don't know. I just left that on there. Yeah, let's see it in all of its glory. Or maybe not. Maybe I'll just start putting some more chicken scratch on this. Yeah, incredible. So back to Chris, who's down 31. He's gonna play door in this position.
Interesting.
A little bit surprised to see this over DOOL instead.
True. The R always, you'd probably, absent the specific board position, you probably always want to keep ER over EL, just better synergy between those letters. So maybe some doubt. Maybe he thinks L for here. So we were debating about the different variations of this word, of which there are many, Zoea. So the hooks on that are sort of tricky. Maybe he wants to keep an L, but actually the L is not a hook for this one. That's the only real variation. If you could change this A to an O, now you can put an L on. Why? Why is that the case? Don't ask me that. I don't have the answer. But that is the case. So yeah, maybe that's part of it. But also, Josh, you could have seen a play of Lude here as well, which would have looked very nice. Yes, it gives a triple back, but so does this. And I would argue this is a more dangerous one. So I feel like this is a play I would make maybe at a steeper deficit than what Chris has, right? Like making this aggressive of an opening. Maybe if Chris was down more, but the game's even, I would probably be trying to opt for something a little more controlled. Anyway, meanwhile, it's over to Natalie.
I don't think that Lude is that controlled, Will. I mean, opening this big triple underneath and even this lane that might stay there a while.
That's fair.
I think door gives less back, but I would have liked to see the L for the reasons you mentioned. And Natalie play back. I mean, she had flex lined up, which is the perfect way to follow the play of disunite, because that was, if anything, I mean, obviously the best play, but also the biggest flex we've seen in a while. But she could just play Fox. Problem with that, keeping 3 E's.
Yeah.
Flex down here.
A lot of ways to go. If she plays flex here, as you just showed, I feel like she really is embracing that volatility, right? Like putting the X here in the triple lane, that's likely to be hit at some point. You now have an X and an R in the triple lane, so you've got a good tile for bingoing and a good tile for scoring. Got other good lanes for 8s in the D here is pretty good. The E of Zoea, well, that's not going to be open after flex, but there's just a lot going on the resulting board for sure. So she's going to play it way safer, and she's going to just play Fox. That's interesting because this actually matures into a bingo.
Not Fox.
Sorry, I meant Ox, no Fox. This becomes a bingo sometimes. Like if you pick an R, you can play Eel Fair. Maybe she's going to go for that. For what she's drawn yet.
She might be thinking she has that immediately.
He drew it. He drew it. Eel Fair comes out.
She might have been thinking I have it immediately through the R. Why not keep it?
But now, if it stays open,
Wow.
which it will, it's going to play here. She just has to know the word empower. Nice play by Chris, by the way, getting rid of all those high points. Might have been better plays on offer here, though.
Definitely. This was a hasty decision. This X giving him 8 extra points for the overlap of Wiper, which would have scored 46 and
Oh,
power 40, but opening this humongous spot.
yeah.
So definitely a miss by Chris Lipe here. Very quick decision. He had so much time, but Eelfair, let's hope she's seen it. And what a terrible, terrible pick from Chris.
Oh,
So this game is about to explode in Natalie's favor if she manages to find her spot.
at least Chris has Volve.
Wow.
So a lot going on here. Hopefully everybody
So
is.
much going on. What a game.
This
Oh
game
my
has
goodness.
been pretty crazy so far. This is with this time ticking, I would definitely like to see Natalie play this bingo if she knows it. If not, position gets a lot tougher. Oh man, is she thinking of feeler? Oh, this would be heartbreaking. I think she might be getting set to play feeler here. I don't really see any sign that she has spotted this bingo that she has. I thought it was likely that she might have seen it beforehand with this play of the X, keeping the F, realizing that there are actually bingos I can draw, and it did actually happen. I don't know, Josh. It feels like we might be seeing something different than eel fair.
Yeah, so she's gonna yeah, this makes perfect sense. I mean, this is actually gonna work out quite nicely for
Yeah,
her as well,
sure.
blocking Volve. But yeah, I totally understand the instinct to cover this area, maybe free or fee. Fee scoring more points, I think looks quite good. Doesn't conclusively block the spot, but that's a very unfortunate miss of Eel Fair. Still,
Crazy word, right?
Natalie's in commanding position.
That's a wild word to have to find and know. I just thought there was a chance she saw it, but when she played Ox already, and then the R just
Definitely.
was like the beautiful draw that she wanted. So, all right. Anyway, we lament that, but still, Natalie's played an awesome game so far, and Chris, as you say, Josh, has horrendous tiles. The bailout play of Volve is now gone. Feels like I don't know how he can not exchange.
There's one play he can make here that is worth it, I would say, over exchanging.
Yeah.
But it keeps 2 Vs, so that can't be... Yeah, that can't be good.
Looks decent,
Still,
maybe.
yeah, he's going to need some help.
Wow, Natalie with a good draw of reality, tierily, irately. Any of those actually fit anywhere?
Nope.
Wow, that's painful.
So he finds Clift. That's great.
Oh my god, literary.
Oh.
Holy
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Oh my god. That one is getting found. Insane. This is definitely findable. I had not looked at the R yet, just assuming. But this is it. Just got to look through that R, Natalie. Oh, I'm sure she knows it. Oh, a tough one. There it is. Wow. Insane. No need to wait. Down it comes.
She's giving us the content. She's just like, all right,
crazy.
Breathe. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, you can see Chris kind of saying, all right, GG. So this is our first triple of the stream, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, triples. You don't see that many of them at the highest levels. Players are pretty cagey. They don't like leaving those triples open. So what a treat from Natalie Zoltzi. I'm so glad we chose this game, Will. This is a brutal
149,
one.
yeah, insane game. So many crazy plays. The sequence of missing Eelfair into that is a little insane. It happens. But Natalie's played fantastically. We see Bedizen disunite with 6 overlaps or whatever the heck it was. I think, yeah, 6. And now the triple of literary
I'm just
4.
smiling ear to ear.
Yeah, we got a
This is
banger here,
just-
folks. 149 points with that play, and you can see what was a perfectly even game. Chris making his best play of Clift, by the way. Got to give him some props for that. Now, Natalie in absolute command after that triple. Chris will fight on. He's got to try to protect his spread as best he can. He is still in great position in the tournament, has so much to play for, and if he can protect this number, retain that good tiebreaker, that's what his objective becomes here.
And honestly, it does look pretty over, but Chris does have the blank, and
Yeah,
look at that draw. There could be a triple on offer here,
Yeah,
but I don't think anything right now. But if he plays off that V, and just goes for it, Natalie's gonna be a bit careful. This is another triple lane open.
yeah.
Anyways, we're
Natalie,
probably just gonna see a bonus from Chris if he has one.
yeah,
There must
Natalie
be
just
something available.
can't allow this to stay open, right? Like all she has to do is come up with a way to block this off. I wonder, is she thinking about playing like bunks here? Like, you definitely need to honor this threat. It's still open. There are words with start with L, N, T, right? There's definitely many hooks, S. Got to be worried about that spot. So I would love to see her just play whatever little block she wants right there. That feels very warranted to me.
Herb.
Sure.
Sad little herb
Sure.
for 24.
Good enough.
But
Oh man,
she's not. She wants content.
Tempting fate
And
here.
Gunks is coming down. She's thinking about, oh, maybe I don't want to give back ing. Maybe I'll play the B instead. Yep, bunks. And Chris has got to be like, well, I've got fingers to this Y, but I might need better.
This is, I mean, in a vacuum, if the score of the game was closer, let's say Natalie was up going into her turn there by like 30. Great play. Bunks makes total sense to play up there. At this score, though, I would be sacrificing points here to play down low, up by over 100. She's up by 170 exactly, but the only way she can really relinquish that lead is to give up another 150 right there. So I would be definitely blocking. But in a vacuum, that play of bunks, very sensible. So yeah, what do you think, Josh?
I just want to see what Natalie draws. The Q, first letter. So that is the absolute worst tile to draw in the pool, especially considering what we want Natalie to do. Next turn, she hasn't done it this turn, but block this R some fashion. There are many ways to do it. But with that Q, if Chris just does something, I mean, what if Chris plays like, I don't even know what he could do. Maybe
Yeah.
like, what if he does, if he drops the V somewhere? I don't think you can do that. But if he really is just gunning for this, he just plays natively. I
Okay.
think if Chris wanted to win, this was not the way, but this is going to score
Yeah.
101 points. So maybe hoping for something with Shun, or with JAJO. Still a possibility for him to get back in this game after
That's true.
natively.
That's true.
But
Maybe
if
this
he
is
hadn't done this, I don't think Natalie was blocking. I think Natalie was playing QI or Qua or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can't know that. You can't bank on that.
I think if this winning pathway of natively and then a bingo to Joe or Shu has even close to as much chance as going for the triple triple, you gotta play natively here, just because in the event that you lose games after natively, which you're still a huge underdog, but you're losing by so much less. So if your winning chances are similar in both cases, taking this approach leads to much better outcomes overall for Chris. Those losses are narrower. He loses less of his tiebreaker in that margin of victory. So I actually am coming around to this idea that, yeah, take the bingo now, hope for a rack just like this. Maybe if the Q, like, what if this Q was a U, right? Then she's doing nothing. And then what if you draw something big here? You're right back in it. Definitely realistic. So I'm supporting Chris's path here, though it would have been fun to see him angle for that triple for a turn or two longer. I'm liking the way he's gone here.
I agree. And back to Natalie, 7 tiles in the bag. You can just play QI for 37. Take a 106-point lead.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for Chris, he's drawn okay. He's drawn one of those 2 S's, but he's not going to have an immediate bonus, and he's not going to have a great way to score here. So
that's the real
if you're
problem.
Chris, you have to score as much as possible and really gun for something big. The problem is Natalie can pretty much always block next turn. So I'm not liking Chris's chances. It's still somewhat interesting.
Yeah. It's tough, as you say. You mentioned it just now. Really, the only area of the board that's open is right here. So it's hard. Oh. Yeah, there is this. I was looking at that. I was looking to see, is there anything starting with E or S, that fits going across here? And there probably is some stuff like that maybe you luck into drawing. So maybe Chris is literally thinking about that, knowing that given that the S is unseen to Natalie, she's probably going to do her best to block here. So maybe the goal for Chris is to come up with a fish that actually fits here, which is not going to be easy, but that might be the goal.
Sorry, let's go to analysis.
Okay.
From
whose POV, Chris?
Hold on. From Natalie's POV. If you're Natalie,
I gotta fix her rack.
Unseen to you right now. Fix this. Let's fix those unseen letters. Some very ridiculous, terrible letters, but there is an insane, Will, and I'm telling you, insane 100-point bingo available for Chris. So Chris, he needs to play off UNI specifically and go for...
Whoa, no way. Oh my god. Wow. That's wild. Holy crap. Nostrils? Put that on with the engine so people can see. That is unbelievable.
Okay.
Look at that. 104 points.
That is his only way to win.
Oh my god, that is so sick and insane that is possible, and that he could actually fish for that here, and that it is in the bag. Right? What does he need?
I think the problem is,
he needs
R. Where do you play UNI?
S, L? I don't know. Just play it here. Play it anywhere, you know?
Yeah, play UNI here. Play UNI for 13. Draw specifically
Uni here, yeah.
OSL.
Oh, wait. Is the O? Yeah, there is an O, right? This is from Natalie's POV?
Yes.
So the
yes.
in the bag is what's What's on Chris's rack? NNRSU, and you need to draw OLS. Yes?
No.
Yeah, I mean, this would have been insane.
That
Like,
was-
who is
he's-
seeing that? You know, who's seeing that? So he plays int. I mean, seeing that would have been absolutely
This
freaking
looks
crazy.
great. This looks like a great play.
Yeah, that would have been absolutely
Oh.
bonkers. Is it possible that with like perfect play, Natalie would still win by like sussing that out and blocking
yeah,
it?
Nostril.
Yeah, he has Nostril.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
my
I think
god,
so.
look at that. He's so close. He has Nostril. I mean, I guess the T, you don't want the T because you're playing through the T. So it's not that close. It's not one tile away, but it
Okay,
looks
what
close.
is going on in Natalie's camp? Natalie has to be careful here. She's up 91.
Can you
But
just
it
outrun
looked like
by?
she was getting ready to play something.
Can't you just play
She's
Oma
she's thinking playing Oma.
and just
Yeah,
yeah?
that
I
makes
mean,
sense.
rather than block, like you could get into trouble with a low scoring block and getting surprised by something, right? Like from her POV, I would just play Oma as a human being, a fallible human that's just played a crazy game, tiring game. It's late in the tournament. I'm playing Oma here for sure, just to outrun. But
this
she's
is
gonna,
nice.
yeah, she's gonna block. I mean, this probably works out much better knowing with this
Not
pool.
sure why not go though.
True. That's fair. Because she wants to draw LO for Logamac. Just kidding.
That would be awesome.
Um,
Why not? That's amazing.
That's yeah.
Logamac.
It's probably not the reason. So yeah, makes sense though. Just to finish the point, the pool from Natalie's POV, there was one O unseen to her, and all the rest of the letters were so trash. There's no way that you're ending in O. So the Shun hook is much more salient, and overlaps here are going to be next to impossible. Yeah. Crazy. Absolutely
Oh man,
insane.
Scrabble's beautiful.
The nostrils. Who I wasn't even
So
looking there. That is so insane.
Yeah, from Chris from Chris's point of view, there's still an E unseen. I don't know that helps him. I'm still trying to play something down here to try and steal this game, but he's gonna look. He's gonna hope to find some way to win this, but yeah, it seems to be over at this point. But it wasn't over last turn. This is completely insane.
Yeah, that is crazy. Just posted a little update from our producer Lukeman on site. Sammy O wins his second game of the day, starting off with 2 wins. That's really big for Sammy, the legend himself. That I feel like I would never count Sammy out in any event. He's won twice to start the day, so he's going to be firmly in the mix at the very top of the standings. And yeah, Natalie's going to win this game to set Chris Lipe back. So Sammy Okosagah is going to be the lone 20-win player heading into round 29. Pretty cool.
Wow.
Great job by him. He put himself into excellent position. We'll probably get some Sammy games for sure in our last 4. But yeah, Chris is working hard to try to come up with any kind of way forward here. Nostrils would have been the most insane thing I've ever seen. If a fish for that and hitting that would have been, I don't know, that's like instant. I'm on whatever hours of sleep I have. I'm starting to make that video as soon as the stream ends. Pretty much. And we all should be making videos about
QIN
it too.
and UN. This is just hoping for a mistake, just a terrible mistake on Natalie's end, and Priscilla coming down with JA. Yeah, that would score 77.
Yeah, it's reasonable.
So it would actually tie the game. if would it tie or would it win by 1? No, it would win. It would win by 2
If Natalie does
Foley was
what?
on
If
this
she
turn.
if she passes her turn. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which that ain't
So I
happening.
mean, you gotta try something, I guess. But obviously, we know this is. He didn't draw the A he needed, and Natalie's not gonna pony.
Yep. So Natalie looks to be getting set to play a go down low here. Seems reasonable. Not sure what their spot offers her near that many points, and maybe this, I mean, EAUS definitely goes out here. Looking around for other places. It seems like as good a sequence as I can see really quick.
Yeah. Yeah, AGO looks good. Let's check the engine. Oh, Zoeyat and Troilus. Yeah. Okay. The Troilus could fit some sense. Okay, so a go, 10 points off the best. You're supposed to play off EAUS first and play Ursai.
Yeah, that's wild. Ursai leaving a go, which plays in a whole bunch of spots, including here. Yeah. Oh man, that's sick. That's a really nice sequence. So that was the best. Back to Chris. If we flip that, there we go. Oh, this rack's also off.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, cool.
Sweet is nice.
Tricky to spot that one, but maybe Chris will. Said it yesterday. I feel like I have a lot of respect for Chris's pre-endgame and endgame ability, but even his pre-endgame ability would be put to the test trying to identify nostrils as a bingo through the T of Harpists, which is one of the crazier winning pathways I've ever imagined.
Yeah, and that was from Natalie's perspective, so there could have been something just as cool. While Chris debates his final play, I can actually go back to that position and see if there is anything. Yeah, there's many options here.
These are wow, that
From Chris's perspective, these were all of the things he could potentially go for,
right, so
depending
he
on if
would
he's able to play the correct tiles to go for these.
yeah, so he would have to identify all that stuff and come up with the fish that optimizes his odds of drawing one of those, which looks like it potentially involves
Yeah,
probably
so you
the
could play IN to go for this.
yeah. Wow, that
You
is
had Insurin,
insane.
INSURIN. Yeah.
Right.
So this was probably his path to victory. Probably his most likely path to victory, only requiring him to play off 2 tiles. But yeah, I mean, this is just insanity level, insane clown posse level.
That's so crazy.
Chris Lipe.
Oh, he finds.
Only
Look
one
at
player
that.
in
He
the world
found
that
his
can-
best play. You can see it there. He's put it
Yeah,
on the board.
beautiful.
I have the board seen small in the corner. So nice job putting that correct endgame play on the board. I'm actually very impressed by that. That is not a trivial find by any means.
Yeah. And we'll look at these scores. 5-6-3, 4-6-7.
Insane.
We have way over 1,000 points this game, aided by Literary for 149, and Natively for 101 by Natalie and Chris respectively. But that wasn't it. Bedizen, just unite. I mean, this game was just an absolute classic banger.
So yeah,
Best play is drop the S. Yeah.
Nice. Just plop that S down for 32. No outplays, so that is potentially going to occur to Natalie to do that now that she cannot go out with these letters. So it makes sense. Still looking for the best play with OR. I mean, I see outplays, but I don't know exactly what the best one's going to be. Looking around, it's literally just there. That's what I was.
Probably
the best I saw.
OR here.
Oh yeah,
It's
better.
12.
Yeah, better. That was wild. So you never know. I mean, we had such amazing games to choose from here. We had Harshan versus Kevin as an option, which we know that would have been a fantastic game. But who can have watched this one and said, "Well, I regret picking this"?
Yeah, I don't think anybody is regretting this choice that we made. Democratically, as well.
It was fully democratic
tyrannically.
with no election interference or influence. Right?
Yeah, exactly. None at all.
Right,
So
chat?
Natalie, unfortunately, missing her 32-point spot, opting for a 20-point spot for the S, bringing her to a final of 583. Chris also missing.
Yeah, Chris missing
endgames are so
aura.
hard.
There you go. So again, the
This
perfect.
is-
I couldn't believe who is seeing Sloot, other than Nigel and Chris and a handful of other great players, but he did not stick the landing, which it is so hard to do. And that's again we keep talking about. That's what makes the Nigel endgame thing so crazy to me. But still a very solid end game by both players. Not optimal, but close. And yeah, sorry, Josh. That was just a treat of a game.
Yeah, incredible game. So yeah, in the end, that was 22 missed points in the end game. That's actually very normal. That's very average for an expert player. We have the stats on it. People have looked at expert games and they've just compared them to engine games and Nigel games. Yeah, endgame mistakes are just so common. Anyways, doesn't matter. This game itself was incredible, Will. Literary. I mean, I don't even know. I don't even know where to start. So we're gonna hopefully be able to talk to Natalie after this win.
Yeah, for sure.
She's willing to come on the headset. Amazing stuff. 1,065 total score. That's up there.
That was bonkers. I totally agree. I'm sure we'll get a chance to talk to Natalie. I think my first question is going to be something like, where does this game rank as like your most memorable games? Because for me, it would definitely be pretty high if I was in her shoes right now. So there we go. Headsets coming on. She'll be able to hear us in a moment if she can't already. And I think we're probably good to go. So, Natalie, if you can hear, it's Will and Josh here in the booth.
I can't hear very well.
Can't hear.
Oh, I can now, yeah. That's fine.
There we
Hi.
go. All right. We got
Hi.
Natalie. Natalie, it's Will and Josh here in the commentary booth.
Hi.
That was an incredible game for us to watch. And I have to ask, where does this rank for most memorable games that you have played?
That's all right. I can just die happy now. I used to hate being on stream and refuse to go on stream. So I've gone from there to going on stream to actually feeling calm and winning on stream. And yeah, so it's really, just amazing. Amazing. Yeah. My tracking was wrong at the end, but then I did realize he'd got Troilus and Shun. So I did, potentially. So yeah, I did manage to track, but I felt I went a bit wrong in the end game. I'm not sure whether I didn't leave myself two unblockable outs, I think, but anyway, it kind of didn't matter by then. So yeah.
I think the end game was fine. The only improvement might have been plopping that S after Bedizen instead of where you placed it.
I didn't know whether the
Mox.
I didn't know whether the S, I thought about it, didn't know. So,
might as well play it safe. But yeah, Natalie, this was insane.
There at all, Natalie.
Yeah, there's no worries with that.
It was really.
Where do we start, Josh?
Move, I didn't know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, let's start at the beginning. Yeah, your first move. It was an interesting decision
Not the
to.
swap, the wreck. I really didn't know what to do. I
Mhm,
thought about just playing CHI. Didn't really
mhm.
like it. Didn't score anything. And I just went for wreck for a few points and thinking I'll get something from the Z. Didn't
Well, you
quite expect to
did.
draw
You
into
definitely
Citizen.
did.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was.
there were some options there. Yeah, Chiz maybe Zinky to the Y
Oh, I didn't see Zinc.
might
It's
have
just
been
as well. I
nice. But
didn't.
yeah, I think if you'd seen that, you would have played it.
I
But it's a
was trying
kind
to
of a
get the
weird
Z and
spot.
the Y, and I couldn't see anything. So yeah, yeah.
But look, if that had happened, we wouldn't have seen
No,
Vitizen. We wouldn't have seen
I
the
know.
incredible and so fast find of Disunite. Can you walk us through finding that play? 6
Yeah. Well,
overlaps.
with the S, I know the 4 bonuses with the S quite well. The is it untidies, disunite, nudities, whatever. I know them quite well, and it was just a dream game. I just saw straight away that it just slotted straight down. So there wasn't a lot to think about there. Had a brief thinking about, well, a D on the end or an S on the end, but it didn't really matter. So, and even that worked out, putting the R into the tray. Just lucky, everything just worked out. So yeah, saw it quickly. I don't know, I've been doing quite a
Yeah.
lot of on aerolith recently on the high probability, the high prob bingos, and I think it's definitely helped. This weekend I'm spotting the bonuses quickly. So yeah, really good. Shout out for aerolith.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Our
Yeah.
favorite word study tool. I've been
Yeah.
using it as
Yeah.
well. So yeah, that was just phenomenal.
Yeah. So
I guess not sure if what else, Josh. I mean, the
the
swing.
X
So
play.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
I was gonna ask you
didn't know.
about that. You
Well, I
saw
was thinking about
Flex.
Flex. I was thinking
Yeah.
about Flex, which scored 50 something. And then I thought, I don't know, just cheap points for him from the X. Why not score 50 something and keep it somewhere safer? And the leave didn't look too bad if I drew a consonant. So I know it was a lot of vowels, but I just thought I'd be able to get something next time with that R. So yeah, I don't know if it was the correct move. Obviously didn't want to play Fox, didn't want to burn the other scoring consonant particularly, but yeah, just sort of take 50 points, and psychologically it's quite a lot of points just to bung that down and go up another 50. So yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good
Yeah.
decision.
Yeah.
Yeah, we liked Flex just because the R. I guess the R was already open, but Ox leaving you nice options. Just play Fee somewhere, play through the RF door a lot.
I just know, I
Yeah,
suppose, with
it
Chris's
certainly
word
worked out
knowledge
for
that
you.
maybe I don't want too many 8 lanes open. I don't know, that I just envisaged a 9-timer going through the X or something with them. I can't remember what his oh no, he'd played in power, so
Yeah.
I guess he had a fairly random rack at that point. But yeah.
When he played natively, were you a little bit worried that he might come back at that point? That narrowed the deficit.
Looking at what was left, no, I don't think there was going to be enough, because there was only really the Shun lane. And also I knew I'd got QI. With the QI I was going 100 up, so I don't think he was going to get 100.
Cool. So you were calm and collected.
Yeah.
We'd like to mention this amazing possibility for Chris that he missed when he played Int.
Int, okay, yeah.
It was so difficult for him to find a path to victory given the deficit.
Yeah, yeah.
Had he left that spot open, Natalie, if you take the IN off and the S and
Oh yeah.
QINS,
Yeah, yeah.
he could have gone for something like nostrils all the way down
through the T.
through the
Okay, down
T of
the.
Marcus.
Yeah.
Oh, here,
That
down
was
here.
what we were looking at.
Wow.
This game was just so
Okay.
full of surprises that
Wow.
we decided to like look deep into the end game to see if there was any way for Chris to come back. But
How
yeah,
many
once
would
he played
nostrils have
Int,
been? That's going to be pretty huge.
104.
Oh wow! No, don't tell me. No, glad I didn't notice. No,
Oh, he
I
blocked
didn't
it.
look down there. No.
Yeah,
No.
nobody noticed that
Anyways,
one.
that was yeah, that was the engine. That was Quackle
Wow. Okay.
showing us the goods. But
Yeah.
yeah, amazing game, Natalie. If
Yeah.
you
No,
have
it was
any
brilliant.
other thoughts, you've been making a great comeback in the
Yeah.
standings.
No, I just feel
Great to
quite
see you back.
calm. I have no idea why. I've just taken a game at a time and try not to think about it too much. So no, it's good. But thank you as well for all the commentary. It's been brilliant. I've watched a little bit of it. I've not been sleeping very much. I'm amazed I'm still playing okay. And I've watched some of the commentary, and the stream's been brilliant. So looking forward to watching it all when I get home. Thanks.
Well, thank you for that, but we wish you
Okay.
extremely good luck in your next 4 games, and
Thank you.
yeah, hoping
thanks. Hope so.
for more games like this, but it's going to be a tough act to
Yeah.
follow because this was a legendary one
Yes.
for sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's going to happen again. Okay.
Yeah, so
All right.
all right,
Natalie.
thanks Natalie.
Good
Good luck.
Thanks for talking. Bye.
Yep. All
Bye.
right. So there you go, everybody. Natalie coming off of one of the crazier wins that we've seen in a while. Yeah. So that was an incredible game to witness. And it's not yet reflected in the standings here, but you can see that win for Sammy, moving him to 20-8. We're going to see already that Chris and Natalie's game is in. So Chris staying at 19, Natalie moving up. And then we've got this game still to be decided between these two. That's going to have some serious reverberations. And nice to see Ben Schoenbrunn win a couple games. Josh working his way back deep into the green zone there.
Yeah, I don't want to jinx it, but like I said, Ben is so good at taking a stand in the final rows of a tournament. So yeah, he's back in the green. He has incredibly high spread. So as long as he continues to win, he's gonna podium for sure. He wins the next 4. He might even get second.
That would be an amazing comeback from a tough end of the day yesterday. So again, let's see where we are here. It looks like with round 28 in the books, players will be on their tea break right now. Shouldn't be that much longer until we return. Uh-oh, am I getting drop frames? Looks like I am. I guess a good time for it. Hopefully,
you're back.
Hopefully I'm all right.
A nice internet.
Yeah, sorry about that. Hopefully the internet stays strong throughout the day. But yeah, I think 4 more games to go with a lunch break mixed in. But what do you think, Josh? Maybe a short break for us here?
Sure, yeah. No worries with that. The rounds are going to be a little bit later than usual. They've been close to the top of the hour for the last few days. But given that they're doing round-to-round pairings, making sure everything is in order, all the results are in, there's going to be a little bit more of a delay between rounds. So yeah, we can take a short break and come right back for round 29 of 32. Man, things are getting crazy and spicy, Will. I can't wait to see the next pairing.
Very much so. So yeah, we'll wait for those results to come in, get those pairings, come back in a jiff, and we can answer some questions in the chat. I see some good ones, but we're going to take a quick break, as Josh said. BRB in just a minute, couple minutes with round 29.
Yo, yo, yo.
Hey everybody, we're back. No need for fancy intro or anything like that. We got our players, we got our matchup. It's going to be Sammy Okosagah in sole position of first place right now at 20-8. You just saw the standings there. They're going to get started. No delay. Paul Allen, a very worthy challenger. 3-time UK champion. I believe he is the current reigning UK Scrabble champion. Very, very tough opponent. This should be a very good game for sure, and it means a lot to Sammy. If Sammy can keep stacking wins, this tournament is his to control, Josh.
Oh, first tile is a blank.
Second tile is a Q. Ow, a U!
You. Are you serious?
No,
Okay, that's actually not very good.
no Kazik this time. Yeah, that's insane.
Quince, you have to play Quince.
Quince with the Z.
Setting up.
Oh, Quince
Z.
setting up your Z. That's what we want here? We want to see Quince and
It's
not
gotta be the play.
Quince.
It's gotta be the play. Cuz? You can't see Cuz come down.
You don't like the extra
Look at
points
this.
of
He
playing
knows.
the Z? I think he's going to play the Z.
Oh, Keynes. You're just pronouncing it wrong.
Well, I thought that's what you were saying at first. Then I realized you were saying Quince with the C and got confused. But yeah, I think this is just more, right? But cool play to open.
Yeah.
Paul saying something about
Yeah,
this.
Sadly.
But great start. What can you say? QZ blank to open. It's weird though, Josh. I mean, those are three. Well, the Q we don't really regard as a good tile, but the Z and the blank we do, and QU together, I guess, is what we should emphasize. That's the good part. But QU and Z don't actually mesh super well with the blank as far as bingoing, and the Q and the Z definitely do not typically mesh together.
Yeah. So Engine's saying this is a few points better than putting the C in the spot that the Z is in. But we're seeing a hold and a challenge.
Just a challenge, yeah. This is a relatively newly added word. So we're gonna get the.
Yeah, it's one of the many French numbers that is valid.
Oh, are they saying that something needs to be like muted? Maybe he's saying you can hear the headset. Okay, that's good.
Oh, that would be bad.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, all right, good. We got that under control. Sammy saw that. I don't. We were reacting before we even saw what Sammy was playing, so I am not worried about that. But in any case, good to have those procedures adhered to.
Yeah, it's definitely important to mute the the live feed that's right next to the game. That's an important thing to do. Anyways, Paul is down by 66. He's gonna have to decide whether he plays X underneath or 60 or not 60, 45. Do I know how to count?
Yes, you do.
Or if he plays XU.
Yeah.
And keeps the better letters. But I think you can't say no to the 11 extra points.
Right. Is a lot more.
He's considering other stuff. Looks like he's considering Fugu.
Huh.
Or maybe Fug. Oh no, probably Fug.
Bug setting up the X again, but not in a really that useful way. Yeah, I would definitely be plopping down my 45 points here. Unless there's more. Oh, maybe he would want to.
According to the engine,
play tuxes.
Tuxes. That's 52.
It has.
And it doesn't keep those clunky constants.
It has some things to, that make it an advantage over EX. FGTU is such a brutal combination. that keeping the S doesn't really help it that much, but it does help it. You know, keeping the S is important. The S is a very strong tile here with this hook, and X does not obstruct it. So I think I would still be wanting to play EX, but it's not so obvious as I thought at first.
Yeah, I think the added benefit of playing EX is that you're maintaining that S hook. That's such a strong hook. Even just for a short play, you're scoring well over 30 points. So we like this decision. EX coming down. Sammy to respond probably pretty quickly here with either Yuka with 2 Cs here or maybe here.
Is there anything with
just
EX?
gotta count them up. Yeah, I think with the EX is 34. And 30 with Zaya, so I don't think you're sacrificing.
There isn't really, there isn't anything good there. Like if there was a play that you could play both your C's and your U that went through making the Y here, it could be interesting to play, but there really isn't anything like that. So I'm agreeing that it's Yuka in one of the two spots here. You get a bunch more points by playing it here as opposed to here. I guess you give back H plays, but really not super much else. You play Yuka here, you give an S hook back, but there already was a good one, so that's kind of a lateral move. Seems fine. But Paul has a fantastic draw. Paul is looking at bingoing.
Yeah, so I guess the question is, is Sammy worried about putting the C right here? Like you said, H plays could come down for 50 plus. Both H's still out, but it is still early. I think the added benefit of playing underneath is you're eliminating and not giving back any tiles to play through. To Paul, who took a while to play this very high scoring play, you might be wondering, what is he keeping in reserve? Is it really good? Is it not so good? So what we do know is that Paul has now spotted Fugatos, and it's going to come down regardless. If you see Yuka and Zaya, which is a 4-point sacrifice, which I totally understand, Fugato is going to score very nicely with Haynes's.
Yeah, this is going to hit really hard there. Among plays that do not hit a double or triple letter score, this is going to be a very, very high number, right? 95 points for this.
Word score.
That's what I meant. Word score. Yep, thank you. Rare to see a play so high scoring that doesn't hit one of those bigger multipliers on the board. So heavy hitter right there by Paul, and he trailed after the first couple moves, but he is most decidedly in the lead now. Let's see what Sammy can draw. Now there's a ton of nice tiles to play through.
Ooh. That's
no.
Quadruple.
Oh my
what
God.
In the world?
Heinous draw for Sammy, and it looks like the makings of a great one for Paul. So we could be looking at tough start for our leader Sammy here. Insane draw. Horrendous. What, if anything, can he even do here that with so many ends, what is he supposed to do?
First you cry a little bit, then you look for plays. I think that's how I would go about this. I think you have to keep the way to get rid of 3 of the ends is to play this word. Let me type it in. Nonane. Very crazy.
That's probably
crazy
worth
6-letter word.
That must be worth playing, right? So you're probably not exchanging. If you have a play like Nonane available that leaves NR, NR is perfectly decent. It's not a great leave, but it's certainly not a bad leave. Sammy gonna go ahead and just play Non.
This instead.
Yeah, this has some merit as well.
Yeah, this is a very board opening play after Yuka closing the board down. This play of Non not only sets up underlaps, of the YO. We have that third and fourth N that can go right down there. But it also sets up the A hook for
and he draws
anon.
Brens. That's a valid word. Sammy drew into a bingo.
But really depends on what Paul is going to do here to see if Bren's is going to come down. Because right now, there's no home for that word. And I don't imagine a play from Paul is going to give that back. We have the new word available, Furias.
Tough one. That looks to be the best, huh? The only one that plays under here. You have to make your blank a B and then go across with this. That is a tricky find. I'd be very impressed for Paul to see that. If you don't find that, the other options are all kind of underwhelming.
Yeah, we might actually see Aries.
Yeah, that gives Bren's
This
back.
A, and that would give Bren's back. There are a couple of the available bingos. Yeah, like you said, underwhelming. These are great letters, but the duplicate I and R really reduce the options for Paul. So some of his playable bingos, such as the very natural Aries, is going to give a spot for Bren's. There's also this crazy Raurikis available to the U, which would, I think, work out in Paul's favor.
Yeah, let's show this on
I'm
the
just
quack.
looking at all these options. Yeah, so there's Raurikis that does not give a spot for Bren's. There's Ariaries that does, said. There is Rarifies. Let's look at that. That
That
also
gives it
gives a spot
back.
for Bren's.
Yeah. Some of these Paul's just not.
Sartoriai.
Paul's not going to play some of these, right? Like he's not playing
Rarifies is
Rarifies.
insane.
Aries.
Might play Sartoriai.
True. This looks pretty good defensively, not giving hooks. This is a plural of Sartorius. Seems all right. Rarities also.
This is the easiest one to spot.
He did spot this already. He had this lined up. I mean, I guess you could say he had Rarifies lined up with that as well, but I'm pretty sure, yeah. So this is a good choice. This looks like he's going to dodge the danger of Bren's here, I'm pretty sure. So he designates this blank.
Yeah. So definitely leaving many points on the table, missing the 7-letter word, the only 7-letter word on this rack of Furias. But it's not going to contribute to Sammy's chances in this game very much, as he's going to be forced to not bingo again, but he'd play it Neb.
Yeah.
Setting up the S.
Sneb, exactly. That looks like it's barring something we're not seeing that's way better. Neb's coming down for sure at this score. Sammy, normally very defensive when he needs to be, likes to deny his opponents opportunities whenever he can, but he can switch to offensive mode very fast. He's doing exactly that here. Does look like Paul's going to be able to underlap this if he wants and take the sting out of the sneb hook, but Sammy could easily draw something somewhere else, Josh.
Yeah, very easily. So 3E draw for Paul, post bingo, but the FWY combination, that's going to let him continue to score and mount the pressure on Sammy, who's drawn quite well. He's going to be bingoing next turn, but Paul, he's going to be able to keep scoring. So like you said, some underlap, neb, maybe something like few, F-E-W, is going to nullify this S hook, but it's not without risk, as it will set up some counterplay on the bottom. So we'll see. I think players at this level, they see a play like Neb, they know what's up, right? Right, Will?
Yeah, for sure. If you're really clever, if I'm Paul and I'm in rare form and I'm going up against somebody as good as Sammy, I'm saying, why Neb instead of Ibex, right? Something like this.
Well,
This is a little scary to make this hook, so maybe you just don't want to do this because it makes eek and ew hooks. But in any case, even if you don't see a better play for these letters, if you're playing Sammy, you basically got to give him credit that he probably has an S here. So, yeah. I think it makes a lot of sense. If I'm Paul, I want to play here. Few seems reasonable. You mentioned the counterplay, so the W going in this spot right here gives a T back and an S, I suppose, but it's not so horrible. It seems like it's going to be not the easiest, definitely still possible to play something underneath, but I wouldn't be so worried. Looks like U is interesting choice here, actually.
A better leave.
The leave's way better.
Normally, the Y is better than the F.
The only thing, though, SY,
not with the R.
This is still possible, technically, whereas SF is really totally locked down. So if he wants to block it more conclusively, he could play the F, but I think he needs to continue to be somewhat aggressive. I like this choice to play the Y. SY is not really that likely or dangerous, and he just sets himself up much better, Josh.
Totally agree with this decision. It's the engine choice. Sure, you have some risk, but there's some risk associated to any of the plays. You really can't be worried about some random SY words, even though they might end up costing you dearly a very, very small fraction of the time. FREE together, way more potent than EERY. As we see, yeah, is that a good draw for Paul or a bad one? I mean, he has he has fervor, I guess. Which would be very nice to come down. I don't think that's getting blocked.
Yeah.
So Sammy, to respond, he's going to bingo with something like Smarten or Sarments. He doesn't want to open that S hook for Paul, but I think taking 81, that's what Smarten would score versus 78 for Sarments. I think in the position it's okay to take the extra points because you're going to be down either way. What about you, Will? Do you think Sarments or Smarten?
Well, just to note, Sarment here, not a good option because of the A hook of Sarmenta. So if you're going to play here, Smarten is the way to go. I agree with you that, well, I mean, it's down to those two. If I'm Sammy, I got to think, what's going to be my situation on my next move? I might feel like I'm going to be down by probably 30 or 40 points on average after my next move. So maybe I want to play Smarten and set up an S hook. Sammy's going to play it a little more controlled. It's only a few points to sacrifice to play this. 5 points. That's a good amount. But
he's floating that S in space. I'm not sure I like this. Can we just address the fact that if Few instead was played, triple?
Wow, is that really true? Oh my god. Yeah,
that is absolutely.
I'm not used to that anagram either. Transfem through the F of few. So here I was talking about how it's so safe to put the F here when in fact in this situation, I think in the general case that's definitely true. SF is a very, very uncommon two-tile adjoining letter in words, but it would have led to, if Sammy knows that new word, that's the only thing, right? The new words can, I don't think I would have seen that, frankly. But that would have been an insane swing. Wow. Crazy.
Yeah, I can't believe that. But didn't happen. What could have been sometimes incredible. What has been is sometimes incredible. And back to Paul, who's challenged, given 5 extra points for the play of Ragments. You're not sure, makes perfect sense. And some difficult finds here, but I think he's going to be capable of finding his 40-plus pointer through this U
Oh man.
of Fugato's Fuero.
That would be
Is
phenomenal.
very difficult, but it's something that he'll be looking for. These top players, they see where they can put their tiles to score and see if they can keep going. He's definitely going to be sort of confused about this Ragman's play and maybe wondering if he should block that S. He can do that with something like Vos, VOES, but yeah, certainly not as good.
Yeah. The issue, you mentioned this a couple times yesterday, right? Like opening triples. This is definitely concerning. You can definitely hit this S. But in games between two high-level players, as I said yesterday, there are often going to be points available in higher difficulty areas that these players can spot that maybe more, less experienced players might be tunnel visioning on this spot. But actually, as you say, Josh, Fuero is just way more points on offer than anything else, and it has nothing to do with the S in the triple lane. So, yeah, doesn't look like he's going to see it. It seems like he's going to sort of tunnel vision to that S. And this isn't a play without merit. Getting rid of the V is a good thing. Blocking the S is a good thing. But it is a big point sacrifice over his highest scoring play here.
Yeah. So what's funny about this play is it does keep the letters for Fuero, so he's going to maybe have another chance to find it depending on what Sammy plays. But if he does find it, if I were him and I saw Fuero next turn, I'd be like, oh no, I should have played that last turn. So part of me doesn't want him to find it next turn just for the psychological thing. But okay, it's not going to happen with this beautiful way to get rid of these low scoring tiles.
Yeah.
Ironized for 20. I
Great.
like this play a lot.
Great play.
Among terrible options. Not great to get rid of such good tiles, but there really wasn't any way to make a great play here. So score as much as you can. Try to draw something for next turn. Sammy is still behind. He's trailing 12 points after this. And it's back to Paul. Some decent balance.
Yeah, balanced tiles for Paul for sure. It's funny that like ironized 20 points on the scoreboard doesn't feel like it should be a game changer in any way. But being able, if you're Sammy, to get out from that ugly duplicate filled rack with an even decent play at all, as he draws Hamular on the rack, which does fit in at least one spot that I see. Doesn't feel like it's going to be blocked. So Sammy having a chance to flex that legendary word knowledge, and he's going to get that chance here. This could be a big swing.
Yeah, OF or EF in this spot.
Nice play.
For Paul.
Risky.
Yeah. Engine likes it. It is dangerous. It has its risks, but with the score as it is, I'm not sure you have to be so worried about that. It's very likely just a one tile play here.
Sammy is a beast.
Cancel out that risk. I saw he was about to line it up, and then he stopped. I've seen him do that before.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no way he hadn't seen it. So beautiful find. Wasting no time. But
this gives bingo back to Paul, so we're gonna get some serious fireworks from here on out for sure. This is,
and even if somehow Paul misses this, he's got Depot for
right
million as an overlap. So does Hamular have a hook, Will, to take a Y, take an S? I don't think so.
No S for sure. I'm thinking about the Y. My gut says, well, I guess it actually is a moot point. So if I'm in either of their shoes right now, I'm saying Oh, good. Thank goodness. I don't have to worry. Both Ys and both blanks are out. I guess I would guess no, but I would be glad I don't have to make that determination in this game. Um, yeah, Deporter, as has been shouted out, that actually is valid. And we'll go into this R. Paul, I'm sure he's going to see it, but this is a classic word that you could maybe see but doubt the validity of in some cases, Josh.
Yeah, it's hard. For me, when I study words, I tend to do well with sort of pairs because it kind of like it gives me it's like one memory. So reported, deporter, ordered.
Yeah, so many
Um,
Porter
I just have
words.
to remember that deporter is good, but sometimes those ER words very, very difficult. But yeah, Paul wasting no time. He's sure of it. So that's going to propel him way back into the lead, up by 49. But depending on what Sammy has
Yeah,
drawn out of the bag, there's some massive counterplay available on multiple fronts.
yeah. I
So
mean,
these next two draws for both players are going to be key in determining who's going to have the advantage
yeah.
heading into the later portion of the game, Will.
The thing about it is there's two spots, right? So if both players draw something flexible, it hugely favors Paul. He's going to get one of the two. So really what Sammy needs is for Paul to draw trash, and maybe he gets to hit one of the two spots hard. It looks like he's closer to a bingo than anything else, actually. Oh man,
Whoa.
what's he got
Oh, but
here?
that doesn't look good at all
Wow.
for scoring. I think
Oh man.
Sammy he's drawn well, but Paul's drawn way better for the position right here.
Yeah.
I guess saving grace for Sammy is he can just drop his GI,
Keeping the
something like
case
that.
S though, like the case S. Obviously, Paul is
But the
hugely
problem is,
incentivized
yeah,
to play here and block that. But at least it doesn't seem like I'm looking. It seems like Paul is one letter away from so many different things with the J here, but it doesn't quite look like he has such a play. So maybe Sammy drops GI as you suggest, going for an S bingo here. Paul plays something to block, and maybe Sammy draws something here or here to keep things close. Definitely pathways for him here. Paul definitely the favorite though with these draws.
yeah. I mean, even if Sammy gets what he wants after GI scores 28, brings him within 21. Almost certainly, Paul gonna play something like Held, like you said, one letter off of a huge J bomb. But after Held, Sammy's going to be down 56, so it's certainly not a given, even if he gets that bingo down, that he's going to have an advantage here. So it really comes down to this play by Sammy. Is he going to play the extra T, possibly get 5 extra points for Git, or is he going to keep the extremely potent AINST, but he needs a vowel?
Yeah. Ratio a little bit skewed towards the consonants, two T's unseen that he can redraw. So I think it makes sense from that perspective to get the 5 points. Getting 5 points is not meaningless here. So I think I like this choice by him quite a bit. Try to snag one of those E's that if he can get E consonant consonant or something, some permutation of that, that would be really nice for him.
It's a
Maybe
little concerning. The vowel he's most likely to redraw, Sammy, is another I.
yeah.
See what he gets.
Oh, there's one.
Yep, that's another I, and that's a
Mm,
V. Ooh.
tough one.
So after held, nothing through the D. Yeah, this is not good
Invalids
for our tournament leader.
barely not fitting through the D after held. One space away. Neffy is not a word. There's so many 4-letter words in this plus an I, but this is not one of them. So yeah.
So it is worth mentioning the play of Dojo for Paul Allen. He's got held lined up, keeping letters for Dojo. I don't like this idea, playing Dojo and leaving this big spot open. It's true that Paul's only up 16 here, but if he's able to just navigate the position after held and continue the scoring pressure, I think, and he also has Dojo next turn through the O, I think that's a much better idea than using up all his vowels. Like we said, consonant heavy pool, not too many vowels unseen. I think this play has to be correct. But back to Sammy, who's going to need some magic.
Yeah, that looks solid. Held definitely. You're not thrilled with putting a letter out in space here with the lead, but I think blocking that big S hook is even better than extending a D, especially when you cannot end words in this D, really. I guess it might be possible with some crazy words with S and something here, but very, very unlikely. So, agreeing with your analysis there, very difficult decision on offer for Sammy here. What does he do? That V, he surely, I can't imagine not using up the V here, Josh. Do you just play Ver or something here? This looks very uninspiring. Blocking a critical lane that you might need.
I think so, honestly. I don't really. Let's look at some other options. I think if you play Valley, that blocks that D. I think that's even more important. But Ver, yeah, all of the plays that Sammy has on offer just demonstrate the weakness of the V. It's so hard to play and get rid of that it'll often just shoot you in the foot, whatever you do with it when you're at a deficit. So I think Ver, you have this lane, you
Yeah.
have this lane.
This lane is so
you have
tough,
some
though.
hope.
I feel like this is deceptively
Yeah.
hard to hit a 7 here, whereas it's definitely better here when you can just end in any vowel. If you just get an E and draw something ending in E, this one's tougher, way tougher.
Yeah, you're totally right there. I think there's just no
There's
good
no way
option
around
there
it, right? You got to make a
for
play, so it's brutal.
Maybe you play Vino. Maybe you're not down by that much. You play Vino and you leave as much open as you can. That leaves all 3 open. Then you run the risk of getting outrun by maybe some high scoring response to the R or some overlap. But maybe Vino. Maybe Vino will. But that N is very nice though.
At least it doesn't block anything. But yeah, I mean, something like Juke here for Paul. Gonna get into that outrunning territory, right? That's pretty good. It blocks at least some part of the board as well. I know I just said that line is bad, but
Yeah,
it does exist.
It's gonna mention Paul's rack doesn't look so good. If you're somewhat new to Scrabble, you don't like those triple O's, those high scoring words, high scoring consonants, but actually it's pretty much perfect for Paul to have something like this and be able to continue exerting the scoring pressure when you're up by 52. So yeah, we'll have to see what Sammy comes up with. There's definitely room for some creativity on this move. But it looks pretty rough regardless. There's a suggestion of a vial, VIAL, Via or something. I just hate it. I hate everything.
Yeah, look at Sammy's body language. I feel like he's got his glasses up, sort of saying, like, God, this is just brutal, you know? Yeah, look at that. Look at that body language. That's what we're all feeling for Sammy right now, where he's just like, God, I just have, oh my gosh, it's only getting worse. Head in his hands now.
Well, what I think, Will, look what he's aligned on his rack.
Oh,
Is
he's
there a
trying
chance
to
that
decide.
He's wondering if this is a word.
Sylvian.
He's in such a bad position. Is there any word like this you might be thinking of? Like Sylvia, Sylvina.
Sylvan,
Sylvina is good with
just
with the Y,
Sylvan,
right?
you know. Sylvia, Sylvina. No, just Sylvine,
Yeah.
I think.
Just Sylvine? Okay.
Yeah. And also, well, whatever. Let's not get into. I could just rattle words off that won't make sense to anyone but myself and maybe you. It's when Scrabble players start rattling off words that look like other words, it's hard to digest what the heck we're talking about. So, but yeah, he could. This looks like other words. It's a good point. He could be agonizing about, if I don't play this word right now, am I chickening out of a bingo that could win me the game and maybe the tournament, right? Like if he's in first place, it would be so painful to chicken out of a valid bingo here.
I agree.
But it's not good.
Yeah, we got a lot of people in the chat seeing Paul Allen for the first time and making that reference that I still don't get.
Those American Psycho jokes. Let's see Paul Allen's tiles. Seen that one before for sure. I'm sure he's heard it before. And
Anvil.
Oh. Huh.
That could be good. That could be interesting.
Oh.
You could draw like a big overlap. Yeah, he's playing it. That's what I thought he was thinking about. He's gonna take it back. He hasn't hit his clock. Maybe gauging Paul's reaction. No, hits the clock.
Hold. You could see him say hold very fast. This is getting challenged instantly. Tough one for Sammy. I think this is in part borne out by his options all being as horrendous as we've been pointing out. Every option that we were trying to figure out for Sammy was so brutal. Probably felt, if this has any chance of being good, I got to go for it because my other options suck. He's correct about that, but his winning chances are going to go down quite a bit after this one.
Almost to zero, you have to imagine. With Paul's letters, he's just going to plop Juke down. Going to score 38, extend his lead to 90. He knows that Sammy's got nothing good. So, yeah, it was a position where making something happen, we did mention, was of utmost importance. But, yeah, Juke coming down, clearing away the best play. Now that Paul knows what Sammy has exactly, the only thing to think about is what am I giving back? Is it a problem to give him something here, maybe something here that he might have, but there's no issue.
Yeah, there isn't really even a setup type thing, right? Like if, for example, if you could play something like Via and set up like Avia or something, maybe that would be good. But there isn't even a real threat to put here that sets up a lane with Sammy's tiles. So Juke, very safe in that regard. And I'm guessing that whatever Sammy's next play is, yeah, he's going to do something like this. Why not?
That's what I was going to suggest.
Yeah, why not?
Gotta make something happen. We'll wait to see what Paul has drawn. Oh, that's a very good draw. All of those vowels.
Bovid.
But still a few vowels for Sammy to draw.
Oh, obviated. Oh my god. He just drew obviated.
Oh my goodness, that fits.
That's crazy. The V giving Paul a bingo that's going to pump his margin up even higher. So Sammy going for the win in this game with Sylvian, but he's actually going to take a pretty big beating with his tiebreaker, the spread. Wow.
Yeah. No wiliest. Wiliest is not going to fit. So long as Paul recognizes, I mean, in a position like this, when you know you're in amazing shape, seeing that you have this 95 pointer randomly through a V, I mean, it's not a given. He doesn't need that to win, Paul, but I think he's going to probably just realize at some point, oh, okay, obviated. Gonna look for plays through the V. That's where you want to play. And
He's thinking about just
looking at
vibe.
it's not obvious, Will.
I agree.
Like I said, it's.
I totally agree with you.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, you're thinking about blocking the V, not imagining that you have a bingo. If I was to say to Paul, you got a bingo here, he would find that within 2 seconds, if that.
Instant.
It just is the entire idea.
And now you have to imagine. Sorry, you have to imagine for Sammy, like if obviated does come down, it's like, wow, what a slow roll.
Yeah. And in these positions as a top player, which Paul definitely is, I actually like his chances to eventually see obviated if he thinks about it. If he's like, oh well, what else could I play through this V, and looks a little harder. I mean, I would be surprised to not. Is he thinking about, I need to not empty the bag? Because I would certainly be thinking about playing Bovid here, but that empties the bag, so you don't want to run into that issue, even though you might outrun most stuff. Actually, you're not at this score, maybe. Well, whatever. We'd have to calculate it.
Think about what. I mean, Will, let's remember what happened to Paul last time he was on stream. He was in an amazing position against Kevin McMahon.
Oh,
and
true.
Somehow, Kevin seized victory out of the jaws of defeat. Paul's got to be like, all right, that can't happen again. I can't empty the bag. Maybe there's some huge play from the D that's gonna outrun me. And he's thinking hard about it, but he's missing the forest for the trees.
Yeah. So I'm sure. Oh, counting again. I'm sure he's fine to play vibe. I cannot imagine leaving one in the bag. That's going to be fine. So yeah, he'll be surprised at this. It's very human, natural to do this, I think. This is where that study regimen comes in too, because if you're able to spot bingos like really, really fast, you just flash on them as soon as the letters appear to you. That makes it easier, even when you're not super focused on the actual objective. Like even just seeing the hint of those letters is going to conjure up the word to you. That's where you aspire to be, but it takes a lot of time and energy to maintain that.
Yeah. So once again, let's be clear. The reason for this play of vibe, of course, Paul would have played obviated if he saw it. But the reason playing 3 tiles and scoring a lot less than you could have scored with Bovid or even vibed is that would have completely emptied the bag. There's now 1 tile left in the bag. Paul has no fear of losing this game, being up 100, with the fact that Sammy cannot end the game on the spot with a bingo. So that is the reason for vibe. That's just being as safe as possible. Paul just needs to win, and he's doing what he can to do that. So very, very smart decision by Paul Allen. And back to Sammy, who's probably just given up here. I mean, you got to know that you're cooked, right?
Yeah. 1 tile. What are you even supposed to do with 1 tile that does anything? He should probably just find a good score. Maybe W-E-I-L. Maybe he could put the S on for the lols. Nah, just kidding. No hamulars. But that would be pretty good.
It's true, though. He does have 27 for the W, bringing him within 72. So there is a chance that if Paul royally screws up.
Oh, yeah. Why not?
Maybe you can go out with
Sure.
Dilliest or something.
Sure. Just play your W. Sure. Makes sense. Why not? Give yourself a chance. Maybe Paul makes...
We know that the E is in the bag, so Spylight will fit.
True.
Is that good? Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Good eye. That should be blockable. But, yeah, I think that's definitely a very reasonable pathway here. But, yeah, this game, Sylvian, Sammy went for it. Didn't work out. He's still in very, very strong position. Already getting a few more results in. What was the other game that we pulled? Looks like Chris Lipe won his game, if I'm not mistaken. Or no, I think he lost.
No,
actually.
Ben won against Chris Lipe.
Yeah, Ben
apparently.
beat him. So there is the play of Wild.
That's
That
great
is
for Ben Schoenbrunn.
Yeah, huge one for Ben.
That's classy, Will.
What's that?
Right? That's a classy play. WEIL.
What?
Knowing that there's no way you're gonna win if Paul knows what he's doing.
Yeah, as opposed to the grimy, I'm going to play the W and hope that he plays a phony and then absolutely, embarrass him epic fashion. Maybe a loss so bad that he quits Scrabble forever, something like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
Paul probably going to play Glad here after a little bit more deliberation. GLAD, he had it almost on the board. And Sammy to go out probably with TPs or something of that nature. And that'll be it for round 29 of this marathon 32 gamer Milton Keynes UK.
Paul sitting way
great
back.
Win for Paul Allen.
Way back in his chair. I'm not prepared for somebody to sit at that angle.
He is so chill. He likes to be comfortable. I'm the same way. So he's a pretty tall fella.
Yeah, I just wasn't prepared for such a laid back, literally and figuratively, individual there. Just sure if we go to the other screens that we get that. There we go. All good. Yep.
Anyways, time ticking down. Paul's got 4 minutes. Bag is empty. He's only got one play left if he knows what Sammy has. So he can take all the time he needs. I think every point of spread. Every point of spread. You see that number after the record next to the player names. Every point of spread is important at this point. For Paul, he doesn't have that great of a differential, so wants to make sure that this is the correct option, which it is, by 4 points over the next best play. Sammy to respond. PST.
Or PST. Either PST or I. He could have done 2 different plays starting with PS in the corner, which are correct. 46. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, my bad on that. Did not see that option. A few people pointed out in chat. Way better than taking the outplay for TPs. We imagine TPs for 9 points, getting 6 from Paul. That's a total of 15. PST 45 points, and Paul to go out for 11. So that'll be way better on differential than going out. Sometimes you have a high scoring play, delay going out. Usually you should go out when you have an outplay, but not in this case.
Nice win here in the making for Paul. It's going to set Sammy back. Paul is going to jump up a couple places. I don't know if he's actually going to go up that high because a lot of the other players with 18 wins actually have very good spread. So he has more work to do, definitely wanting to maximize his win here by as much as he can. Down comes Oat, so Paul has nailed his end game here. Oh, Sammy going for the handshake. Not yet. Game's not over yet.
Denied.
Handshake denied.
Wow. Very nice.
There we go. Now Paul's saying, let's get that shake in. Crazy game.
That's like when you're playing online and you haven't finished the game and your opponent's just like GG.
Yeah.
That's what that reminds me of.
Yep, that's
so
true.
Sammy's one of those.
GG energy. So yeah. We'll see if we can talk to Paul. Nice win for him. Not sure how much time. I know we do have one more game before we all take our break before the final 2 climactic rounds here. Not sure if we're, wanting to get the next game underway. Pairings aren't up, at least what I see. Again, Josh will also be looking for that. But Sammy is still going to be in first place after this loss. That's the key thing. Harshan has won his game to move up to 20-9. So the top 2 players right now, still Sammy in first, Harshan in second, both on 20 wins. Then there's a whole mess of other games that still need to be decided. Yeah, we'll see if Paul wants to chat. If not, that's fine. But I have a suspicion that he will be glad to chat with us, Josh.
Yeah, maybe to tell us off about our sound coming through the headset.
We'll see about that. I'm not sure what that was. But all's well that ends well. It's only one turn. Sammy was already making that play. And he wins the game in pretty impressive fashion. Sammy's leg messing with that rack cam, which will get corrected.
Indeed. So yeah, a great win for Paul. Did he win the first game we showed him on stream? I can't recall. It's been so many games.
Have we seen him other than the Kevin McMahon game?
I think so.
You've seen him one other time? He would know better than we do. It's
hard to
all
remember.
fading. It's all fading in my mind.
Yeah. All right. Headset. Is he going to be willing? Looks like it. Very nice. Thank you, Paul. As they reset the tiles, going to get the victor on the headset. Give us a few thoughts about this game.
We'll know
About
when the
whatever else.
Zoom call is still muted. It's working on that. All right, now we should be able to hear Paul and be heard by Paul. Paul, can you hear us? It's Will and Josh in the booth.
I can. Thanks.
Awesome.
Hi, folks.
Great win just now. That was a very exciting back and forth game. How are you feeling now, moving up to 18 wins? A few more games to go.
Very tired. I can't say. Feeling amazed. Very tired.
Yeah, it's been a marathon tournament.
If that was
it'd be weird if you weren't.
Give me some slack. Yeah. We'll start shuffling along at this stage.
It seems like you're doing more than that. We really like the way you played that game.
Oh, thanks. I can imagining. Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just imagining lots of mistakes because the brain is sort of sludgy.
No, honestly, we really like the way you played this game. There was one moment when you played Evos where you had, I guess, potentially a better play. You had 43 on offer with Fuero through the U of Fugatos.
Say again.
Tough overlap.
What was it? What was
Fuero through the U of Fugatos. That was really our only question.
Okay. I think I didn't even really look much. I'm obsessing about the S really. Yeah. Fair enough.
Right.
Yeah,
that's what we speculated that.
Yeah.
And the only other alteration is, this is going to sound worse than it is because you had the game totally locked up, was on Vibe, you actually had obviated through that V.
Oh my God.
We knew.
Before. I was thinking entirely about blocking.
Exactly.
I once
Why
missed...
do you tell him this, Will?
No, that's fine. I don't mind. I don't know. I don't mind if it's 100% win. And never mind. I once missed Erasian because I blocked. I played like 4 consecutive blocking moves, and I blocked and I blocked and I blocked and I blocked, and then suddenly I had Erasian, but I'd gotten to this. I must block, and so I could just have played Erasian. I still won the game 100%. I don't mind if it's winning the game 100%. I'll probably lose like 200 quid on spread or something, but I was 100%. My brain was 100% thinking I must block and leave one in the bag. I wasn't really thinking about bonus or anything. I was just thinking, can I secure the win? Yeah.
as we
that's
said,
terrible.
as we said
That's
on
terrible.
stream, if somebody tapped you on the shoulder and said you have
Yeah.
a bingo here, you would have found it within 1 second. That's what we
Yeah.
said. So it was totally
Yeah.
just a mindset thing. The play you made was 100% to win, so you can't really be that
That's
disappointed.
all I ever care about.
Yep,
That's all I care
exactly.
about.
So yeah, only because you asked do we mention that. But
No. That's
yeah, but
Oh, dear.
overall, yeah, very, very solidly played game for sure. Just curious, not to, this is probably also very rude on my part, so I apologize for this, but the game we saw earlier with Kevin McMahon was an absolutely
Oh,
insane
God.
ending. I don't want to have
Jesus.
PTSD
No,
for
go
you.
on.
Yeah, I'm just
No,
wondering,
go on.
like, you've basically fully. I actually am gonna spin this as a positive, which is that you've really kind of fully
Yes.
made the comeback from that. You're fully in the cash zone right now, controlling your own
Yes.
destiny to have a high finish.
Yeah.
So you've summoned that mental toughness to get right back into the thick of it after that game. So I guess there's no real question in there except to say kudos. We were, our hearts broke for you there, but you're right back in the top. So very nicely done to stick with
Well,
it.
if you think that was bad, I've done worse than that. I lost to Ben Schonbrun yesterday by missing Sook. We both missed Sook. We thought the queue was stuck, and it's just sitting there, SUQ. So that's an even worse loss. That was an endgame loss. That's far outdoes the Kevin McMahon game. So,
Oh man! All right.
yeah,
Well,
I'm blowing a lot of games. Yeah, I think I'm playing really badly, but it's maybe everybody is at this point. I don't know. Who knows?
yeah, stamina definitely.
Not this game. You played fantastically this
Yeah,
game.
this
really,
was solid. This was a solid game.
really,
Don't
really
worry.
great
Don't.
I'm happy with solid at this point. Yeah, solid will do.
Fair enough. All right, Paul. Well, in that case, congratulations
thank you.
on
Thank
the
you.
win. Best
Cheers.
of luck in your next few games.
Thank you. Cheers.
All right,
Bye,
sounds
folks.
good. There we go. So just talking to Paul, very self-deprecating, Josh, and maybe it was a faux pas to mention obviated, but I feel like he was wanting to know.
Well, it's just if I think about like who I might be if I was born in Scotland 30 years so or 20 or so years ago, not 30. Paul Allen. I mean,
Yeah.
I feel like every word he said is just like, yep,
Yeah.
totally get it. Yep.
Relatable.
I love it. Beautiful.
So fun to talk to Paul. Again, very self-deprecating. You see that a lot from Scrabble players at a high level. Probably I fall into this as well, where I just don't like taking praise that much. I'm always thinking maybe a little bit to my detriment, though I have gotten a lot better about not like flagellating for misses, really getting down. I do feel like as a human being, it doesn't really help you that much to go too far into the self-anger route. When you make a bad play, it's not, you should be just as angry as you need to be to try not to make whatever mistake you made again, and no angrier, basically. So yeah, the mindset part of that, Josh, is something you have to learn over time.
Well, it's all psychology, either you're suffering from cognitive dissonance and you're just convincing yourself that everything is fine, or you're just self-deprecating and then you don't have to worry about worrying because whatever happens, you're not gonna be happy with yourself until you win. So, it's it's the psychology, it's the game psychology that really we can see throughout everybody, every player, just different levels of the way to cope with the standards we set for ourselves and others.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see. Oh, this is the schedule. I meant to do the standings, which we'll go to, but this is actually still helpful. So we just finished round 29. That means we're going to be moving into round 30 as soon as we have the pairings. Again, there's going to be some slight delay until all the games are finished so that we get the best pairings possible to give as many players a chance to control their own destiny as we can. So that essentially is what we wait for. But yeah, 3 more games, so much to play for. And what I wanted to do was actually look at the standings here. think it might. Maybe let's do this. Let me see if I can do this. It's nice when we talk about the standings a lot. Put it here. Put this here. Maybe we can appear. Oh, there we are. But this is all messed up. So I should be bringing in the other. Oh, you know what I can do? This is going to be genius level production, in fact. But Josh, talk about the standings while I mess around
Yeah,
here.
sorry, trying to talk when I'm muted. Yeah, when you pull up the standing stream, that's the time I use to like eat and drink and stuff. But
Oh,
that's okay.
sorry about that. I'm putting
Right now,
more pressure on you here.
it's too late. Too late, Will. You've ruined everything. All
Dang.
right. Right now, most of the results are in, especially at the top. So, Sammy and Harshan, both sitting at 29. I think if either of them goes 2-0,
Don't worry. This is intentional.
I wonder.
Check that out. Was that not
Hard to
epic?
say.
On the fly.
Yeah, that looks great. Looks great. I think if Sammy goes 2-0, oh, there's 3 games left. Sorry, 2-1.
Right.
Sammy goes 2-1, he'll probably win. Harshan, maybe not so much. But I guess with Kevin and Chris 1 game behind and with better spread, it's not so safe. If one of them goes 3-0, I think they will win. So, yeah, it's getting, like I said, getting really, really spicy.
A lot of people
Every single round that goes by.
Controlling their own destiny still. So yeah, so where would you put the cutoff of fully controls their own destiny? Here or lower?
I'd put it there, yeah.
Yeah. So with 3 games to go, any of these 4 players going 3-0 control their own destiny. These players are probably still alive to a certain extent. This is a little bit low of a spread. Anybody at 18 is probably going to need a good spread. That's what makes Ben kind of a threat if he were to win 3 and get a lot of help, which he would need a lot of help from Sammy and Harshan in particular.
His differential is good enough. So I really don't think that it's possible, but I don't want to jinx it and I don't want to say the wrong thing. But 21-11, I'm just trying to imagine Sammy and Harshan would both have to go 1-2. Kevin and Chris could go 2-1, but not get as much. Yeah, I guess Ben is still in this. I think. So, yeah, very crazy stuff. Very crazy stuff.
Yeah, can't go back to
So
last year.
Who's coming up from the dead? Ed Martin is coming up from the dead, our winner from last year.
Yeah, I was literally, what I'm doing on my other screen is I forgot that there are fewer games last year than this year. So I went back to last year to see what was the winning number of how many wins did Ed Martin get last year when he won? And it doesn't make, it's apples to oranges because they only played 25 games. It happens to be that his winning record was 18-7, but that is not applicable to this. But yeah, Ed Martin, our defending champion, slowly rising from the grave, back up here. He started very slow. I mean, it's actually crazy at a tournament like this. Bradley Whitmarsh has been winning everything stateside this year. Former world champion Mark Nyman, former UK champion Phil Robertshaw, defending champion Ed Martin, former world's finalist and one of the elite players in the world, Lewis Mackay, guy who was in first place the entire tournament. All these players are in the red zone, Josh.
A funny description of Rashid. Yeah, there's still 1 game we're rating on the result, but yeah, I mean, anybody could have won this tournament. There really wasn't a favorite in my mind. So it's no surprise that some people are not doing so well and other people are doing well. So many strong players. And only time will tell which I guess of the top 5 are going to make a run for it. So I'm really excited. We'll wait for the pairings. 1 round before lunch and then 2 rounds after lunch. Is that right?
Yeah. We take our lunch break and then we come back strong. Hope we get as many people as possible to watch those climactic games. And this is going to be a great finish. I'm pretty sure we are headed towards. Hopefully we get one game that determines the winner. We could definitely have a situation where multiple games are going to be important. From a narrative perspective, it would be fantastic if we just get the one game where we know the winner is going to be the winner of this tournament. It might be more complicated than that with all the mayhem that is going on at the top of the standings. We'll just have to see. But we want to get a great big viewership number, hopefully, and have an absolute banger to decide this. That's my dream, Josh. See if we get our wish.
I think we're gonna get it. I mean, this tournament is the gift that keeps on giving. We've seen some fantastic games, the best of which maybe just occurred between Natalie and Chris Lipe.
That's insane.
But yeah, Natalie's still in the green zone. So if she can finish strong, she's gonna have a great event. You see right now that the only Canadian representative, Andrew Golding, he's in 16th place. That's my club mate there, so I'm rooting for him, of course, to have a strong finish. He's actually from Milton Keynes originally.
That's
a
right.
cool little connection.
Yeah, great guy, Andrew.
And yeah, we're still waiting on a result between Raymond Baraba, and Noble Onoshevwe. Probably recounting their game, if I had to guess, or they forgot to enter the result. But usually when there's one game left that hasn't been counted, there's a scoring discrepancy potentially, or a very, very close game, and players want to make sure that they have the right score.
Yeah, and have to potentially our esteemed organizer Luke Minowalabi is having to chase down those people to get their results in, which is always very stressful, I'm sure. Chasing down, get the score in, then get the pairings up, then make sure the pairings make sense, and then the next round can begin. So there's a lot going on the organizational side. Just want to reiterate that this is a tournament courtesy of Mind Games Incorporated, MGI, the tournament organization and brand, Mind Sports brand, run by Luke Minowalabi, my friend. Always enjoy working with him. He's, oh my God, a 0 spread that you just pointed out. That is pretty rare. Bradley has scored exactly as many points as his opponents have. That is a rarity for sure. So yeah, but MGI doing awesome things. Definitely, I feel like I could do a better job of coordinating with Lukeman about like how do you want MGI promoted here. But actually, it seems like he's pretty content to just get this great Scrabble content out to the world and let everybody else enjoy. So at least for now.
Yeah, I'm rolling my eyes, Will. You and of course Lukeman are just doing amazing work. I have no bad words to say about either of you. The amount of things that you've individually, both of you, have managed to do is beyond what you could imagine 5 or 10 people doing. So I know that I entertained a very nice conversation with Lukeman in a recent live stream on the Let's Play Scrabble channel. Lukeman's vying for position as chairman of the World English Scrabble Players Association, and he has really great ideals and visions for our game. But the one thing he continues to stress is that none of this can be done alone. There's only so much individual people can do. We really just need some sort of like Illuminati of Scrabble players coming together with the same goals and controlling, tyrannizing people with their extra motivation and responsibility towards the game.
Well, maybe different phrasing than Illuminati and tyrannizing. I appreciate the kind words, and I definitely echo your sentiments about Lukeman and feel that that is a major reason why I wake up at 4 a.m. on 4 days in a row to support him as best I can. I feel very aligned with his vision, and yeah, always hoping for bigger things for this game. And I feel like we've never had more hope to achieve them. Really appreciate everybody watching along on YouTube and of course Twitch as well. But the idea that there's a whole bunch of people watching Scrabble warms my heart. I really appreciate each and every one of you watching. So thank you.
So finally, the final result is in. Raymond Gabarab. I really can't pronounce that. Wow.
Yeah,
Raymond
Baraba.
Baraba has won his game against Noble by 6 points. So, like I imagined, there was
Probably a
probably a
recount.
recount going on.
Yep.
And we'll be sure to get those pairings for you guys as soon as possible. Before we do we want to see the return of Harshan, maybe, depending on who he's playing? Do we want to stay with Sammy, Kevin McMahon, Chris Lipe, Ben Schonbrunn, third, fourth, and fifth? I think we need to feature at least one of those players, unless we want to jump to the second division. I wonder what's going on in that field. Looks like Boyega
can change
20
the
and 9,
standings.
2 games ahead.
I can change the standings pretty quickly, actually. I think this does it. Yeah, very fast. So this is Division B. We've seen a couple games from this division over the course of the event. A lot of strong players, up-and-coming players. All right, there come the pairings. I'm guessing this means they probably just came in Division A as well. A bye for Boyega. That doesn't seem right. Shouldn't he still have to... Yeah, that might need to be checked into. But let's see what's going on here.
We shouldn't have looked. We shouldn't have looked, Will.
Yeah, we've opened
Still
Pandora's
no pairings
box.
for Division A.
Oh,
there
okay.
we go. Sammy versus Harshan. Okay,
They're
that's
up?
gotta be it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sammy versus Harshan. Kevin versus Lipe. So that's actually just a straight King of the Hill right now.
It's not coming up on my... There we go. A little slow, but we got it. All right. How could we possibly not go with Sammy Harshan, right? That seems like a no-brainer. That game has to be the game. So, Sammy Harshan, it's got to be. No way around it. And that's a fantastic one. So, our two players at the top of the standings in an absolutely key game for both of them. Whoever wins this puts themselves in very, very good position, potentially needing only one more win in the last 2 games, although that would be probably require help. But yeah, great matchup coming up. All right, we got confirmation. That's what we're going to go with. Harshan starting
if
in
it's
this
straight
game.
King of the Hill.
Oh, that's what it's going to be?
Hill, then it's different.
That's what it'll be from here on out.
I mean, this round is. I would be nice to know actually from people on the ground. But if that's the case, then no, I think everybody is gonna have to win 3.
Yeah, makes sense.
I think.
All right. So yeah,
but this is not good for the people at 18.
Yes,
I'd just like to say that.
Right, but I think whatever the pairing system or like algorithms were going to be were probably well determined well in advance. So it's not a surprise to any of the people with 18 wins that this is going to be how it was going to go down. But yeah, we just heard from Paul Allen after the last game talking about stamina, right? Oops. Hold on. I'll get all this. I know this is all wrong. I meant to do this in the other scene, but you're going to see this come together in real time, I suppose. But the stamina effect is definitely something to monitor. I feel like Harshan has been in many big spots just like this, Josh. Sammy has too, but maybe age gap between them. Could we see that come into play a little bit?
Is there really that much of an age gap?
Not really. I mean, I think Sammy is maybe got 10 years on him, but that's not that big of an age gap. So I guess you're right about that.
Yeah.
So
I mean, Sammy, the veteran for sure. But Harshan's been right up there for at least 10 years. So, and he's continuing to improve, it looks like, with his Nigel-esque mantras permeating his brain. We're gonna get Harshan first.
yeah,
and
we
Sammy,
lost
so that will...
we lost Lupin on our call here, if you notice. So we have to get him.
Yeah,
back.
that's what it looks like.
So we'll get him back.
That's what it looks like.
Hopefully, we do not have a major tech issue, and we can get our feedback. Yeah, we'll figure this out.
Nice.
Shouldn't be long. Actually, let's just cut to a quick break so we'll be able to talk to our producer. So we're gonna just go audio silent here. We'll maybe go back to the standings, except then I have to bid everybody adieu here.
I'm so big.
There we go. 1 sec while we get our production sorted out. We'll be back in just a minute with Sammy versus Harshan, round 30. Okay, we're back. Audio is back on. I think we're good. Uh-oh, we're tweaking. Hold on. There we go. I think it's good enough. I think we're trying to get it even better. Just looking at it here. I wonder if he knows that he can look at his own screen as well. This is the whole point of this, is that he could pin his own screen there and be able to see that. That's all right.
Yeah, I guess it's important also to mute the audio if he hasn't done that.
Yeah, I'll
Mute
remind him.
us.
All right. There we go. We got Harshan. Earphones in place as they always are. He told us it's not I thought my money was on podcast. Apparently it's music, which is another great choice to remain in the zone there. But this is a huge game.
Will, if you had to listen to music before a game, what would it be?
Probably yakety sax, just so that I prepare myself for any disasters emotionally. Just kidding. If I had to listen to music before a game, I I don't know. I feel like I can go a number of directions. Harshan says he likes those kind of soothing, calming ones, but I actually might like to get into the zone with something a little higher energy. I don't know how hard of like a metal or electronic I would want to go, but I kind of like something that blocks the world out a little bit more than relaxing. I can relax when I'm playing. You gotta get emotionally ready. Make sure I bring good energy into the game. What is your music mindset?
I really think that I used to listen to, when I was younger, I used to listen to EDM.
That's
when I was
that's
feeling a little bit.
more where I'm at.
But I think these days, probably some smooth, hip, jazzish, soulish stuff is what I really like to listen to these days.
That works.
All right. Harshan to start, Sammy to respond. We've seen a lot of opening blanks, like I've said. Seen a lot of opening bingos. We'll see what Harshan pulls here. And I think we're going to have a banger of the game. Have we seen these two play against each other on stream?
This might be the first matchup of these two that we've seen. They definitely have played. They've played. This is their third matchup against one another. And a good draw. Ooh, not quite a bingo, I don't believe. Somewhat close. Feels like irony has to be the play here, unless you want to go a little harder for bingos. Seems like Harshan will likely.
Of course, we know. Oh, what about this for Sammy? 3 A's and a U. That's not great. So yeah, irony. We know this word meaning pertaining to iron, right?
Oh God, you're right. Technically, that is a valid definition. Irony and compare and become ironier and ironiest, which is pretty insane. But yeah, we have a lot of these weird comparative and superlative adjectives now in the Scrabble dictionary. They kind of rub me the wrong way a little bit to see some of these in there, but I guess for consistency's sake, a lot of these adjectives now compare. Oddly, another similar rack just like that, a similar word, I should say, that Harshan has, if he's not going to play, is rosiny. Rosinier, also valid. Yeah, Harshan taking his time, very deliberate. We've seen it very consistently. He's never too rushed. For me, I would probably have irony on the board maybe a minute ago, Josh.
Yeah. He's playing NY. He's thinking a little bit more
defensive.
AG. That was suggested. I don't recommend this play. That's not something I would do. I don't think it's something you would do either, Will, but Harshan vying for that early bingo with a significant point sacrifice of 14. Definitely not terrible play.
Yeah.
A little surprising.
It makes sense. Definitely a logic to this. You have your S. We should make clear that the S actually hooks onto both sides of this. So NYS is valid and SNY is valid. So you've created a very good board for your S and a very difficult board to maneuver on with no real way to put a good scoring tile somewhere. So there are a lot of benefits to this play for sure. And yeah, Sammy playing this very.
I thought Sammy was going to play Ori.
Oh, so you already had it in, yeah. So he's right. Owie. I always, every time I even attempt to say this, somebody's like, "No, it's this," and I forget what I'm taught. Do you know how to say this word?
No, but isn't it Maori?
Yes, but I just don't know how I'm supposed to say it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I was commentating a New Zealand tournament a couple weeks ago, and we've decided that I'm going to move to New Zealand eventually. So once I do that, I'll be able to tell you. Just remind me in like 20 years.
Nice. The vibes were that good on that stream that you're now moving to New Zealand. We're gonna lose you here in North America.
Probably.
This is how I find out.
No, I've done my part.
This is
I've
how I
done my
find
part.
out you're breaking up with me and us.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you at the beginning of the stream because you might have dumped me then and there.
That's true.
But
You'd kick you to the curb.
we're-
No, I'm just kidding.
So this is a 2-point sacrifice for Harshan. He could have played INGROSS in that same spot. Getting that second triple word score, but I like this decision as well. So it really cuts off the bottom of the board quite well.
Yeah. What is the geometry of the other? So this is again, we actually, I don't feel like we talked about this that much yesterday. On day 2, all I could talk about was this right angles thing, right? Like making these right angles. This one is not ironclad just because ES hooks with a couple letters, the S and the T, namely, but it's still very walling off a big chunk of the board, which again, with a lead, Harshan taking a nice size lead here. Sammy actually would have a bingo through this S in a different position of separata, and I wonder if he's thinking about, like, is there some, hopefully he realizes there isn't anything else.
But careful. If
yeah,
he
the
puts
A's.
an A in the right spot.
I just saw that too.
Harshan's gonna have dirt bags. Oh my goodness.
The A.
I'm just a teenage dirt bag, baby. I don't think it's gonna happen though. We'll see.
It's kind of hard. I feel like the logical place to dump some A's is right here, right? This doesn't really do much. This is a cool little place to dump A's and leave a very, very nice leave of taper with an S to hit. Maybe that's the play. Is there anything? All right. Well, asked and answered. We asked for our producer to, make sure everything's muted. So it's actually, everything is on point with that. That's just weird timing, of course. I think Sammy was already getting set to play that. So yeah, we're all good. No A available for Harshan. He's going to have to come up with something a little tougher.
Yeah, Will, are we gonna see this fun hook on Nana, or are we gonna see the A hook instead?
Great question. Even if you draw the J, you need help with it if you're gonna play this, right? Like, that's the trick of this as a J spot. It is a cool spot for sure, and I hope we get Taj, Raj, or Haj. Or is that, I don't know, or Swaraj, which is, those 4 things are equally possible. But yeah, they're not likely. You need an A and other stuff. I'd love to see it. Neither player with the J right now, so the style points are available. So Harshan, though, again, no A for the easy move. Only 1 vowel. So what is he supposed to do? I feel like with the 1 vowel, I'm definitely looking at playing through this O, but it's not immediately obvious what is the best option there.
Yeah, this is weird. Do you play like Brogs?
Right.
And just rid yourself of your S? I really don't like that.
Yeah. He's getting set to play.
Exchange. Keep RIST.
Dorb.
Oh, Dorb. That's a word. Okay, that works.
Good enough, right? Again, the Snai hook makes this palatable. You're blocking Nanas with this a little bit. Yuga's is still available here, but the real key is that if Harshan draws a bingo ending in S, it's still going to fit there. He hasn't committed his move yet.
His clock.
Yeah, still thinking.
I did commit it to the score. I imagine he is going to hit the clock, but yeah. And
I
yeah,
omitted
Sammy needed a
Benj.
G. He needed a G for upgather. Not going to get that. Are we going to see Dorbs hooked and then Adorbs later?
Adorbs. Adorbs would be amazing. Setting that up. Doesn't seem that likely. So there we go. Harshan commits the move. No D out in space somewhere for the newly added up thread for Sammy. That would be pretty cool.
Wow. Cool.
Oh, and the V comes to mess with Harshan there. Dorba, that is valid. So nice job by Sammy playing Hapu, dumping his P and H together. This seems pretty good, Josh. Was there anything better there?
It's good to me. I don't really, know what else. What's nice about this board is that the play of Dorb has sort of protected this S as a bingo spot for Sammy, and now he's created a new spot with URUT. So he's got some chances. He's down significantly after soaring, so wanting to bingo soon makes the most sense here. So I think Hapu scoring well, opening a bit, looks like exactly what he wants to do.
Yeah. Nice hook knowledge. Ooh, there's, oh man, great draw for
Okay.
Sammy. Really, really great draw. So it looks
We got a
like,
game.
yeah, Sammy's going to equalize that first bingo from Harshan of Soarings. Definitely has multiple locations for something like Minters.
Yeah, look at this.
Oh,
This makes perfect sense for Harshan.
1,000,000%.
The third S, there's only one left. Only like 20 tiles have been played. The likelihood of Sammy having an S is very low. However, he does, and we're gonna see Minster come down very,
Yeah.
very quickly.
This is
Also, entrism.
yeah, setting up
Even
your
fun.
the last S, which Sammy has to suspect that after a play like this, that Harshan easily could have the fourth and final S. No reason to mess around and play entrism. This looks great. And this is a great case of great process for Harshan, but just got burned by kind of the worst case scenario of, your opponent has, from your POV, if you're Harshan, the fourth and final S. That was not very likely from his perspective. And I really think Harshan made a good play and got burned by just the worst case scenario.
Yeah, and he's down 30 now, but EILST super likely to materialize into a bingo.
And it
As
has,
we see Willits,
which has
little Wills.
the Collins anagram of Willist as well, but that is not relevant here. Willits is going to
Most like Will.
Yep. It's going to fit right there. There it goes. Let's not get in the way. So Harshan, as you suggest, Josh, he can't be that dissatisfied. Yeah, I did get hit by a big bingo, but because of my very good play, leaving tiles, the leave, let me be clear, TILES as a leave, draws WL, not normally a good draw, but because his leave was so good, it still becomes a bingo.
Oh!
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's not a good play, but Woad Wax.
Oh, man.
Wax.
Yeah, that's insane. Hold on. Stand by.
Look at this. I saw it before. This wasn't the engine. I saw this.
Yeah.
The problem, this is by far the best score and leave. Problem is, oh, that's dangerous.
So dangerous.
This is a case of like, if I was playing a casual game, I would have so much trouble not playing this because it's a bucket list word for so many players. I always wanted to play that word, but I don't think it's advisable here. Harshan's going to get the first crack, and oh my goodness. He's going to get a big crack regardless what Sammy plays, but oh man, that'd be so cool. I don't know what you do instead. I think you just play whack.
Yeah, probably. Harshan with fun words, including atenolol, which is a funny looking word ending in LOL. I'm not sure if there's anything better. There may very well be. But if you put Woadwax on the board again, Josh, and just like take a look at it on the board, is there any merit to the idea of, well, yes, this is insane and volatile, but because there are two spots, do you do this and know, yeah, I'm going to get whacked so hard, but if I draw normally, I will also do some whacking on my next turn.
If I had any other like high scoring consonant other than the V that just doesn't overlap because it doesn't make 2-letter words, yes, but Woadwax keeps V. It's just so sad.
Sammy plays
So
wax.
we see wax.
We approve.
Yeah, perfectly reasonable. Very unfortunate.
Yeah, we approve for sure. That is by far the safer play. I guess my question is, I'm not seeing any sevens yet with this, so I think it's basically up to Harshan to try to figure out a play through these L's. Waterloo also being suggested, but that's maybe not as good as the plays through the L, because you're getting, well, depending on what you can find, I guess, through the W. But
it turns out, yeah, Will, I for some reason thought, like, just assumed there was a 7 on this rack, but Woadwax would have worked totally well
it's insane,
for
right?
Sammy,
Yeah.
because there's just no way for Harshan to play us. I wonder if Woadwax had come down, if Harshan would have been like, okay, I don't think I can leave this open, play something like Lou, and bingo next turn.
Yeah.
But it was not to be. I think a very wise decision by Sammy Okosagah. And the highest scorer, Latewood, probably.
There we go. Yeah, Latewood. If you
But
play
that's
that,
only 70.
yeah, it gives a lot back with those parallels. Maybe we'll look at this as well. Let's put some of these on the board.
I think a 10 a little, yeah.
So
the problem with Latewood, same reason that Woadwax is not a good play. Huge spot here, somewhat sizable spot here. Opponent's gonna get the first crack at it. There's a J unseen, there's a Z unseen. So much danger lurking that if you're gonna bingo, you might as well sacrifice the points. Play something like a 10 a lull. This triple is not a big deal. One of these concepts that I bring up a lot, students, is if you're playing a word opening a triple triple, but the letter you're using covers that double letter score, it is far less dangerous on average because your opponent's not going to be able to double a letter and take a huge multiplier. So I would not be worried about this placement of our fun word atenolol. I think that's what I would do here.
yeah,
What about you, Will?
my instinct lines up with that. I would definitely be spending a few minutes looking to make absolutely sure that I'm not missing something safer. In particular, I think through these two L's, this is where I would love to play if I had an 8-letter word through the L. Tool case, interesting. That's, definitely some scary stuff here.
Concerning.
Fritz or whatever would hit like an absolute truck in that spot. Yeah, there is no play that that Harshan can make here. No bingos available should make him feel good. Between Latewood setting up these parallels, atenolol setting up a triple, and Toolcase setting up a big scoring spot right here. You're going to have to make a play that has some warts. Waterloo here setting up an S-hook that doesn't exist anymore, so you're not worried about that. But the O's here could be devastating as well. A Z play would be absolutely massive there. Yep, anything with ZI or ZO is going to play easily right here. Host of other scoring tiles. So yeah, I guess
there's
it's
no way you play Waterloo.
Yeah, I guess it's atenolol. Maybe you could see Toolcase or Latewood if that word is not spotted. I wouldn't say that's the most easiest word to see, but I definitely expect Harshan to probably already have seen it.
I'm coming back to this because, so here's the thing. First of all, yeah, he's found Toolcase and he's going to play it. So that's actually performing best on the simulation. Despite the risk with this,
That's a very specific
It's
spot.
not a huge,
Yeah.
it's not a huge risk.
Going all the way through with a big Z play is not that easy, and the Z is probably likely to play elsewhere as well. So it's not, unless you have a really nightmarish specific situation with like ITZ or something like that. This isn't that bad. Maybe this could be an active Harsh. I could see Harshan having seen every choice here and made this one for that reason.
Yeah, if this is a mistake, it's a very, very, very small one over a Tina Lol. I was thinking, first of all, that Harshan, again, has used already half of his time, and there's still a blank out. There's still some complications on this board, so I'm a little bit concerned once again with this time usage. I was thinking that if he wasn't happy with any of the options, Alu scoring 24, keeping ET blank, he has great chances of drawing potentially high scoring bonuses on the next turn, but probably not quite worth it overtaking 65 or so with tool case. But yeah, back to Sammy, who has a pretty big deficit once again. We saw this last game, early deficit, no fault of his own.
And a tough
Be interesting
set of tiles with which to navigate that. He has a whole bunch of spots that are appealing. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe he's going to play. This is great recognition on his part. I was going to say maybe he's just going to play here knowing that a play like Vatu, normally you would not do this to set up this S hook, but all the S's are gone. The blank is already going to be useful with or without this spot on the board. And he gets rid of his VU while scoring nicely. I really like that, Josh.
Yep, this makes perfect sense. There's still a blank out, and Sammy knows if Harshan has the blank, he's probably not winning. Sammy's probably not winning the game. So there's really no risk to losing the game that is added by playing Vatu in this spot, getting rid of the VU together, scoring well, keeping the H, which can materialize into a big score here, or even something better. H is a pretty good letter. So back to Harshan, duplicated E's and I's. It's close to a play here. It can't, I don't think, go all the way.
So close,
Can't
yeah.
something like Mighty.
Right. That ITY combination is so tantalizing for that spot, but there just isn't anything there right now, and he's going to have to play something. I guess I would be tempted to play this word that comes up all the time, just this right here. I would be worried about this spot remaining open, and the nice thing about Yiti here is that by placing the I here, there are no hooks on top. So not only are you scoring well, you're balancing your rack and denying a lot of Sammy's best plays that go into this scoring spot here. So feels like just what the doctor ordered. Don't know if there's anything that much better, but I do expect, unless there is, that's very likely to be Harshan's play.
Yeah, probably no need to overthink here. I think the biggest issue with the play of Yiti, as you mentioned, is just counterplay to the Y, easy counterplay, opening the lane up here. That's not a huge concern. 30 points, keeping EM, increasing the lead by a lot. This is, a classic example of don't overthink it. We did see Rashid wanting to keep a Y for a similar spot. And suffering as a result. So I think this is an improvement over that. And by far the best play.
We like it for sure. As a bonus, the M on Harshan's rack is doubly good for this spot and this spot here. So he is likely to come back with a nice overlap here, depending on what he draws. Whereas Sammy will need a specific tile. This is not the easiest square to fill right here. You need very specific tiles to play alongside of you there. But Sammy has a nice, very nice looking play there. If he thinks to put his O here, Fiad looks pretty good. Scoring nicely. Again, keeping that H, which... Now, this spot isn't quite as good for the H, but in general, that's a nice scoring tile you're happy to keep. But, oh man, Pacemake. Harshan drawing that second blank. Huge draw for him here. Not sure what he'll want to do with it as far as bingoing now, but he is thrilled to see that blank, Josh.
Yeah, this is humongous. Harshan, who already has the lead, going to be very difficult to lose this now. He's got what we say in poker, got the nuts. He's really got what he needs to pretty much ensure victory at some point. He should bingo on this board. And with his lead already so high, 40 points, with the scoring tiles on his rack, very hard to imagine Harshan losing this. But Sammy, he has probably faced worse odds. So it's not over yet. I'll have to see what happens in the next few moves. This is very, very good for Harshan.
Crazy point out by NJ Devil. Nice to see you, bro. And pack it into this T. Just got blocked with a blank A. You'd be able to bingo into this T. That is completely bonkers. I wonder if Harshan would have seen that. That, even for someone at Harshan's level, that would be an incredible, incredible find to play and pack it into the T of Vatu. That move has now been taken away by Sammy's previous play, so we will never know. But that would be pretty slick. Anyway, Harshan in very, very good shape here.
Yeah, is he going to have the cojones to play Kemp down here with Ook? We've said this before. It's hard to lose a game with such a big advantage Harshan has, having the blank, having the 40-point lead. But 40 points isn't all that much. We saw games where players were over 100 ahead. When that's the case, opening a triple like Kemp would, putting a P here, would be a way to lose the game if opponent plays through it, but it's a P. I really am not that concerned. I'm more concerned with the easy 3-tile overlaps that Kemp gives back.
Yeah, it's hard to actually identify a play that doesn't give stuff back. This is definitely the logical spot, putting your K here. If you play Kep, you give up Kepi. That's not a good idea. Too many eyes left for that to be good. Kemp gives up the P. Maybe that's okay. A P in that position is just, yeah, you can get scored on, but you can't easily get tripled on through a P in 7th position. The risk of that is so low. You've got the blank. It might be okay. I feel like the danger of it is, I don't know. There is that Z. I guess there's no S's, though. What are you even going to do if you draw the Z through a P? Zupa, I suppose. That's out there. But
the thing is, Will, I mean, I'm trying to look through the options. What else
exactly.
is there?
There's nothing else. I mean,
you can't play to this
Y.
is
insane.
You don't ever want to play here.
How is there no
what else
play?
Are you gonna do Keat for 16?
Yeah, how is there
empty blank? That
no
seems okay.
No play to the Y. That's insane, Josh. I feel like with these letters there definitely should be, but there isn't.
Yeah. I think it's a matter of, okay, I mean, this isn't ideal, but I don't have any great options here. The other option is Peck in the same spot. The K, much more dangerous to put out there for through plays to that K. But the C placement is nice with Peck. The problem is Sammy holds that final H.
He's going
be able to
with
play
Peck
through here or even through here.
Yeah.
I think this is a mistake.
Compared to Kemp in the same spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. P, just a little tougher to play through productively than this K. I mean, Sammy's going to play Hoka in that spot probably if he wants it, and even keep his E. Not sure if there's anything better than that. Oh, maybe there's cool overlaps with CH, actually. I hadn't even looked at that yet. A.
Yeah,
probably not.
I don't see one.
Yeah, probably not. Oh, Hokey as
well. Yeah, looking at There's 793 words that have the K in 7th position, and half of that have the P in 7th position. So we were saying it's not really worth considering opening this triple triple, even with the K. But this doubles the chances of some crazy like word
Yeah.
for Sammy, with no real benefit other than preventing a lot of overlaps, which are fine for you. You're totally okay with that. You have such a nice lead. Probably just gonna bingo at some point and cancel out whatever you give back. So yeah, questionable decision by Harshan, who still has a very nice lead here. He's drawn. Has he drawn anything?
Definitely to the
This
D,
yeah,
right? Like
unmended.
unmended is at a minimum. There might be other stuff, but yeah, definitely
So
feels
it's gonna be hard to
like
come back from.
yeah, it feels like he's a near lock to bingo. Not sure if there's anything else. The E. Looking around, maybe there's something in there. Dung mirror doesn't fit anywhere. W. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything, but certainly unmended I think is going to be findable into this D, and it's just not getting blocked, as Sammy will always play into this K pretty much, unless he plays an overlap here like Ahi or something, which is equally not going to block. So yeah.
Yeah, everything scores 45. So I think the reason to play Ahi, why he's considering this, is just because he kind of wants this blank still. He wants this S hook on Fiat.
Sure.
But Hoki, the leave, much better, getting rid of the O instead of the A. So that's what he goes with.
Yep, let's see how fast Harshan plays unmended if he sees it. I'm really curious if there's any other. Oh my god, the engine says no other bingo. That's crazy. Oh, are we getting a challenge? Yeah, it looks like they're going to challenge. That's not the that's not the way to challenge. Whatever. I think there was a challenge there, maybe. So yeah.
Yeah, that was odd.
Right. I think there was
Harshan wasn't even looking.
There was nothing untoward about that, but that is not normal procedure for checking, adjudicating a challenge, let's say. But yeah, either way, don't think there's anything nefarious.
I'm confused.
Yeah, me too.
I'd like to know what's going on there because the clock still stopped.
Oh, okay. I'll ask.
They're probably checking the scores. Anyways, we don't know. We don't know what just went down.
I'm asking.
That was certainly not the right procedure, Sammy, to look up the rack that way. Obviously, what we did see is that he put in the 4 letters. It showed up as Hoki, and it showed all of the sub anagrams that are not really that relevant. So the 3-letter words. But yeah, Sammy's gonna draw the cue. Bag don't lie.
Yeah, that's funny. Good old Rasheed Wallace, ball don't lie. One of the funniest things ever. Yeah, now Harshan with 5 minutes, now going under 5 minutes. If he sees this, he needs to pull the trigger on it. Uh-oh. Okay. So there is a point that's been made, though, that unmended, if you actually look at where it would be on the board, there's an E right here, which is a little scary with JZ still out. So this could maybe be an intentional choice by Harshan. Even if he saw unmended, he might be saying, yeah, I'm going to do this, set up a new place for myself to bingo, and not allow Sammy to hammer the spot. That being said, could easily have just missed the word. What do you think, Josh?
Engine says it's fine, so I'll trust that this was just a practical decision. Harshan recognizing that unmended, not so nice. Sammy quickly gonna play grad as Kadi was blocked to this I.
Yeah,
that's his biggest score, and
that's
nothing really else to do.
That looks like it must be wrong, but actually there's almost nothing else, and it is 29 points. If you're going to exchange when you have a 29-point play, you better have a good reason. So this actually, my first reaction was like, ugh. but it's actually solid. It's pretty good, and he made that play really fast. I'm very impressed by that.
Yeah, so bunter blank now for Harshan. Surely he's got something. Beer nuts at the very least through the E of Willett. So now, similar situation the last turn. They've traded 30-point plays, and Harshan now going to be able to bingo in a more favorable position, although he has opened this D up, which is going to be somewhat of an annoyance in the final throws of this game for him to block. And he's down to under 4 minutes, so he's got to be a bit careful with his time. Drawn both blanks, he's had to sort through a ton of options. Those are the hardest racks to deal with. I don't know that we're going to see something through this D if he spots beer nuts, just because it's so much safer. And he's got a lead already. What do you think, Will?
I would agree that whatever he spots here should go down fast. But yeah, beer nuts, the lowest scoring, but probably the safest. Makes a lot of sense to just go ahead with this. This is going to be really, really tough for Sammy to come back from this with that Q. He's going to have to waste a turn managing his Q. Now he just saw the last U of the game and the blank evaporate. So probably his top mission on this move is going to be to play his Q. He has a nice place to do it, I guess, right here. So that is likely to come down nearly instantaneously, if I had to guess, just to continue to put a lot of time pressure on Harshan.
Yeah. My problem is the amount of letters left in the bag and what those letters are. So I think Sammy's just dead in the water here. Although,
How is this possible?
where's this draw?
Jay-Z still lurking? Hold on. Let me oh no, it's the Z. It's just off camera a little. So
I'm just worried. Yeah, I'm worried that playing 2, leaving 3 in the bag just gives Harshan too much time to consolidate and play 2 tiles off and win the game regardless.
yeah, that could be true.
Time pressure is important, so if Harshan does go over time, Sammy might have just enough.
So do you suggest would you suggest this for Sammy?
Or QI? No, yeah, I mean, the more I look at everything, the worse everything is. So I think you just have to play QI quickly, but I think
Yeah, it's brutal.
in all likelihood, there was no rack for Harshan Lamabadusuriya that was going to not allow him to find an 100% win after QI. You know, it seems weird. Harshan's only up 56, but it just feels so unlikely. I guess if he didn't draw the J or the Z and like drew them after his play, but no,
Yeah.
I really don't think.
The problem is, right, like Sammy probably, well, I guess if he draws the Z, he has this spot, right? So this would be the spot to play. But Harshan, I feel like, is heavily, heavily incentivized to block this. I guess there are scenarios where Harshan has neither the Z or J, but the J. I'm trying to suss out like what Sammy actually needs to happen here.
Wow.
Harshan just blocking his own Z spot, but also the J. He's blocking Sammy's J possibility. I wonder if Harshan is now going to draw the J and create a weird situation for himself, awkward situation.
Boom.
All right. So that's crazy.
Will, you've been great. You've been great at these call outs. That
That's
was
just
a
dumb
1
luck.
in 3.
That's just dumb luck. The eel fair thing
So
was insane, though.
Yeah. So the reason that Harshan played this, as you mentioned, it's not only to block this J spot, probably concerned there might be some bonus available from the D that is blocking. There's no hooks available, there's no B, there's no G, and he's keeping Zorils to come back next turn.
Yeah.
So that was definitely a time pressure move, but
It could be a really
decision.
could be a solid, yeah. Looks more solid than I'm imagining at first. I think that was pretty good instinct.
Is there some way from Sammy's perspective that he can draw something and win I looked it up, and there's really no threats that Sammy could have based on what was unseen. But he might try for something here. It's a similar situation to the game against Paul, where he gave up. He played off his W for a bunch of points, but in this case, it kind of feels like we're gonna see Sammy take a long time
Yeah.
in an attempt to find some sort of win. So he's first looking, what happens if I play an E off somewhere? Is there a letter I can draw? It's a bingo on some part of this board. He's going to do that for probably each and every one of his tiles. And he's going to have to look at the 2-tile plays, because there are exactly 2 tiles in the bag, and see if there's some chance. Like, for example, I know this isn't a good play, but you could consider something like Ole, trying to set up a new spot.
Draw into
and
multiple
fork
spots. Yeah.
that. Yeah. But the problem with that is you're just going to get burned by a J play. So you have to do the calculations as well. It's not just a matter of drawing what you like, the ideal thing. It's also about, am I going to have a spot for that thing, and is it going to score enough? So this is a very math heavy, analysis heavy position for Sammy, but I think it's worth trying to find a win. I don't think it's worth giving up.
Yeah. The other side of that coin is that even his, it's worth finding a win, and you don't know if you're Sammy whether an actual good play exists that delivers you a win. And it is round 30. You've got 2 more tough games coming up. There is actually an argument to say, like, well, if you feel like you are really dead to rights here, and there's just not going to be a play that both creates a win could like creates a threat, but also can outrun something like Zoril's, as you said, which, like, if you're Sammy, you're not scoring that well here in all likelihood. You're going up against Zoril. Yes, an out bingo collecting the J might squeak you ahead, but it also might not if it's like through the letters of beer nuts instead of through your opening on the top of the board. So it could be that you spend a lot of mental energy here only to not increase your winning chances and tire yourself out for the next games. But that is just a devil's advocate. I would never actually do that. In this situation, I'm definitely grinding as hard as possible to come up with something, some kind of winning sequence.
So I'm doing the math in my head as you say that, Will, and if OLE is the play and Sammy draws OR, he's drawn into Cornii and Carotene.
So I was thinking about,
and Zoril's.
You can just fish one E.
Playable.
You can fish one E for that too. That I was actually seeing that you can
where?
just. Right, I don't know exactly. So maybe you don't set up a second.
Into Carotene.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. So you have to use the 2.
I guess.
But don't you just
bring up the analysis board?
So don't you need the bag to be J something for that to, and then you have to draw the, because if you play OLE, you get hit with JIZ right here, right?
Yeah.
So that's
true.
Tough to overcome, but I'll go to analysis now.
Yeah, that's the only problem, actually, I think. Because if join comes down instead, and then Carotene for 70,
but what if
by 1 point?
But what if the bag is OR or OJ? OJ.
It has to be. There's 2 in the bag, so you have to draw OR.
Oh, okay, then right.
So that doesn't work because of the play of Jizz, but any other play would lose.
Yeah.
For Harshan. So anyways, all that being said, Ole was not chosen. There may just not be a win for Sammy.
Yeah, he gives up.
He knows that the J was in the bag for IO.
For sure.
Or the J or the Z bag.
Yeah, but it does get drawn.
Okay.
So there we go. Zoril's comes down very fast. Sammy has FEEN. Looking for outs with this. Might be that Harshan's going to get an opportunity to play his J. I'm not seeing the out here yet. Looking around. I guess I would imagine it's not available. I think maybe no outs for Sammy. But I guess our engine's going to tell us in a moment. Wow.
Yeah, no outs for maybe either player.
Oh yeah, what do you do with Jo if Sammy blocks the Zorals?
Oh no, there's Joel.
Okay, JOL up here. Got it. Makes sense.
So Harshan is going to go out. Maybe worth looking at. There was a play to drop the E last turn. Right here, ET.
Ah, okay. So it forces a really tough play. I suppose you could still, if you draw Cornier and Carotene after dropping the E, I suppose it's possible that you could, for example, play Jizz there, right? Like, but that's a tricky play. That's actually a very high degree of difficulty play to suss out to do that. So,
in that particular instance, you're gonna have if the Z was in the bag, because you're leaving one in the bag, maybe there isn't such a play available. So
oh right. Okay, now you can think about right. Now you could think about if you just play an E right here and the bag is OJ and you draw the O and Harshan has just the Z and draws the J. Maybe that's that's pretty funny.
No, it doesn't look right.
You think it's still doable?
There's gotta be a way to win.
A win 100% from Harshan's POV. But yeah, I understand that, but it's probably tricky, you know? It's probably hard to nail it, don't you think?
Yeah. I think there could be some very, very specific two-tile in the bag combination that threatens maybe something else as well over here.
Yeah.
Or not through the end of Kanuro, which wasn't on the board, but like maybe over here. Yeah. Anyways, we know that Sammy could not have won.
Right. So tricky situation for Sammy. With hindsight and with our position in the booth, we know he actually made a good decision to cut bait on this game, not burn too much energy trying to come up with a crazy way to win. This game is Harshan's, a huge game, tremendously huge game, and how much credit, Josh, does Harshan deserve? He is about to be on the verge of working his way into first place in the standings for the first time after starting 2 and 4 in this tournament. Absolutely insane.
I mean, that's why it's a long tournament. The first day really didn't matter all too much, but yeah, huge comeback for Harshan, and he's gonna win this game and bring himself into first place, I think, for the first time this tournament.
Yeah.
Maybe he was in first after 2 games.
No, probably not. So. Yeah, probably not. Amazing job by him to stick with it, and it'll potentially we're headed towards another. Yeah. Oh yeah, we don't tell him, right? It is. We'll just tell him that it's a mysterious. It's too mysterious for us to know what his standings are. Oh, okay. EF for Sammy. Maybe just not thinking.
Yeah, this makes sense if Joel isn't to play.
Well, yeah, Jor is a play.
Oh, Jor too. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Sammy just missing.
Yeah,
missing those outplays.
It's all good.
No
totally
big
academic. Deal. Yep. Great win. Great game. Very interesting positions throughout this one. Again, these two play so precise. It's very inspiring to watch them compete. So few, you're really just splitting hairs a lot of the time with the mistakes that are made in games between like Harshan and Sammy and some of the other players here. But these two are so consistent, Josh.
Yeah, really. Can't really point to anything I would have done differently, other than peck maybe.
Yeah.
So, and that's with the benefit of hindsight, knowing what Sammy had. So yeah, a stellar game. We've seen so many of these throughout the tournament. That's why we're covering this. I mean, it's not every day or every weekend you get to see such a high caliber of players. So yeah, see the handshake, and Harshan gonna take the lead. We're not gonna tell him.
Yeah, this time I'm going to be good. I'm going to be good, not going to spoil it. That way he will still enjoy coming on stream and talking to us and know that we're not going to give him spoilers. We'll just talk about the game and how he's feeling and stuff like that. But as we know, he now definitely is in the driver's seat here, 21-9, potentially needing only one more win. But certainly if he wins his next two, that's it. He will be our champion at the MGI International Scrabble Classics 2025. Still a lot of work to do for him, though. Sometimes these last games can be squirrely, Josh. Tough to win.
Yeah. We have no idea what's going to happen, but we do know that Harshan is in good shape right now.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't think we've gotten any results in either, so we're going to have to wait and see. We'll try to get that interview with the winner. I guess
Yeah.
we've seen Harshan the most.
We want to ask him about his opener, probably. We really liked his play of Gov, even though it backfired on him, but it didn't really backfire because he kept a good bingo leave and drew a bingo with his S exactly as he wanted to do. Maybe Tool Case, I'd like to ask him, did he see all his options there? I think we like Tool Case, right? But that would be a cool one to see if he saw everything there or if he happened to just see the play we like the best. So a lot of questions for him. Anybody else want to ask any questions of Harshan, with the only caveat being no standings talk. Nobody requests that I talk about standings with him. So, or that Josh.
Don't talk about Fight Club.
Exactly. The first rule of Harshan is you don't talk about standings.
Yeah, I'm putting it into the engine now, and NY very, very close behind Irony as an opening play. So maybe,
yeah.
Maybe.
What are the details?
Details are
how much more do you give up?
So Irony gives back 6 more points to the opponent or so.
But you
and
score
bingo 20% more
with Nye.
Than Y, yeah.
Fair enough. They're talking over something about the game with Director Lukeman. More results are coming in. Maybe while we wait, I don't know, Josh, if you have an eye on whether Harshan gets his headset on, we can definitely look at the standings as well. I can keep an eye on that too.
I will.
So this result not in just yet. I actually don't. Most of the top group is still stuck on 29 games. So I think very soon we're going to see how this shakes out for where everybody is at lunch break with 30 rounds in the books. But yeah, any notable people lower down?
So how many results are in? So Andrew Golding won his game.
So did Ed.
Ed won his game. I think Chris Cummins won his game. Is that possible?
I think Lukeman has the headset ready for Harshan here.
Yeah.
He declining?
Maybe he doesn't trust us to not tell him about the standings.
No, he can trust me now.
Rashid winning. It's like, yeah, Lewis in bad shape now. Lewis Mackay. So
Yeah.
I don't even think a cash prize is even possible for him.
If you were to run this
So,
tournament
well
over
done.
from the beginning a bunch of times, you would definitely see people like Lewis in this top group. He's a super strong player. The only way somebody this good is in this level, which is still solid. He's got a solidly winning record overall. But yeah, Lewis is like world class. I think he just came in third at the World Championship in the most recent iteration, 2023. Has been a finalist before. Mark Nyman, of course, has won before. So there's a lot of really good players. David Webb squeaking into the bottom. Sorry for my cutoff.
Right. Headset coming.
I see headset coming on Harshan here. So we'll cut back over the board. And we will have another of what is proving to be a delightful series of chats with Harshan Lamabadusuriya. As soon as we see the audio, it looks like the audio is on. So now I believe we will be able to hear Harshan as well as he can hear us. Harshan, welcome back. We meet again.
Hi, Will. Can I congratulate you?
Congratulate me on what?
Yeah, on pronouncing my surname correctly.
Yep.
Oh, is that a rarity? I guess it might
Yeah,
be.
I mean, it's quite the challenge, Will. Come on, I mean.
It is a long one. But when you see one person on the stream over and over again putting forth masterful Scrabble performances, you eventually learn even the toughest word or name. So there you go. Another win for you on stream. Another game with a lot of interesting positions to sink our teeth into here. Obviously joined by Josh as always. Josh, where do we want to start with Harshan?
Yeah, it was a great game. Congrats again. There were some very interesting spots, as Will mentioned. I also would like to say, we love to see a Will bingo get played. And also, I think Will goes to his mirror and tries to pronounce your name over and over again until he gets it right. Pretty sure that's
Can I
what
just
happens.
say something? So I have a 7-year-old, and like a lot of my colleagues at work, they just call me Harshan because they are too scared of pronouncing Lamabadusuriya. But my 7-year-old, he could pronounce it when he was 2, and he would say it in the cutest possible way. That's all I got to say about my surname, right?
If a 2-year-old could do it, anybody should be
100%,
able to do it.
100%, 100%. That's what I think, right?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. Yeah.
Of course, at that time, that there's a little more skin in the game for that particular 2-year-old to be able to pronounce it. But I definitely agree that it's doable with some practice. So anyway, a lot of cool positions here for sure. Maybe a good start would just be the opener of Nye versus you had Irony lined up on the rack. Went with Nye. Talk us through that one a little bit because it was very, very close between those two.
So I reckon it's like 14 points different. Nye, and you need to make up the 14 points, don't you, somehow? So I reckon I could make it up in a higher bingo percentage and B in greater reduced opponent score. I mean, it's a guess, isn't it? I mean, there's no, unless you're Nigel, it's always going to be a massive guess as to whether my improved bingo chances and reduced opponent score is worth 14 points in the situation. But stylistically, I mean, I have a very basic heuristic in this kind of situation. Do you want to know what it is?
I would love to, for sure. This would help everyone out there, not just me.
So I think to myself, what would Nigel do? And right? And if you've seen enough of his games, look at seen him on stream enough and looked at his annotated games enough, you get a sense for what he would do. And I thought he would do this, so I did it, right?
That is a good metric. Of course, you're not giving yourself anywhere near enough credit to sort of understand all of the underlying logic behind it as well. So Nigel, it's kind of funny, all of the complexity of Nigel's moves sometimes, it's actually the simplest rationale at times where he'll actually, when asked, he'll give answers to why you did this that are unbelievably simple. Sometimes the answer is actually simple, but deriving it is the difficult thing. So, yeah, makes a lot of sense.
How did it sim?
It seemed very, very close with irony. Maybe irony up not even a point ahead. But again, that's
Sure.
not factoring
That's fine.
in any other consideration of how you want the game to unfold and all of that sort of thing. Definitely would not consider that a mistake. But yeah, Gov, that's the next one. That play looked fantastic from our perspective. I think that one is just clearly best, but had to be a little deflating for a moment when you saw Sammy play Minster.
I was actually okay with that. I mean, the way I think about that kind of outcome is that he was going to get a bingo down anyway with that rack. And I just gave away an extra, probably 15 points, not that many, because he would have played Minters on to NY. So, I didn't, it wasn't that I gave away a unique bingo. It was that the bingo scored about 10, 15 points extra. So no biggie, basically. And I think like, we were running very low on SS, weren't we? I mean, I almost had the KSS, either the second last S or the KSS. So I was very happy with Gov even after Minster came down. I'd do it if I was in the position another 100 times. I'll do it another 100 times.
Yeah, it makes total sense. We agreed that a huge part of the value of this play was the 2 S's that were already on the board, and that was why I sort of, indicated that maybe it's slightly deflating for a moment because you say to yourself, well, I'm going to set up the 3rd out of 4 S's early. Oh, God, my opponent has that 4th S. But of course, you got the Will bingo down, which was a delight to certainly me in the booth. Josh, where to next?
Yeah, Harshan, when you played Yaiti, which was by far the best move, were you thinking back on that game against Rashid where, remember, he was going for that similar double, triple letter score Y play, and it was maybe worth for a moment considering keeping that Y back and trying to hammer that spot?
I see. I think I see what you mean. I'm not sure. I think I might have missed that. Let me look at this board. So the spot you're thinking of, I see what you mean. Above tool case. Yeah. No. So I mean, I was ahead. I mean, like if you talk to Delta, keep scoring, keep scoring, keep scoring. I wasn't trying to get cute with setups and things like that. There's tons of good tiles out, including the blank. I wanted to turn over 5 tiles. VATU, I mean, most people would think, oh my goodness, that's a like massively dangerous opening, but there's only the blank out that'll go after it. And he's probably going to give counterplay anyway. So, I mean, no, I didn't want to get cute with like a setup or anything so far ahead. I didn't think it was the appropriate time for it.
Good. Yeah, we fully agree with that. I wondered just because it just felt like an improvement over what Rashid might have been trying to do in that previous game. So it might have informed maybe your decision a little bit.
Yeah.
But moving on,
go
ahead.
No,
you
go.
Okay. Yeah, it was by far the best movie IT. We loved it. So then we had a question about Peck. I assume I think you had Kemp lined up in the same spot. Did you just not like the overlapping potential of that play? Just an easy 3-tile overlap. What was your reasoning to float that K out there instead of the P?
So I think with the P, I think Q or PH was a possibility at that point, if I'm not mistaken. And then all the J plays with the P in the 3rd position. So with the K, I think the only threat to me, really, the Z wasn't a threat, I don't think. And as in the Z on the double letter square. And so the only threats were the J, something starting in J on the double letter. So that limited the damage. And also the issue with that is that there was another huge spot for the J at the top of the board with JO. So, it didn't feel like I was like making an opening on a completely closed board, if that makes sense to you. So yeah, that was the thinking. I think opponent reply is going to be lower on average. Well, no, that's not right. I'm just thinking of worst case scenarios. I'm thinking of, black swans, basically. Like Nigel would say, how am I going to lose this game, right? The way I'm going to lose this game is he hits that spot for a bingo score and then gets another bingo. That's the way. I'm not too fussed about him getting 30, 40, even 50. What I don't want him to get is a bingo score there and then get a, catch up, So that was my thinking, if that makes sense to you.
Yeah, I guess maybe the only other fun idea in that position, because it was a very weird position, was
Leave the K
just
off. Leave the K off, right?
yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Did you
yeah,
think
yeah.
about that?
Well, I just wanted to bingo next turn. I mean, I was optimizing to bingo next turn, and there was an edge out, wasn't there? So it wasn't unique. And
Yeah.
again, how am I going to lose this game? Yeah, he puts the edge on peck, scores 100 points on a bingo, and then I'm sat in my chair beating myself up trying to win a close game. So I didn't want that to happen, really.
Gotcha. Yeah,
Sense.
cool. Thank you for that. Yeah,
Well,
anything else you wanted to say, Will? I guess there was that
there were
pre-end game. That
other,
was
yeah,
crazy.
there was other stuff, but we got to let Harshan go get his lunch and refuel and get ready for 2 more games. I have no idea how the standings are looking, Harshan. I wish I knew. Unfortunately,
It doesn't matter, Will.
I
It doesn't
don't.
matter.
Yeah.
You just focus on your next game
Yeah,
and do the best you can,
exactly.
move
Yeah.
by move, right?
Yeah, I'll try to figure that out, but I certainly don't know about anything like that right now. So we'll let you go get some food, and it'll be a lunch break for everybody. Congratulations on another great win on stream. You've given us nothing but fantastic games, and we're probably going to see at least 1 or 2 more from you. So good luck to you, Harshan. Thank you very much for your time.
I appreciate that. You should enjoy your lunch too. I'll see you shortly.
That sounds good. All right, so there you
Okay.
go. Another great chat with Harshan, and all of us are going to take a little break from here. So let's do one quick recap of the standings here. A lot of these results are now in. You see the pairings. Evan McMahon winning his game in the previous round to move up to the higher of the 220s. And of course, we just saw Sammy lose this game to Harshan. Ben Schönbrunn has worked himself into a great finish despite being in the red zone to start the day. He's done nothing but win today, Josh, and work himself into a really potentially fantastic finish.
Telling you, man, every time with this guy, every single
You
time.
did say that.
I'm so unsurprised. But that's great. That's a great result for Ben. He's been killing it this year and last, so no surprises there. Kevin jumping into second position where, yeah, all he needs to do is win 2. Sammy as well, if he wins both, I think should win the tournament. Harshan, if he wins his next game against Kevin, and then Ben beats Sammy,
Yeah.
I guess there's a chance of him winning the tournament without the second win.
Hard to
Is that right?
suss
Does
out.
that make
Yeah.
sense?
Tough to suss out. I think it does make sense. So he would need a fair amount of help for sure. I think it is possible though. So he just needs to hope he wins his 2 games, and he's got great spread, like you said. So yeah, maybe he can actually pull this off, which would be insane. But yeah, this is how things are looking. So I am guessing that when we come back from break, it's probably going to be our Harshan versus Kevin matchup. It's very difficult not to just show that top board from here on out. So as for those that want polls, I think we may be past that point. Again, here's the schedule. We just saw round 30 complete. That means we're on a lunch break, coming back in about an hour. I think that makes sense. Are we on track here?
Yes, we are.
Okay. So I don't know. Something about this, I feel like we might be an hour behind what this schedule's suggesting, but aren't we 5 hours? All right. What? Oh, no, we're not. We're absolutely on track. My addition is off. So we're totally on track. So yes, back in about an hour. Yeah, I think so, because 1400 hours is 2 o'clock, which is 5 hours ahead of 10. So we are on track to.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, you had me confused.
I got it wrong. Yeah, I got it wrong. So we are on track. Everything's going according to plan, and this is it. Everybody's getting some lunch. I'm getting some breakfast. And then we come back and find out who is going to win this absolute marathon. 32 games. We're 30 in the books. 2 more to go in an hour. Josh, we're almost at the finish line.
No, we're not. We're living in the moment, Will. Taking it 1 second at a time.
That's been the lesson. Yeah, so maybe we can internalize that too. I'll take it one grain of cereal at a time. We'll be back in an hour with the final 2 games here from MGI International Scrabble Classics 2025. See you soon. Yeah, you just need to be in first place at the end of the tournament. Doesn't really matter how long you're there, of course. So anyway, here we go. Got our players. I'm sort of imagining with all the numbers and permutations. I'm imagining that image of Zach Galifianakis from The Hangover with all of the whatever the numbers flying out of his head and around his head. But suffice it to say, if Ed wins, that's it. It's basically he's punched his ticket. He'll be the winner. If Harshan wins, he is right on the doorstep and is somewhat reliant on the result of Lewis McKay versus Josh Sokol. But either way, these guys need to win this game if they are going to win the tournament. So we shall see. We're ready. No need to delay. Just confirming with our staff on site that this is the game we want to watch. Unless you guys want to watch Lewis versus Josh, I don't know. I don't think I think this is probably the big ticket, so we'll stick with this.
Yeah, it looks like they're doing some kind of announcements just before the final game, which is why Ed has turned around, and it looks like a lot of people are just kind of looking up towards what's happening here. They could just be like just going through the final things, little bit of housekeeping that needs to be done, make sure that they'll get the scores in and stuff like that. But yeah, this is going to be a very exciting game. Any mistake or misstep will be magnified many x-fold here. But again, Ed has his odds on to win this. He just needs to avoid a big loss here to Harshan. But yeah, I mean, Ed has not been in the best form over the last 10 games or so. So who knows? Who knows of where they are mentally? But we'll soon find out. And again, a lot of this will come down to the luck of the draw too. Harshan may just never get a chance to win by 100 odd points, or Ed might just not have a chance to do anything. It could just be a blowout. Who knows? But yeah, we'll soon find out. I've just been running some ads on my Twitch channel just so that we get the ads out the way, and we're not going to have any ads during this final game. So hopefully those ads have ended for you. But yeah, just as a quick plug, we should definitely go ahead and subscribe to Will's channel on YouTube if you don't already do so. He puts out some incredible videos weekly for you guys to watch, and there's a lot of videos for you to kind of tune into. And if you're watching on Twitch and don't already follow my channel, please go ahead and do so. We're trying to grow all the channels of all the Scrabble channels around here so we can grow the game and bring it to the masses and make sure that people are aware of what's going on with the Scrabble world. And yeah, it looks like we're soon to start this game, and they're actually doing some more. Looks like they're doing some more announcements. Maybe potentially some players that may have already clinched their divisions.
They just asked everybody, clap if you are a follower of Austinho9 on Twitch, and that's why everybody said, yes, me, I am. That's what happened there.
There we go.
Yeah. So,
all right. I'm also going to put out a prediction right now with the betting line. It's not going to be anywhere near 100, but I'm putting the betting line this time in favor of Harshan. So I'm going to put Harshan winning by at least 10 points. So this is the Twitch prediction now. If you think Harshan will win by at least 10 points, go ahead and vote for option 1. Any other result of this game will be option 2. So go use your channel points wisely, get predicting. You've got about 5 minutes to do so, and this will be the last prediction of the tournament. This is the last game.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one. As you said, Ed's made a couple mistakes, but then again, I mean, the pressure of this particular type of moment can get to anybody. Like we saw Harshan in Game 7 of the World Championship Finals play a phony 3 against David Eldar. So it's tough. These are human beings. You know, we measure ourselves sometimes against Nigel because he is our, GOAT of Scrabble. And of course, we know all of his incredible abilities over the board, but perhaps the most amazing ability that he has is to simply not care about being in situations like this, seemingly at all. Oh. He doesn't care. He doesn't care at all. And that matters a lot, right? So obviously, it's easier not to care when you're also able to play at an incredibly high level on a game in, game out basis. You can just be like, all right, well, I'm going to play amazingly like I do every time. Yeah, it's definitely...
do that. You don't give away so many points with an A, but if Ed actually played Yoi to the left, Murate would have actually fit underneath the white AW. So again, important placement of which way you go with Yoi. It kind of looks like it doesn't really matter that much, but in this case, there's actually going to save him on that front.
It's a great point. Yeah. Wow. So Amu for
Yep, looks good.
21 goes down. So both players are certainly
Close.
Ed with his blank is knocking on the door of bingoing, but it's going to be very difficult to bingo on this board without an S now. I really feel like there's no open tiles. Ed there you see, he continues to struggle with consonants. I think he would have been very happy to get rid of this N and switch it out for a vowel right about now. So that would have, the butterfly effect from there, though of course we would not have seen Amu go down, as things would have been different. Can't do that in Scrabble really, with butterfly affecting too far. You could do it maybe on a one turn to the next basis. But either way, this is a tough situation here for Ed, and he's going to play ads, which is an aggressive play to make, especially without that E hook to this, Austin. What do you make of this one?
Oh, yeah. I mean, at the same time, I'm kind of looking at what options he has, and he really doesn't have any great playable options for many points. This is actually his highest scoring play, and he preserves the vowel that he has and the blank. So I mean, it looks kind of weird playing that. There's no hooks for the Z to hit the triple, so it's fine. It's really mainly just any words that go across the Z to hit the double word square, or any hooks making the E hook for ads, which Harshan does have, but he doesn't have a bingo here. He's also going to be struggling a little bit with what to do next. But yeah, it really depends on what Ed picks out now. I mean, they've actually been picking out a lot of consonants. Maybe Ed is due for some vowels to be picked up here.
I would say, so first of all, if I'm Harshan and I see Ed play this, I'm a little worried. This looks like a very strong play. I would certainly not imagine that Ed does not have an E at all, that he just has a blank. Now, of course, given that he just played DS, he might have drawn an E. The odds are likelier of that than any other tile in the bag. There are no E's on the board either. So easily, Ed could end up with an E that he didn't have when he played this. But I would be sorely tempted first to try to block it, but how do you even do that? You can't put a tile here. If you play something like OE, you're not making things that much better for yourself because you're giving up place to the triple. Maybe he would play something like a we in this spot just to take the sting out of it a little. Of course, you don't want to use both of your E's, but if you're really worried that Ed has something strong in that spot, like if he has a bingo that doesn't have an S in it, but it ends in ER or ED or something like that, you would be blocking those by playing a we, which is one option. But you could have a totally different tack here. You could play zoner to this Z to score points and not worry about fishing. There is a we. I wanted to throw one more thing out, Austin. What would you think about just playing your O right here with OK? That's kind of crazy too.
That's an okay play, I think. Keeping Endite, E-N-D-I-T-E, which combines very well with a lot of tiles to bingo next to the O, especially since you don't have an S on your rack. It's going to be very difficult to do anything otherwise. And it kind of also keeps the E spot open for ads. So at the moment he's got rid of both of his E's, and he has no real immediate way to bingo if he doesn't pick out another E or S. We just see Ed just play jog
very quickly.
The J. It really is either going to be that or Jack, J-A-K. They're the only two real options here, and it's actually not a bad time to pick up the J and score well with it, whilst Harshan is kind of struggling with kind of very low scores. But he's keeping very good tiles though. N-A-T-T blank. Should bingo fairly often. He's just drawn the E. So yeah, he's going to be very close to something at this rate.
Wow, so there you see kind of the downside for Harshan. He definitely gave Ed a lot of respect for that play of ads, trying to block it at all costs with the most defensive play. I really do think that is a very sensible play, but you see what kind of happens to his rack now is that it feels like without those E's to provide flexibility, it's not looking as good. I wonder... Oh man, he's so close to like long words ending in IZE. It's not quite like robotize or something like that would be a lot of fun to see be played. He doesn't really have anything like that. Maybe he'll play something like bonds here, which doesn't feel great, but at least would get rid of one of the two N's. really cagey set of positions to start this game.
Yeah, this is it's kind of they're just kind of, if there's like a boxing match, they're just kind of probing each other right now in terms of like what's going to be, who's going to hit the first big one here. But yeah, something like bonds would be good, or even bronze, which is what Harshan has done. It looks like it's a bit more difficult to underlap if he wants to play that. If he wants to underlap in a more effective way, he could play bonds or bonza. At least that way the B and the O are next to each other, and ending words with ER, ED, ES, all those kind of things would fit. But really likelihood of IER, IES bingos underneath bonds, which Harshan does not have really any of those tiles. He just has the I. Pretty unlikely for Harshan to hit that spot particularly well. But he's keeping NIT on his rack, and he's going to try and delve into the bag and hopefully get one of those S's of blanks.
Yeah, it's so interesting too, because I'm trying to figure out, did this play actually make the difference between it did. So let me just work this out for you. So from Harshan's, let's go from Ed's perspective here. So had Harshan played bonds instead of bronze, we would be seeing nut meat go down as a bingo. Yeah. Now, normally you would think that after bonds, it's a little bit easier to bingo because ED, ER, other things like that actually fit. That's why bronze is so nice, because it makes it so much more difficult. The two consonants together make it a lot tougher to get all the overlaps that you need to play a bingo. So that is a huge difference here. Had Harshan just not played the R, we would very, very likely be seeing Ed bingo here, but instead Harshan has bought himself another turn to try to get his rack in order, and unfortunately doesn't look like it's gone super well.
Yeah, so that kind of makes it one each really, because technically if Ed played Yori on the other side, which I don't think he would ever have done, but Muriate for Harshan would have come down. But in this case, it's kind of evened out pretty quickly with nut meat not coming down either for Ed. So yeah, it's just kind of just finding that bingo. Whoever can get that bingo down first will draw first blood. Harshan looks like he's a bit further away from getting there right now. MNA, again, a very kind of weird word that would, for the if you're not studying Scrabble words, definitely a weird word that's scoring 19 points, getting rid of the M, and one of his other consonants here, keeping ETT blank. But yeah, he obviously fancies his chances to bingo with that blank, making it an S or as on a future turn.
Yeah, for sure. And it's actually surprisingly difficult from Ed's POV to find a play that doesn't... First of all, he had no bingos, so he has to find a non-bingo play. And it's kind of difficult to find a play that doesn't give something nice back to Harshan there. Like other plays that he could have made instead of the weird looking mana there. Of course, with the N, he could have played something like Bronzen and Nat. The computer engine likes that before simulation, but in no circumstances would you ever open a triple there. But if you're looking in this spot, if you play TA, that gives you a lot of hooks. Of the E, the I, the U would all hook if you just play TA, trying to undouble your T's. If you play something like Menta right here, it opens a triple. If you play Menta here, it gives you the O Menta hook. It's actually really hard to find a play. Maybe Meta is okay to use at least one of your two T's, but even that isn't ideal because you put an E out in space, which you don't love to do. I don't even there's flaws with almost every option, Austin.
I think so. I do really like Bronzen here because a lot of vowels you actually can bingo through with a blank ass. It's like Matties or mutates, things
so
like
just
that.
dumping just the end.
The end.
Yeah.
Just dumping the end looks very good. Doesn't give anything really away. But we see Harshan now opening up an I in a very tantalizing position here.
Yeah, we know Ed has a blank. His rack hasn't updated yet, but this is huge. We know he has a blank on his rack, and if he's drawn well, this could be a devastating turn of events here in this game. Let's see what Ed has. I guess we're going to find out.
Yeah, he's got ETT blank, so if he draws out relatively better, slightly better than average, he might have something through that eye to hit both triple word squares, and in theory, it might be game over for Harshan in terms of the tournament. But yeah, I mean, Harshan, his hand has kind of been forced here.
Did we see Ed just kind of reach? Yeah, he's reaching toward the blank slip. This, again, the rack. I'm sorry for the rack not being updated, but you can see here it comes. And it is just dirtiest. Yeah, wow. Pretty simple. So I'm pretty sure that's a D. I don't think it could be anything else. And an 113-point play. Wow. But look at that. Binocle for Harshan. He's not out of it yet.
Yeah, Binocle will fit next to the D of dirtiest. So at least he has an instant comeback. And I mean, Dirty's got 113, but Binocle will score 85. So it's only about not even 30 points difference. So Harshan's still in this game. Let's not count him out just yet. But this actually does give a spot for Binocle to come down. So it must be nice for Harshan to at least have something to respond with. And he's now about 50. He's now 54 points behind. So he needs another bingo to come back, but that's definitely not an insurmountable lead.
Yeah, I mean, he already did it. He will really earn it if he comes away with the win here. Because this game is sort of, very similar to the previous, where Ed has leaped out to a nice big lead, and Harshan's going to have to battle back, but he did just achieve that very thing. So, again, this rack for Ed is the previous one. I've asked why it's updating so much slower this game. Hopefully we can get on that. But yeah, we'll see, hopefully. The second blank is lurking. It's going to be a huge deal. If Ed picks it, you just feel like that will almost cement his victory right away. Harshan really, really needs it. And wow, that is not the draw that Ed wanted to see here. A really gross set of letters with a Q that looks like it's going to be very hard to play.
Yeah. This Q only plays with QI and Binocle, and that's literally the only place you can play. So it's probably worth playing something like View if he wants to score something, even extending it to Viewer, something like that, or Vower through the O of Binocle. I mean, there's a few options here, but nothing particularly great. But at least he can still score some points. Looks like he's just going with Viewer. So Viewer keeping the P and the Q, allowing to draw into the bag and hopefully get some I's or U's onto his rack for next time.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Burning through as many tiles as you can to try to pick up some help for that Q. There are 3 U's available to be drawn from his POV, just this one on the board. And wow, are we going to see toe piece? Oh my God.
That E, yeah. Wait, what? Okay. So yeah, this is the difference between playing View and Viewer, because View actually gives away, I mean, technically a slightly more difficult way to bingo. But did Ed really need to play the ER there?
I like it. I like that choice because you really want to get a U or an I or an AT or some help for your Q. I don't think you can know that E in that position is going to be the difference between Harshan immediately answering with a bingo or not. I like it. I think it's a case of Ed making the right play, and it's just not going to work out that well for him. But again, Harshan's got to see this. This is just a huge moment here. Of course, even if he doesn't see, so just for the record, to show you guys what Harshan's looking at, with this rack, he has toe piece through this E, and I really think he's going to see this if he looks there and thinks to himself, wait, I have a bingo. Even if he misses that, that would be pretty devastating for sure, but Covet in this upper left corner is still pretty good. It's not like a devastating, like the next best play after toe piece is just terrible, like a 10-pointer. But I definitely think that this is it. If Harshan wants to get this comeback, and there you see Ed has drawn his U to help out his Q, but so I really feel like Harshan's got to spot this, and I'm worried based on his body language and how long this turn's taking that he hasn't seen it.
Oh, he hasn't seen it. He's missed it. He's got Covet here. Again, with these tiles, you have you have already got two E's, an O, and an I, you're naturally not really looking through that another vowel, especially another vowel to make three E's. So it's very easy to miss. Again, if you told Harshan that there's a bingo through that E, he would immediately find it. I'm sure he would.
Absolutely.
But yeah, this is a miss. And again, don't forget that Harshan needs to win this game by 101 points to win the title. And again, he might not even be thinking about that at this moment. He's just trying to win the game.
So I think
it.
our YouTube viewers keep saying that's not necessarily true, right? Like if he wins, he'll be at 18, Ed will be at 17, and he just has to stay ahead of Lewis if he wins.
That is. Oh yeah, that's also true. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So just for, yeah. So he does.
Used to Ed being so far ahead.
Yes.
So,
yeah. Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. So yeah, Ed has been so far ahead, but in this game they both are on 17. So they just whoever wins this gets to 18 first. But either way, it definitely behooves Harshan to win this game by as much as possible, just in case Lewis wins against Josh by a lot. It'll be interesting to see if we have any boots on the ground who can help us with that result, because that's kind of important also to gauge this game, especially if Harshan manages to get back out into the lead here, which he wouldn't even have been ahead after toe piece. But I really, man, you just would have loved to see him get 30 extra points. Look at the score right now and imagine that he would have 30 extra points and maybe he draws that second blank before Ed. It's just a big swing. But if it sounds like I'm rooting against Ed, I'm really not. I just want this game to be really close going forward, and I think that toe piece would have ensured that. Whereas now, I do feel like Ed is still in pretty commanding position.
Yeah, so toe piece would have had an extra thing that queen through the E of viewer wouldn't have really been an option. But he could still play queen here, but at the same time, well, he actually has Tok to play that instead, which is a lot more defensive. And in this case, it's a big, it could have potentially have misstepped by playing queen through the E of viewer, because Harshan had equip and he would have hit that triple pretty hard. So very nice that he played Tok there and kept things a little bit more contained.
Yeah, if you don't see that play, then you kind of have to play queen to get rid of your Q in a good way. And as you said, Harshan would have pounced on that hard. So nicely done by Ed to avoid that danger. And Harshan's in a tough spot. These tiles have not gotten too much better for him. He's kind of close to a bingo. He's got ED. He's got a U. I do feel like, you just look at the score and you feel like, man, those toe piece points, and maybe he could pull that second blank. It's just such a different game. But he still is very much alive here. He just really needs to get a bingo soon. Maybe I'll cut to the unseen tiles just to see what it is that he's looking at from his perspective. It looks like kind of a weird imbalance of, look at all those A's and I's. I think overall these tiles look pretty good though. 3 S's and a blank. Not too many ugly letters like the V, the W. Those are all gone.
Yeah, that's right. And again, with this Volk and Amu hook on the right side of the board, especially with so many S's unseen, both players have no S's and no blanks. So both players are probably, again, kind of equally as far away from a bingo as each other. They probably have like maybe 4 good tiles, and then they want to try and get rid of 3 of them each right now. So it could come down to a race between who can actually get that S and bingo first, and that might actually set the tone for the rest of the game. But Harshan, he's in a bit of trouble here. He really needs to get rid of this U. He's looking to play, is that Petty?
Interesting. Okay, so he plays Petty. This, I'm sure the idea here is that now you've created another place to play a 7-letter bingo, but I do worry that the U on the rack is going to be a hindrance going forward. I would like to see him try to get rid of that U. Where to do that, I'm not 100% sure, so maybe he just couldn't find a great option that ditched the U in a safe way. So hold on, let me just make sure board is flipped, but I mean, other ideas to get rid of the U are very aggressive and probably foolhardy, like something like Bronzed and Do would have gotten rid of the U, but that seems a little bit crazy. Although in this particular scenario, would have worked out decently, as Ed would not have had a really devastating play through that E. I don't think very many human players would make that move. I don't know. It's a tricky one. Maybe there isn't a great way to use the U and not open stuff up.
Yeah, I think a lot of the say higher scoring players use bronzed and opens up the triple to some degree, or even plays underneath ads, allowing parallel players underneath ads and maybe NE or NU. So everything in that area for Harshan in terms of what to do there was actually going to end pretty badly for him. So he definitely played something that was a bit more kind of a more normal human play, although he kept E and U, which doesn't play above the I. He had to kind of rely on his draw to do that. But yeah, he ended up drawing another U and 2 H's, so something like Hoo might be seen on the board at some point, just because it gets rid of so many of those kind of bad tiles. But yeah, he definitely needs a little bit of help with drawing some S's and blanks here if he wants to come back and win this.
Yeah, no question. Those goodies are still there. We know they're not on Ed's rack. Of course, as you suggested, when you're talking about Harshan having the play of hoo, that means things aren't going the best for you. It means you got 2 U's and 2 H's, which basically precludes you from having a bingo available. But Ed is going to struggle to score very well here, and that's something that can only help Harshan as he tries to fight his way back into this game. Ed's got those low point letters. He has the P. That's it in terms of higher scoring letters. Hopefully we can get the players back. I'm just going to make a note.
There it is.
Oh, that was fast. Okay, good. Hopefully that remains the case. But yeah, what to do? It's tough because with those letters, again, a lot of what the engine is suggesting are all of these hooks to bronze, which no human is ever going to do. Play. Parallel to viewer, that Ooh, what is this? That is not the camera we need. Very salacious content happening right here. Not sure who that was. We apologize to anybody with gentle sensibilities out there for what you may have just seen on the player camera. No, I'm just kidding. Probably Lukeman.
Just a shirt, dude.
You know, that wasn't a butt? Okay, cool.
Nope.
All right. Then you saw a cool
got your
shirt.
mind in the butter.
It looked like a butt to me, but maybe that's 30 rounds of Scrabble over the last few days doing something to my brain, and we got 2 more to go. Lunch, little mini lunch is in the books. I'm going to tell them they can start. Yes. Go. And this is it, Josh. We're back. Lunch a little quicker than I anticipated. Sorry about that, everybody. But here we go, the handshake. Our 2 players at the top of the standings, Kevin McMahon and Harshan Lamabadusuriya. An amazing rise from a 2-4 start. Kevin, on the other hand, has consistently been among the top basically the entire tournament long and has played fantastic Scrabble on stream. Couldn't be more excited. There are 2 more rounds to go.
Just 2. Man. It's already over. No, it's not. Sorry. I'm of two minds right now. Well, whatever happens, honestly, it's just been phenomenal experience.
It's been a
Agree with
great
you,
series of games. These games have been really good. There have been not that many blowouts. I feel like we've been really, it's been a rare treat, Josh. I'm very pleased with that. That's just luck more than anything. We've had such good games.
So is this going to be our first UI sighting, or did we see it earlier?
Our
Or
favorite,
are we going to see an exchange?
our favorite cry of Bacchic Frenzy. We love it. EUOI. I don't know. I mean, what is the logic that goes into those two decisions, right? You take your 8 points, dump a bunch of vowels, or exchange maybe down to EN, go for that bingo. Kevin's going to exchange. I'm liking that choice, and probably I would do that as opposed to play Uoi. But what do you think, Josh?
Yeah, I like it. He's kept EN. I probably would have kept EIN, but neither here nor there. That in.
We talked about it yesterday a little. What happens when you play a move instead of exchange as your opening play? So you might be saying, why not take the 8 points? Actually, if you do play Uoi there, putting an E, I, those are two very good bingo tiles. Even the O is decent. The U not quite as good, but still sneaky good. When you look at the list of all the bingo tiles, the U is mediocre. The other ones are good. What a draw for Kevin, by the way. But every letter you place on the board increases your opponent's odds of playing a bingo unless you play a really defensive play, right? Because usually all the 7-letter words they could normally play will still play, and then also 8-letter words will play. And UI doesn't offer that defense. It basically, almost no matter where you put it, pretty likely that most of your opponent's 7s will still play, and you give them so many more 8s. So that's the logic behind exchanging, if I'm covering that right. Timbo.
Ooh. Harshan's liking that G a bit too much. I think he's feeling that potential IG combo,
Yeah.
but also not liking. He aligned Bigot on his rack. He's not liking, I guess, what that gives back in terms of counterplay overlaps. But I think this is a mistake. I don't know about you, Will.
Yeah, I think GI hoping to draw an N. When you don't draw an N, you just do a lot worse than just playing Bigot. Now, in addition, you get 2 points in the bargain by playing Bigot. As you say, Harshan is thinking about the fact that Bigot here, placing an O in this spot, allows for counterplay. That's true. I would say, in general, you have very slightly reduced risk of those big plays. You know that Kevin exchanged 5, leaving 2 tiles. These 2 tiles that he kept are almost certain to be low pointers, so a little bit decreased risk of having those big scoring tiles that are going to hit very hard alongside an O. All of which leads me to feel like, yeah, I'm probably playing Bigot and living with the counterplay. Oh no. Is this just, this is just, I feel like with 3 N's and E's, Kevin is probably not even thinking at all about the fact that could he have a bingo here, right? He's just not even thinking about it. It didn't even cross his mind. 19 was available on this move. If we show Josh,
Either through
put it on the board here. Oops, sorry about this.
Either through the I or through the T.
Yeah, there it is.
But instead we see Nene for 51 fewer points, keeping a very strong leave of any blank, but certainly not making up for the deficit in points. So yeah, I probably would have missed that too, Will. It's just, it does not look like there's a word there. It is a common word, but it just, yeah. It would either click or it wouldn't.
That's a surprise, just because Kevin has been so on point with his word finding almost without fail. So it is a little surprising. And there you see he has a much higher degree of difficulty word that he has spotted with the first blank. Couldn't play it with
Danelaw
19, but Danelaw definitely is going to fit most of the time.
It's a lot easier, right?
What's that? Oh, Weezand, yeah,
Weezand.
for sure, and maybe better to get the W both ways as well. So
It's a super bizarre opening racks or second turn racks for both players. Harshan keeping IG, drawing 2 more I's, 1 more G. Certainly not what he needed. He obviously didn't realize that Kevin had 3 N's. Otherwise, he certainly would have played bigot, not going for that ING.
yeah,
Jig comes down. It's got to be pretty much the only thing worth playing there.
yeah,
But I think
almost
we're going to see a very nice snapback from Kevin,
for
who might
sure.
not suffer too much from his miss.
So Weezand playable with jigs now. However, it's not going to be better than playing it with the W here for a variety of reasons. One, you actually get a lot of points with that W. Playing it here also needlessly creates a gigantic hook, right? So Weezand is the play that we're talking about. This scores less and opens a massive counterplay. Definitely we're going to see, given that Kevin has it lined up, it's going to be down here instead. I guess that begs the question, what
does he make the blank?
True. Z.
S and Z on offer.
Right.
Pretty cool.
Harshan hoping for an E to come open somehow, some way with this rack, or I'm sure there's other stuff, right? There must be with these letters, or is that it? A G right. Yeah, it seems like he sees it.
Yeah. Just have to wait and see what Kevin does here. And Harshan Gujarati not going to come down. This is going to be difficult.
Kevin's thinking for a while. I feel like maybe he's imagining if I have an overlap here, and he has the right letters for it, right? Like he has an N. So he's probably just making absolutely sure that he's not missing anything much better than that. Digerati goes off the board. So the D, one of the letters that give Harshan an 8.
We need to know. We need to know what this blank is.
I'll ask. We'll get that. It does matter. Overlapping plays definitely going to be a little different. Oddly, normally you would always designate a blank a Z. If it's out in space, the S is significantly easier to hit, but oddly, the Z overlapping with A, E, O, and the S with just I, O, and I suppose H. I'm guessing, I wonder, so Harshan?
Be a challenge.
Challenging, so I'm going to guess, I actually don't know what I guess. It still could be an S. I would say an S.
I've changed it. I thought it was an S. Now I think it's a. Now I think it's a Z.
You think it's a Z just because that would make it more obscure, likelier for Harshan to not know and challenge. But it's gonna come back good.
If anything else coming off the board.
Yeah. So we'll reserve judgment until we know what that blank is, but either way, Z or S, it's a valid word. Nicely spotted, Kevin. Not sure which it is and whether we care that much about, like, would it be significantly better one or the other? Probably really a hair splitter. We'll get you that info when we have it. And Harshan in a little bit of a early deficit. It looks like he has clunky tiles that he could really stand to. It would be great to find a bingo with this and get out from the 2 I's and all this other stuff, but he will have to come up with something else here, Josh.
Yeah, there appears to be just one choice here, I think. That would be A grit from this A, just because
Sure.
you want to open the board. You're at a deficit. You can't score anything any other way. It's certainly not ideal to keep that AI. Imagine these letters being played. AI is not the best 2-tile leave in the world, but you're going to get those letters to play through. maybe get a bingo soon, because most likely Harshan's not going to be able to score his way back into this game. However, that draw from Kevin, so great. He has Uoi again.
The universe wants him to play Uoi, is what I was gonna say. He really either that or he needs to sort of shake the bag a little better when he exchanges, because this is very, very close to his opening rack. So dig deep, figuratively and literally. I guess if he was gonna play Uoi on this board, this is kind of a very safe way to do it. If it were to stay open, so Agrit going down here, this seems well worth playing. It does give a little back, but it's not that scary to think about that. So, like I said, universe wants that cry of Bacchic frenzy here. Yeah, suggestion of Artigi instead to keep AE instead of AI.
Yeah, actually,
3
I'm
points.
liking that.
3 points less. You got to decide whether that's worth 3 points to you. And there we go. Harshan, spot on. Like he's spotting.
I don't know if Artigi. I feel like the leave is certainly worth the point deficit. But if we imagine the word Artigi on the board, to me it just feels like, well, that R is no longer open. And it also feels like the overlaps are a bit easier to come by, which sort of blocks up the board. That's probably not a huge consideration.
Well, Agrit
So,
doesn't put a
I'm not
vowel
sure.
there. Agrit puts consonants there. So anytime your opponent has a QAT or X or something, they're going to struggle to do quite as much with it. Well, I guess QAT plays here too, so that's not a big deal. But yeah, it's worth something. So yeah, it looked
either way. You could go either way. Yeah, I should have considered as well Artigi in the same spot. Both Artigi a little bit harder to spot, I think, than Agrit. But okay, instead we see GAIT. This does also make sense. You're setting up, I guess, an S hook, but most
and
importantly,
a T hook
trying to set
too.
yourself up. True. I think this E on Ag is really what Harshan is most interested in after this play. But yeah, he's chosen this on purpose. He's seen Agrit. He didn't like the leave.
Denying Uoi.
Yeah.
Ah, man.
Denying.
Already foul.
It's okay. We still have like 20 more turns where Uoi could be playing.
Yeah, right. Oh yeah, Gaita as well. Gaita.
Oh wow. That makes it a little very dynamic then.
That's a lot,
very
yeah.
Dynamic play.
So, wow, Harshan draws Pereira. Potentially now playing in 2 spots with the Gaita hook. There you go. There you go. Yeah, hashtag justice for Uoi. I know I'm saying that wrong. It's like Evo, something. I guess we should probably learn. It's such an important word. We should learn how to say it, but it's not how we roll as competitive Scrabble players, Josh.
Yeah. Pronunciation is not even secondary. It's like third-condary. That's a word, right?
True. So Kevin's struggling here.
Yeah, I don't know.
For good reason. I have no clue either. What are you supposed to do? Oh, I guess you can get a solid score. Yeah, look at that. Oh, he has that lined up. I bet he sees this. He has it lined up. This word, iron with an E at the end, iron. Playing right here for a decent score. UI is not what you want to keep, but this scores 27 points, which is sneaky a lot here.
Yeah, 27 is very good for this rack. Unfortunately, the UI leaves a lot to be desired. So we have a game, folks. Honestly, started off pretty well for Kevin, but that post bingo draw And that miss of 19 actually seemingly coming back to haunt him a little bit, few turns in. As long as Harshan sees Pereira.
Well, he certainly sees that. He needs to think of the A hook of gate, which he was telling us after the game where he played frontager that he's very good on his long word hooks, but I would be very shocked if he wasn't also equally solid on his short word hooks. The thing about this, though, is that it certainly offers counterplay to Kevin. Kevin starting off his next rack with very weak tiles to get those overlaps. So we're going to see what he draws. There we go. Ew, please. One time. Can we get Uwe?
Oh my god, we're gonna have to see it.
The Uwe game. Uwe is not in which Uwe is never played somehow.
Yeah, but it's not gonna fit after Pereira. Why has he changed? Why has Harshan switched his tiles?
Yeah, I'm scared about this.
So Pereira comes down. I guess you could play Uoi and PI, keeping AEO.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's worth blocking a little down there. But are we going to see a miss of this hook? I admit, I didn't see it till it was mentioned in the chat. Oh no. Wait a second. Why would he play this? If he's thinking about playing this here. Oh no, it's just a miss. It's just a miss of the hook. Oof. Okay.
No.
So these two players have been playing so flawlessly on stream. These two mistakes of missing 19 and missing the A hook on Gaeta are easily, in my opinion, the biggest misses either of them have made in many, many iterations of being on stream. Uncharacteristic, it's round 31. They've been playing a grueling schedule. Could be, stamina could be a factor. But Josh, I am definitely...
Hold on. Oh, he hits the clock.
Oh, he didn't think of it. Okay.
He really was so close. It felt like subconsciously he knew there's something wrong.
Something's wrong, yeah.
Something strange in the neighborhood.
Just a quick note, pair takes an R hook, which he probably is thinking about. So pairer is actually valid. I believe it's an adjective as well. So pairers is not good. So Harshan's probably hoping to hit a bingo here with that R. Just wanted to call that out, Josh. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's a very important reason why PAIRE. If Gaeta was just not a word, I'm sure this is the best play in the position. But just having missed the hook that you yourself set up, very uncharacteristic. Just, I think, really showing the grueling nature of a 32-game Scrabble tournament. Definitely surprising always to see players of this caliber make misses, but also extremely understandable given what's at stake and given what's what they've been doing nonstop for the past 4 days now.
Yeah, it's would we see those same errors if this was game 1? Maybe not.
So if we see Uri or Uoi come down now, Harshan has been mentioned by current world champion Oleoresin.
Oh, I know that word.
Probability, 9-letter word. Yeah, I'm sure you studied it, Will.
I know that word now.
So this is going to be a huge check for Harshan.
Missing Pereira and finding Oleoresin would be the most Scrabble GM thing ever. Oh, please let that happen. The content, my God. Harshan playing Oleoresin. Oh, yes!
So we see it! Yes! This is a,
hype.
I think, purposefully sacrificing 3 points over Uri because of defensive reasons. You're blocking the pair stuff. You're not creating all these hooks on Uri. We see it. We're so happy. So happy. It's not every day that a 9-letter word is an inducer of such elation. Oh my God, what are you doing?
We all loved seeing that. Oh man, we like seeing the O move to the front of the rack here. Come on, one time, Harshan. I mean, thinking of this is so tough as we see Kevin draw decent tiles here. Not seeing anything he has. He's getting closer though. Nice to draw the ED if you're Kevin, because that is going to play here. If you don't have an S, at least ED will still be useful for bingoing there. Are you oleoresin with Gollard? Is that what you're suggesting?
That is a potential outcome.
Yeah.
That's been mentioned.
Let's just make it clear how difficult of a find oleoresin is. Like, how many players would you absolutely say they're gonna see oleoresin every time in like the world, right?
Yeah.
5? 10?
It's hard to say.
Yeah.
So OE comes down. This makes tons of sense. Yet it is another huge miss in this penultimate round. This play of OE nicely setting up a lane, both sides being very balanced letters. And it's kind of hard to inhibit this if you're Kevin. Knowing that you're ahead by so much, it's the first instinct what you want to do given the state of the board. However, what is the chances? What are the chances that Kevin is aware of this A hook?
Good question.
He's going to consider it in his decision making.
Yeah, that's a good
Probably
question.
Very good chance.
So this was so many fewer points than the same word here that I might be reading this as he's not remembering that if I pick up on that nuance. That being said, it is a significantly more dangerous placement as well, right? Like playing pair and Gaeta scores more, but also way riskier. So I don't know. I guess I would read that as a potential miss, as we see Harshan with lorries, a word that I'm getting roasted for. In my most recent YouTube video, this is one of the 8 bingos that Alistair Richards played in his incredible 8 bingo game, and people were I considered this word to be quote unquote borderline normal, and somebody roasted me hard in the comments and said that I'm a typical arrogant American for considering this word to be borderline normal. Very strong words. Nice play. Nice play.
Harshan had another 9 available of loiterers.
Wow.
Which might have been slightly less dangerous.
Crazy.
But yeah, anyways, let's keep it moving here. Harshan, digging into that deficit. Now only down 17 points. Back to Kevin, who has 2 triples to choose from. But not really. I don't know. I think if we're gonna choose a triple, we can really only hit this one. But things are getting very weird. There's this B hook on ogled.
Oh, yeah, I think we've seen that earlier in the tournament too somehow. When globed was played
instead of
right. So it's come back. I bet both players know that, the B hook. Will it actually be useful? Hard to say.
There's one key play here though. It uses Gaeta.
Oh, Wairua. Oh my god, that's killer. This is so good. The WU combo is so toxic. You score 40 points, getting WU off the rack, leaving just a T, drawing heavily into a bag that still has plenty of good stuff, including 3 S's, the Z, and the blank. This is big for Kevin to think of that A hook, which Harshan did not on his Pereira turn. And you know what? There's an emotional component, Josh. If Kevin plays Wairua, Harshan's going to think back to this turn and realize he could have played a bingo, and that's a little tilting.
Yeah, I don't think it's been spotted. Seeing Y instead. Yeah, very reasonable. Take out the triple. There's not a lot of vowels left, though, so I'm a little bit concerned, even though Kevin's keeping 2 vowels, that might not even be enough, given the imbalance left. But
Yeah.
we'll see. Harshan with the Q draw. Probably just gonna have to play for 22 right here.
Yeah, it's probably worth it. I guess my question is, can you actually draw anything? Unfortunately, now there's only one I, but I was thinking plimsolls would actually fit with this L. Maybe there's other stuff that plays around the board. Tartufos. Oh my god. I bet Kevin finds this one. I'm expecting a find of Tartufos here. Yeah. Okay. There we go.
There we go.
Nicely
We
spotted.
are in business, folks.
This is crazy.
This is going to be great for Kevin. It's not going to be conclusive. If we imagine this T right here, get some counterplay of something like plots, something of that nature.
Yeah.
So that'll keep Harshan in the game.
Plots for Harshan especially good, because if you imagine Tartufo on the board, the M actually kind of becomes nice. If you draw the other B, something like Mobe here could become massive now with those draws. So the M, maybe I'm not going to overemphasize the importance of the M compared to the P here. But if Harshan were to draw another O and an E along with a B, he would have a huge intermediate scoring play. You know, those 4 tiles there, probably close to 60 points.
Yep. We could see something like that. This game is probably going to slow down.
Also, Mar plots. Plots leaving the M to try to draw Mar plots. Jeez.
I guess there is still a blank unseen. There's still some good tiles, but a lot of bad tiles. Both V's to use, lots of constants, but now it's a bit less imbalanced. I think we're going to see the play of Stomp come down for Harshan.
That's a good play.
Just setting up that lane, given that he has such a deficit at this point.
Yeah, seems very reasonable.
See what Kevin gets. That's 2 vowels. That's good. This looks pretty okay.
Yeah, 2 H's. Wow. It's very good for scoring on some boards. I'm sure he's thinking to himself, yeah, this probably isn't going to stay open. But actually, it kind of will after Stomp. He'll be able to just play something with his X there if he wants to.
Looks good to me, yeah. Obviously, when Harshan plays Stomp, or if Harshan plays Stomp, I should say, because he is considering Molts right now. That's interesting because it sets up Smolts.
Yeah, Smolts is an important... Okay. That's an important consideration here for sure.
Well, he's going to avoid, some not so good scenario here with Molts, as Stomp would have given back Vox or Hawks.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. Molts for 36. Everything scored 36 there. And back to Kevin, who's leading in this game. I think we're just going to see something alongside the NE of Nene. Probably Vex.
Vex there looks
now, people, you might be thinking, all right, I play off VEX. Why would I keep these 2 H's? Why wouldn't I play Hex instead? Keep the V in the H. I would say, very good point. However, I think, I don't know if this is correct, in my estimation, the V so much worse than the H that I am far more willing to keep 2 H's than a V and an H. What about you, Will?
I agree with that. I also would add that if you play Hex here, you definitely run the risk of big overlapping plays going down with text across here, whereas if you play Vex, you cut those off quite a bit. The downside risk of a play like that is way less. So there's that element as well, especially with scoring spots starting to dry up. I think I would want to deny them whenever possible in Kevin's shoes. I just want to say,
I'd like to mention.
Oh,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
My one thing that I want to say is, what if one of the players draws the Z and an A and a big play? Are we going to see Gaeta remembered later if that comes up? There's still a few A's, right? This could easily become something that either player realizes later in the game. That's all I wanted to add.
It could still be extremely pivotal. Yeah. Still on the table, still on tap. I'd like to say the engine is laughing in our faces and saying
it wants vexed, probably, right?
Vexed. Because I'm drawing a U some 30% of the time and following up with huh for 50.
Wow.
And I think that's why. That's insane. Also drawing, there's only one eye left, but that's an insane play that I don't think any human player sort of.
It was my first instinct.
Crazy like me.
It was my first instinct, and then I saw Vex, and I said, okay, I don't have to play Vexed with this available. So I saw this, and then said, nah, this can't be right. But that follow-up potential with the multiple U's, like you said, and there is a U, right? There it is. And there's
the added benefit, of course, blocking that smoltz spot.
True. That is nice. So you give up a V in the triple lane, but it's not so bad as we see Harshan play Dev, leaving pretty good tiles. Actually, these tiles feel particularly good to hit smoltz, Josh.
Yep. He's taking it back. Reconsidering, gonna play Devi instead.
Okay.
Difference of 0 points.
Yeah, similar.
Yeah. Don't really think there's at all a difference between these two plays.
Up they go again for the second time. So we'll see. I like the idea of playing. Certainly the V is a major point of emphasis. Gonna want to play that for sure. What else to play with it? The D definitely looks like the easier tile. And maybe the better tile for synergy. I feel like the rest of the tiles kind of mesh a little bit better, certainly than if you keep the D in there as well. So yeah, this is a tough move for Harshan. Only, low number of points on offer. 15 points on offer. Not great, but he's sort of forced to do it as we see Kevin getting set to play. Oh, see? Kevin wants to play his play here. QA.
Amazing.
This
is a huge difference. There's the same amount of points Dev versus Devi, but Dev just blocks this scoring spot.
Yeah.
And Harshan would have gotten hit for a ton of points there. So sometimes the small details matter a heck of a lot. And this was the correct decision, at least in hindsight, for the challenger.
Yeah. Oh, there's an A. F. Okay. Not quite. Oh, pacifist. It's not open anywhere, but there is something. But yeah, this is, again, that A. I'm so curious if either player will realize this, right? It's certainly now the calculus of the game based on the score and everything. Harshan realizing the A hook here is more important just because he needs this real estate to be open. He's the one coming back from a deficit. Kevin could potentially totally forget about it and start blocking other parts of the board as best he can. But Harshan, knowing this A hook is available now, it makes a big difference. Kevin pivoting to his other spot for this, which is much less powerful. But that's a really nice play. Kevin probably responding to the Smoltz possibility, Josh.
Yeah, he is, and this does a better job at dealing with the threats on the board. However, he did have Haku still in that spot, which is a very nice score.
Dang.
I think QA is probably a better play, especially considering Gaeta. You're keeping that A with only 2 remaining, kind of important. I don't know if either player at this point is anywhere close to thinking about that.
Yeah.
I'm sure this lane is in both of their minds, but T hook, S hook, and what a draw! Kevin McMahon, ACDEHOR. And okay,
not quite. Roached, not quite there. Hopefully the players play with the board more straight on for the next couple turns. There we go. Come on. Give it a good spin, Kevin. Yes, that's what you wanted.
Will, where does Roached play?
Oh my God. Yes, here it is. Now is the time. Kevin can put this one basically on ice right now if he remembers this hook. Seems like both players not thinking of it. We have ample evidence. Maybe Wairua was just missed. Maybe Kevin knows
that's a hard
the
word
hook.
to see.
Yeah, it's possible Kevin will think of it now. We know Harshan was not thinking of it because he had a bingo that would have played. So yeah,
this is crazy though. Okay, both players sort of low on time. 7 tiles in the bag. This play of FAP just opening this column very nicely, even if Kevin plays from the F, although that would score a lot of points. Still, this is open for Harshan. So if we see something like forced, that seems quite good. It even sets up the H for scoring next turn. You have the H to score here. There could still be some poison with that blank out. Harshan's going to get one more chance. But I think regardless of what Kevin does, it's looking quite good for him this game.
Yeah, just the power of the CH combo together, whether he uses them on this turn together or not, he's going to continue to score very well on his next couple turns. There's definitely enough going on. As you said, even if there was a play with a CH going across here, for example, spending just the C and saving the H for this turn, next turn, as you pointed out, really going to be pouring on the points. I guess it's worth noting that maybe you have to be careful how many tiles you use on your next play. So Kevin actually has a great opportunity to make Harshan's life really difficult by playing a lot of tiles here and running his score up. Definitely think he has a strong incentive to play as many tiles as he can. One way of playing as many tiles as he can is to bingo right here, as we've been saying, but failing that, playing something up high, as many tiles as he can do, seems wise.
Yeah, Kevin has the game in the bag if he only spots this A hook on gate that's been eluding, I think, both players for the entirety of the game. Falling below 4 minutes is Kevin McMahon. He's got some weird things to think about. This unseen pool can be dangerous, can also be a complete and utter nothing burger. And Harshan, looking at casualty, that is not a word. I had to check that. But we're going to see forced come down, leave 2 in the bag. And this is going to give Kevin a great chance at winning, but not an 100% chance.
Yeah, FAPs. It's being pointed out that FAP used to be valid only as an archaic adjective. But it's now a conjugated verb. Slowly, now forced is on there instead, but for a moment there, it was just slowly scrolling across the bottom there. So, all right, 2 tiles in the bag.
So,
brutal situation.
This is it. Let's see what Kevin draws. Harshan's got to go for something. He's probably got to see Gaita now as a possibility
Yeah,
or
he has
something
to.
like that.
Oh,
And now we know it's in the bag, and it is not good for Harshan Lamabadusuriya. It is BZ. It's not what you expect to draw. I don't think there's any way for him to draw something that's going to win him the game.
yeah.
He could play Tig, TYG, score some points. Then maybe there's some miracle, huge Zed play. I'm not seeing it. Harshan probably needs to hope the blank is in the bag here. Not getting it. So this game's going to go to Kevin McMahon unless something insane happens.
Yeah, huge result to come in from the other games is that Ben Schoenbrunn defeating Sammy Okosagah, which might effectively knock both of those players out of contention. Given that Kevin's going to win this game, both of these two players are going to have 21 wins. Ben and Sammy will have 20 wins. Because we're doing King of the Hill pairings, it means we would get a reprise of this same matchup in the final round to determine this year's champion, if I'm not mistaken, Josh.
Yep, that is absolutely correct. So the result that Harshan wanted was winning this game and having Sammy, who was a game ahead of his opponent Ben, lose his game.
That
He
did
got
occur.
one of those things. But obviously we know Harshan wasn't caring about that at all.
Yeah.
So this result of this game actually completely irrelevant now. Other than like Harshan winning it, of course.
It's actually not though, right? Because if Kevin loses, Ben passes him on spread.
Really?
Yeah, Ben's spread is 1540. So if Kevin loses and drops to 20 and 11 along with Ben, Ben leapfrogs him and earns the right to play Harshan.
No, he doesn't, because Harshan's going to be 2 games.
Oh, he's Gibsonized. Never mind. You're totally right. True.
Yeah.
My bad.
So, yeah. So Harshan needed to win and have Sammy lose to be to clinch the tournament. But unless some, like I said, some miraculous thing happens here with Gaita, probably. This is going to go to a final between these same 2 players, Kevin McMahon and Harshan Lamabadusuriya. One more game after this. Very exciting stuff.
Can you explain Gibsonized? That's a fancy Scrabble term that basically means you clinched the tournament early. It is named after the legendary, dearly departed now several years ago, American grandmaster David Gibson, who won so many tournaments before the final round that word Gibsonize is synonymous with clinching early. Sort of a tribute
imagine
to
being
him.
so legendary that your name becomes a worldwide term for having won too hard.
Yep. Pretty amazing. So both players with A's here. I feel like I want to put a poll up of, is Gaita played at any point in this game? Yes or no? They both have A's. I'm sure that the best plays in the end game are going to revolve around that spot. If there's no bingo, I'm curious if anybody thinks that hook is going to get spotted, or is it over?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Kevin would have spotted last turn. Guess he's got time to think now. Harshan deliberating as best he can with the remaining time that he has on how to potentially steal this game from his compatriot. Yeah, it looks helpless, even not knowing what's unseen.
ZB is in the bag here, these 2 tiles. So the reason I'm talking about that is if Harshan plays off YU like it seems like he's going to, Zati's is going to be by far the best endgame play. It doesn't really matter. As you suggest, you could do anything. If Harshan's going to lose this game, it totally doesn't matter how much he loses it by. Kevin and Harshan are going to play again, and the winner of that game wins. So you literally could just walk away from the end game, not even care. But I'm curious to see if...
And he's trying to win, because if he wins, he wins.
Of course.
I think playing YU, you could draw into Tsarists, or Tsarist.
Yeah, that's right. So that's...
You can draw into a bunch of stuff. So I think that's what he's looking at. He's trying to see if there's any way to draw into something. But Gaita, he needs to see Gaita for that to be...
It looks like he might be playing his A off, which that's definitely not what he's going to want to do, knowing all of his options here.
Yeah. I think he's playing there. Yeah, trying to cover that spot. Makes sense. AY. The A, obviously, we want him to keep it for Gaita, but that's long gone. He's gonna get the bad news with BZ, which is just not helpful whatsoever. And Kevin has 3 minutes to make a nice sequence of moves, probably 2 moves, and win this game nicely. But it'll all come down to the final game. Best end game, not anything with Gaita, Shani, Hyland. It is M12.
Let me show.
Looney. L blank UNY. Why? Because you're setting up Nia. And I imagine there's some other place to play NH. Yep, up here. So Nigel would find this. Some of us might come up with this, but this is very weird.
I could probably find it with like 20 minutes to think and calculate and look for plays. Unfortunately,
second best is Shani.
You get 25 minutes to play your whole game. So it doesn't really help if you could find it in 20 minutes of time. So yeah, Looney is a very, very slick sequence. And it's scary too, just because if I'm Kevin, I know my opponent has B, C, Z, all kinds of good stuff. So what should you do? Put a Y in the triple lane, right? Like that goes against every instinct you have to open up a Y in the triple lane when your opponent has scary letters to work with, but there just happens to be nothing that good.
Yeah. Looney or Liney, sorry. Like, you can make the blank an I as well.
Same difference.
I think more likely than not, we're going to see the play of NAH first, because that leaves multiple outplays for LYN blank, if I'm not mistaken. Does it? Is there...
That makes sense.
Where else does LNY blank go?
Is there something you're blocking by playing Looney or Liney first? Like sits in these spots? Is that somehow
you're blocking Biz?
Oh, Biz. Yeah, maybe Biz. That seems good.
But you're also setting up a big play that has to be dealt with. So
Kevin is gonna play. What's he looking at playing? He has very little time left.
Lanny?
Oh no. Shani? Oh, okay. He just ha. So getting a bunch of points here.
Go out.
Well, the 2 ends. So there's nowhere to dump that stuff, right? Yeah, where would you?
Yeah, that's okay. You just had to make a move.
Right.
And not let something insane happen. Back to Harshan, whose best play is probably Biz. No, it's not. Of course it isn't. Best play is Bustic and Gates.
I thought about Bustic just because I was looking around for spots with the Z after. Yeah, this is Biz doesn't actually give anything back with buys, but it's scary to play that. Give overlaps.
Yeah.
So all right, here goes
See
Kevin.
Noi here.
Yeah, it's giving back that too.
But Kevin can actually block Scut a little bit better. Whatever. These end games are just nobody's solving these.
Yeah. Well, in this case, look at the time, right? Like, that's pretty crazy. 1 second left for Kevin and 4 for Harshan. That's pretty wild. All right. Kevin moving up. It's going to be a reprise of these two in the finals. So Kevin is 21-10. Harshan 21-10. The spreads technically no longer matter, but we'll figure out what they are. We have them, and Kevin moves into first place for the time being, but that's a very tenuous first place. He still has to play for the win in the final round, which I assume we are not going to wait too long. Definitely not going to go to break, so don't go anywhere.
Yeah.
We're definitely coming right back.
I don't think we should even interview. I think we should just go right into the final game.
Yeah.
But yeah, certainly a lot of inaccurate plays this game. It was a tough one. Lots of things to see, lots of things to miss. So yeah, went to Kevin. I think the final game, these guys are going to be probably quite nervous, but also maybe more on their A game as everything is at stake now.
Yeah, I think the odds of them being more on their A game are just very, very good no matter what. I think it was uncharacteristic, some of the misses in this game. Very, we've seen Kevin 4 or 5 times probably, and Harshan even more than that, and we just haven't seen anything like that from either of these two. So the odds are great that this game is the aberration. Our previous watches of both of them bear that out. And while we wait for them to figure out, I've told our producer on site, no interview. Let's let them take a quick break and then get back into it for the climactic finale. But we can cut to the standings now if we have them. There they are. You can see we'll get that result in shortly. But amazing resilience, Josh, by Ben to basically maybe win all of his games today or all but one. Look at him there in third place with a chance of, I think, given that it's going to be 21-10 for both. Let me not even try this. Both of these have 21. If Ben wins his last game, his spread is such that he's pretty likely to win second place, which is pretty incredible.
Yeah, I think it's just a guarantee. Unless... Yeah,
if he wins by 1 and Kevin wins by a lot, then maybe. But other than that, it's essentially a guarantee.
It's close to a lock.
Yeah, for sure.
Close to a lock. We're going to see the same pairings as in the previous round. And yeah, we're going to get...
Shout out to Rick.
Whenever the players are ready. But
look at Rick. He must be on one hell of a streak as well. Lukeman is not hearing that we... I guess if Kevin has the headset on, we can talk to him quickly. So let me just cut back here. But yeah, Oops, I'm also having an internet connection is unstable message. Hopefully that resolves.
Hopefully we're still audible. But we got Kevin on the mic, I guess. Kevin, can you hear us?
Yeah, my internet is suffering slightly.
Possibly not.
I do see the Zoom call is still muted. So even if Kevin hears us, until Lukeman hits that button, he won't be able to communicate with us, unfortunately. Yeah. Sorry, Kevin. If you can hear us, you're sort of at the mercy of Lukeman coming back and hitting a button on his computer. We could interview Kevin and he could just respond by physical gestures.
Miming, yeah.
Yeah. Kevin, if you can hear us, give us a hand signal for how you're feeling right now going into the last game. Very nice. No, I thought the thumbs up was coming for sure, but instead we got a very evocative hand signal there.
Yeah, Kevin, I mean, congrats on this win. It's coming down to the final game. Let's just let you go, let you relax before the final matchup, and best of luck there.
Yeah. That sounds perfect. Thanks, Kevin.
Okay.
So yeah, unfortunately, yeah, you can go ahead and put the headset down, go take a walk. We will just take a look at the standings and stuff. I do like that hand gesture from Kevin. So Kevin, that what do we parse?
Put that beanie back on, right? Is that the quote?
Yeah, I guess.
Go ahead and put that beanie back on.
Yes. So let's see what the spreads are here. Okay, spreads are up and in. So 1473 for Kevin and 691 for Harshan. That is just barely even matters. Looking at the standings, what numbers the two of them have are totally irrelevant at this point, as they're going to play again, and whoever wins will reach 22 wins, which, Josh, I think that was my estimate of how many wins it would take to win this tournament.
Yep. Looks like someone's going to be on 22 unless we have a tie. Harshan has the chance of losing this game without losing. Or losing the tournament without losing. So Kevin with the spread advantage. Maybe we'll see that 1 in 500, Will. What do you think?
That would be incredible. I guess what that would mean is that Kevin's the winner, right? Because of his spread. So that would be a downer. That would mean that Harshan came 1 point away from winning the whole shebang. That would be tough, needless to say, to come literally 1 point short. So we'll see if that's actually what occurs. I'm just getting, I have to reverse the portraits and stuff based on who's going first and second, which we're going to do. But yeah, Kevin, is very humble. He, acting as if his mind was blown there, or that he was, in utter shock to be here, but we are not shocked in the booth by either of these two, Josh.
That's correct. Yeah. Both of these players throughout the tournament have just blown us away with their precision and finds. So hoping for a really epic finale. It almost always is. But whatever happens, it's been an absolutely incredible and epic journey to get to this point.
The journey. Here we are. We made it. Yeah, round 32. It's been a real pleasure. This has been fun. It's been grueling with the wake up time in particular. I'm definitely looking at some very good nap time in the near future. But I'm feeling pretty good right now, Josh. I got that energy flowing. I cannot wait to see who wins the championship here.
Yeah, I'm feeling so much FOMO as well, not being there. I'm so happy to cover this event with you and commentate. There was a question why neither of us are there. Well, the UK is pretty far away. Costs a lot of money to go. It's a great tournament, but as Scrabble is not yet a profession for the top players, it's simply just not really feasible. I went last year because I got a very generous sponsorship donation from a member of the community, and it was so amazing. And I wish I was there this year, but yeah, it's a great event. Someone's got to cover it. So maybe that's why we're not there. Someone's got to tell it. Someone's got to commentate.
Yeah.
So,
Next best thing. It's the next best thing. What I would say is we got several hundred people watching right now on YouTube and probably some more on Josh's Twitch channel at Axertypo on Twitch.
how much did you say?
We hit a peak of 450 something. 452. Nice. So that's relevant to what I'm about to say. The question is, why aren't we there? Well, it's tough for Americans to go and expect to recoup prize money, right? Americans and Canadians, I'm sorry. And people all around the world. It's tough to travel really far to go compete in these events, as it looks like, at the very least, Harshan about to sit down. No sign of Kevin yet, though. We can just cut and get set, so we absolutely do not miss any of the action here in our final round. But why is it relevant? The hundreds of people watching on YouTube, because that's our ticket in this community to people like us being able to go play more overseas. If we can grow our audience to a point where we get not just hundreds, but maybe thousands of people that enjoy watching events like this, you get sponsors that say, whoa, if we advertise and help defray the cost of this stream, we can get front of the eyeballs of 2,000, 3,000 people that love word games and esports, casual esports like chess, that sort of thing. Now you're really talking that like people like Harshan be adequately rewarded for their incredible talent. Harshan, Kevin, all of our champion level players, the incentives to go play as much as possible become so much better. Scrabble is an amazing game, but right now it's definitely more of a labor of love for pretty much all of us. And our ticket out of that is the support from everybody in the chat right now, watching, enjoying the coverage, constructive criticism, telling us how to make it better. That's our ticket out to never needing to ask again, why is Josh or me, why are we not out there competing? If we weren't there, it would not be because it wasn't worth our while financially. So that's sort of my vision. It's going to take a while to realize any part of that, but I think in theory it's possible. So
certainly is. I mean, this game, not for lack of excitement, for lack of depth, it's really just for lack of opportunity that Scrabble isn't nearly as big as it could be. So people like you, Will, doing the Lord's work in promoting the game to as large of an audience as possible. I think you guys are looking at Will and Josh, the two people, maybe the two sole people on planet Earth that are just doing Scrabble for a living, doing Scrabble related stuff for a living. It's like you said, a labor of love for the most part, but we're putting everything we've got into it, and it's paying dividends. It's so great to see so many people watching, community growing overseas and back home. Yeah, we get to see stuff like this. So much fun.
Yeah. So with that, it shouldn't be much longer. We can kind of see people milling around in one of our camera shots from behind the scenes. I think the shortest break is happening on site, and then Harshan and Kevin are going to come back, do battle, and decide which of the two of them is going to be the champion this year. It's actually amazing, Josh, that Harshan was a game away last year from winning it, and here he is again back in contention to win with so many other really strong players, but his consistency is actually pretty amazing. He is just always among the top. It's not that he's drawn even that well. He's probably not drawn horrible. He could draw worse, but it doesn't feel like he's here because he's just drawing great. He's just playing really savvy, good, consistent Scrabble. That's why the Pereira miss was so uncharacteristic, but you just rarely ever see that from him. He was the finalist at the most recent World Championship as well. And I believe he has won, if I'm not mistaken, all 4 of the big tournaments that he's played in the UK so far this year. Scrabble isn't really designed to be that consistent unless you are at such a high level that the amount of luck you need is just microscopic to have your normal results.
Yeah, I couldn't have said that better myself. Harshan showing us constantly why he's one of the top players in the world. And Kevin doesn't play as often, doesn't play internationally, but he's so sharp. And like I said last year, scary. He's so good. So this could go either way. This is the last round. Whoever wins this round will win the tournament. Whoever loses, well, we might have to look at the standings again, tell you what happens then. But there's a good chance that one of the players in 3rd or 4th will become 2nd after this game, depending on who wins. And Rick Kennedy in 5th place, he needs to win. If he doesn't win his game, one of the players at 1912 is going to overtake him on spread. So he's clawed all the way back up to this position, but it all means nothing. You can't win that final game. Sometimes that final game really does matter. So, what else could happen? Yeah, Sammy or Ben could leapfrog to 2nd place, could fall behind, but the top 4 are going to finish on the podium almost certainly. And yeah, top 2.
Defending
wins,
champion.
wins.
This is our defending champion, Ed Martin, who last year in our 25 game version of this event emerged victorious over Harshan in the final game. He actually had as many wins. He has as many wins now as he did last year. I was very impressed by a lot of his play last year. I didn't know much about Ed, but he is clearly very strong. You can even see in his point spread that there's a loose correlation. Sometimes you can't really draw any comparison from one tournament. For example, Rick has a low point spread, but that doesn't mean he's lucked into his record. In fact, it could mean he's converted a bunch of close games that he should otherwise have lost. But in general, having one of these big numbers is a good sign. It's sort of like, oh, this guy's probably good, but maybe a tile didn't drop his way once or twice, and he lost a couple games he might otherwise have won. So we have slightly off screen, leaning back. If I move, there he is. He actually is there. I feel like I want to make sure we get both of the players on camera here. There we go.
I guess it would be ideal if the laptop was just, tilted down a little bit so we get that clear view of the players. But
yeah, it's all right. I mean, it's
you
good
get to see the top of my head whenever I talk.
True. That's right. And then it cuts back to the stream, which is the screen I'm sharing with you, so you can see what we're actually looking at live. So yeah, but all of that is off camera for them. Audio is all muted. No concern about that. And we're ready to rock shortly. Harshan going first. It's been debating in the chat here, some people. What is the advantage of going first? You explained it very well yesterday, Josh.
Indeed, as has been mentioned, something like 20 points at the top level, which is the equivalent of around half a turn. Given that, there's a 50% chance the player going first plays one more turn than the player going second. If they end the game, that's one extra turn. Turn's worth around 40. Half a turn is worth around 20. So pretty balanced game. All things considered, similar to the advantage of white in chess, going first in Scrabble. But anything can happen. And it all comes down to this, Will.
Yep. It's a classic, fallacy that this game matters more than any other. It definitely does, because now so much more information has been determined. But what I mean by that is Scrabble isn't really a game that's designed to be decided in a one game, situation. You have to take the totality of all the games and analyze it. But it's much easier for us to sit here and say, this is it. This is the one game. It is, in fact, but all the games that came before matter as well.
They just need to mute. They need to mute the computer. That's all they need to do. It's really like this shouldn't happen. There shouldn't be anybody being able to hear us in the headphones. Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, just a little technical thing there that should be standardized among live streams. There was an issue last year as well with people being able to hear our commentary. Well, not our commentary. I was there. Anyways, been fixed now. Harshan going first. Yes, this game is for all of the marbles. I'm so curious to see this opening rack. Harshan. EAR. That's so far so good.
Oh, getting better. Oh, what's that last letter?
That last time.
Oh, yep. A bingo to start for Harshan. He can play tarried or tardier. He's going to go ahead and play tarried. No wasted
There's some
time.
Opening theory here. I think.
Opening theory.
I'm pretty sure that this position has been looked at before.
Well,
I've opened with this rack before.
Let's hear.
Do you play tarried for 70 or do you not open the vowel?
Twisker! Please play Twisker again.
Oh! The Twicers is good, right?
Yeah, it is. It's good. But Kevin played this same bingo earlier. If that E was either an A or an S, we might see the same bingo that he played earlier. Let me flip this board. He has co-write lined up. That would be so funny.
Co-writer.
Oh man, that's huge.
By far his best play.
Nice. He found it instantly. That's going to be an absolute crusher to Harshan, who thinks probably he's gotten off to a fast start, but he now is going to bingo himself.
Not the same bingo as before. Urbanite was played by Harshan right here to a T, but now I think we might see something else. Braunite, maybe something better. What is going on? Some fireworks. The start of this game. 3 bingos at least. See what Kevin draws.
Yeah.
Holy mackerel. This is
amazing.
exactly what we wanted, Will.
Yeah, if it's a shootout for all the marbles, all the better. I mean, that's what could be better than that, right? So yeah.
That's crazy. This is the exact rack he had, Harshan. To play Urbanite. Like, how does that happen?
That's insane.
How does that happen? Yeah, scripted, exactly. Oh, man. All right, Harshan to respond, take a 50-ish point lead over Kevin McMahon on this wide open board. I think you play Braunite through this T, maybe?
Sure.
It blocks all these floaters, but then creates this situation. Okay, not a bingo draw for Kevin, almost gazumped. But yeah, if we see Braunite here, we're gonna see Izzard come down. Imagine that eye. I know the board is a little bit tilted. So that'll tie the game back up. We saw Braunite here. We're gonna see Prize. Very similar situation.
Yeah. Tricky to decide where to play it. I guess I do favor this positioning if I'm taking a lead. It just blocks a lot, but maybe, I don't know. Now I'm thinking about it. this is already so open. If you play here, all this stuff is open. So you might as well lean into the openness, I suppose. So this is interesting. I wonder.
I'm sure it's a toss-up.
Yeah,
You can
it's
check the
it's
engine.
probably better to just make a decision relatively fast, but my gut initially was that I want to play it here just because this is staying open no matter which, right? So if you play here, this is still open, but playing it here blocks a whole lot more stuff. So yeah, I think I favor this. What do you think, Josh? What does your instinct tell you?
This is probably what I'd do. I think it's more manageable. Feels more human.
Is there any eyesed word? Probably not.
Ooh. Something like geyser almost. Oh, there is Emprise.
Oh, that I assumed that like Grise or something. I didn't see Emprise, but I was thinking Grise at a minimum would go down here. I thought something with Z as a double would be really cool. Something there, but
yeah. I heard you.
Yeah.
For sure.
Emprise.
Worth looking for sure.
Yeah. So this looks to be the spot, right? If you're Kevin, you want to find something here. I'm very, very confident that he's going to. Let's see what Harshan draws. Ooh, second blank with the J and a million vowels.
Oh,
close.
That is,
but no cigar yet. But a great draw. Yeah, we love this draw for him. So Kevin now, he's got to find one of his good plays through here. And if he plays, he sees Grise, but if he plays Pies, he probably, so just imagine these two are gone. The rest of these letters combine very well with this E, with merge type words, right? Like demerge, remerge. Definitely some good stuff that you get with those letters. It's kind of a sneaky good leave on this board with an open E potentially, so I don't think I think I'm playing Grise. So but a Grise.
A Grise is a problem. So I would be thinking after Pies, what two vowel draws or two tile draws work through this E, but more importantly, looking at what happens when the Z comes down here. I have this P or this G to re-overlap. So I'm looking at what I can do next turn, and I mean, it looks really nice to just play like Dep or something. So Grise gets played, opening the A hook. These players are going to see this A hook. I assume so, but maybe it won't matter. Maybe we just see Jiao.
Natural and normal to play that here. I feel like that is a nice situation for Harshan because normally you have a blank and you're going to want to burn some time looking, but he's going to know that Jiao scores enough points leaving the blank for next turn that it's better than probably in most cases. It's similar or better to bingos he might have. For example, if there was like an airball type bingo through this I, Jiao would probably be better than that. So he can make that with some confidence. Trust his instinct that there isn't likely to be anything with the J, C, and all these vowels, and move on. Then we see what he draws. It's an even game right now. It feels like the odds of this game being a blowout are not great, Josh, which is all we ask in the booth here.
Yep. So, yeah, we're probably going to see Jiao at some point. It was mentioned actually in the chat. Briefly, that's the A hook that cost Thatcha the game against you, right, Will?
I was not going to mention that, but that was insane. I couldn't believe what I was witnessing in that game. A beautiful endgame sequence by Thatcha where I thought I was sunk, and then the unimaginable happened. When things like that happen, you think to yourself, "Oh my God, this could be my year to actually do this." But I had a stumble against none other than Harshan. Had a winnable game against him that I sort of talked about it before. In Scrabble, you can be making 3-pointers and doing trick shots and making amazing plays, but you got to also make sure you make all your free throws and your dunks. And I missed the Scrabble equivalent of a dunk against Harshan.
And there's a video on that right here or there on Will Anderson's YouTube channel. If you're watching on Twitch, I highly recommend you also watch on YouTube. Unless you're subscribed to me on Twitch, in which case you won't get any ads or you have a good ad block. But in both cases, if you have both streams open, you'll avoid the ads by switching to the other one. So we love everybody that's watching. We don't discriminate between platform. We're just trying to expose as many players or viewers as possible to this amazing tournament. Xiao does indeed come down after a long think by Harshan. He's probably looking for some bingos with that rack. Blank makes things a little bit more difficult to sort through. So totally understandable use of time there. Back to Kevin, who's already decided probably, if nothing changes, that he's going to play Mift and ME. Nice score of 34 points. Won't get him quite back in the lead. But something like that, maybe now Afid is on the table, keeping the MP combination, which could be okay. What do you
Makes
think, Will?
sense. Yeah, I mean, those plays both look pretty good. I would probably play Mift here just because MP, while it's a nice combo, it doesn't feel particularly good as like a bingo leave, or there's no spot that I want to score with it necessarily. So I probably would just play Mift in the absence of some consideration about that play where I say, oh, it's not good defensively. But now, Harshan, does he have a bingo to come back? I'm looking. I don't see Pucelage, which comes to mind with this rack, or maybe a couple other things. This would be
Okay, so just Miff here.
Oh, that's surprising. PED, definitely a little bit better of a bingo leave, but I don't think it's that many points better. 6-point sacrifice here for this. Let's see if it benefits Kevin. I mean, yes, you're giving up 6 points for this, but maybe if he draws a bingo, he's going to feel good about his choice. So we will just have to see. What does Kevin draw? Harshan unlucky to not draw a bingo. Kevin drawing fantastic tiles here. Oh my gosh.
Well, that's
What
gotta
does
be
he
good.
what does he have?
Snaps. No.
What does he have? This looks like
Oh, and we can find these. Last game of the day, Will, we gotta... There might not be anything for either player.
How is that possible? How could he not?
I mean, you're gonna find it faster than me. But yeah, Myth comes down. Kevin's down 15. Harshan's turn with the blank. He's got to be feeling good with all of these lines open. Eventually, he's gonna draw into something somewhere.
Is there
So
really
he's taking time.
There's really no bingo here for I can't believe that. I'm just staring staring a laser through his letters. I cannot believe there isn't anything.
Yeah.
Wow.
But you have to look so hard on these boards. You really do. You have to just double check, triple check, make sure there's no weird 9s available.
Yeah, the
with
9s.
either of these racks. Both of these racks fantastic. Harshan with the blank, even more thinking to do. This blank could be any of the 26 letters in the alphabet. So Harshan's gonna burn some time. He had
yeah.
lined up peace. That doesn't fit there. I don't know.
Peaceful. No, he's probably lamenting that the Fs are one spot away from peaceful, which is absolutely agonizing for him. If these were just one lower, you'd be seeing a bingo here, but it's not to be.
Some huge love in the Twitch chat. Thank you so much, Jake Lowe. Yeah, Harshan to act. No bingo. It's kind of weird.
Very.
We're going to see it take a long time. If you're Kevin, you want to be planning ahead, have the time advantage. You have all this time to look for options. So we did see him quickly conclude few positions where he found the best bingo or the lack thereof in this tournament. So I don't know how long Kevin's going to take next turn, but depending on how long Harshan takes, most of Kevin's thought process will already have been done for him. We might see something like Dames, DAMES. Nice way to overlap, score a bunch of points, and keep very, very well.
That looks great.
Grized, is that good? Or just
I was thinking about that. So I thought, what about something with the D here? The problem is that's not valid. So grise, a noun, a grise, a verb. Could we see Kevin try to put a D on here and play drap or something like that, setting up his S's, keeping a great lead? This looks fantastic if grised is a word, but it's not. So that is a huge trap that I feel like at least I would be very tempted by.
Yeah. Just a mention of messed. That's 43 or 42 points. That might be worth doing,
That's
even
a
though it uses
lot.
both S's.
That's a lot of points.
So great options for Kevin. And actually not fantastic options for Harshan in terms of score. However, he's going to bingo very, very soon. I can only imagine.
Yeah, still a lot open.
Engine suggesting EEE. Does not look great.
Yeah, this looks a little uninspiring using both of the E's, but there are a lot of them still to come. An open E at the bottom of the board as well, and there's just like so many good lines everywhere. After that play, the board has a lot of opportunity for bingos. So Harshan can play that. I think, just to be clear, what's going through Harshan's mind right now is, oh my God, could I be missing a bingo in the clinching game? I've got this blank. Surely I have a bingo here somewhere. That's what's going in his mind. It's very easy for us to put this rack into the engine and say, oh, he has no bingos, he should play P. When you're actually sitting in that chair, you are in mortal fear that somehow your brain is playing tricks on you. And it looks like he has Auceps.
He's found Aucepses. So he's going through all the options with like a second blank. This is extremely impressive. And he's concluding that he plays PEE. Honestly, this play looks so feels like there has to be something better, keeps better letters, but I think this is what you do.
29
by far.
Yeah. 29 points. Nothing even close.
Back to Kevin. Is there some chance of him thinking that he has to have a bingo here?
Now he has a nice, he can now, he can use one of his S's here with, something here. Daps, that looks very good. Oh, and Harshan's draw is awful. Wow.
Wayakam.
This is a horrendous draw. So Harshan has been on the verge of bingoing for several turns, but these draws are just holding him just a bit back. He's close to random stuff. Acicula, Sapukaya, all of these other words, the two A's and two U's are just too much. So this gives Kevin a golden opportunity to score a bunch of points and draw into a natural. I feel like if Harshan had a bingo in any of the last basically 3 turns, he might have been pulling ahead here, but these draws holding him back.
Wow. The suspense in this game, honestly, Will. It started off with the fireworks. Now we're into the throes of it all. We're really just witnessing the lament of these players. They're so close yet so far. I don't know. This is a great fairy tale that we're witnessing here.
People are saying Guayacum. Is that actually fitting anywhere?
These are just people throwing out words that
All right.
are available potentially theoretically, but
Yeah, yeah,
it does
okay.
not appear like anything
Got it.
will fit for Harshan. Brutal. So, like we said, messed possible play. Dame's being blocked by P. Daps, as you mentioned, looks very strong.
Yeah. Seems solid.
35 points. I don't think you'd play messed with Daps on offer.
Kevin has the
I was trying to dap you through the camera.
Oh,
there,
the
but
dap. Nice. Got you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry. I need to
Not
return
awkward.
that. Whoa.
Hey, what an incredible idea. Just drop the S and Harshan's gotta be like, what?
That's
What is that?
yeah, this gives
That's brilliant
Harshan
play.
a ton of info, but he can't do anything with it, right? You just know that Kevin's other tiles after that are so
This
strong.
might be the best play.
It very well may be. I'm looking around though. Has he actually drawn anything?
Unstated.
Yeah, not seeing it yet. I'm looking around. There were so many things that Kevin could have drawn that hit a bingo, so this definitely made sense from that perspective. Not sure the U was one of those. Harshan has to be terrified by that play that Kevin's tiles are very strong. But Harshan knows he's got the blank. The other one's on the board. Kevin can't have that. And he can't really do much with all those vowels. And it looks like he's going to play Awa somewhere. Not sure where. Just on top of Bra Knights? Sure.
Why not? It's your best score.
Brutal, but it is actually
That does
his
anything.
best score that keeps the blank, which he absolutely must do here. He needs to commit. The board is open. There's plenty of stuff that he can draw. If he just gets one good draw, he's right on the cusp here. And yeah, no bingo for Kevin, despite having really good odds at it.
Yeah,
What?
this
What is
is
Harshan going to
brutal for
draw?
Kevin now. Yeah, we'll see what Harshan gets. That's good. That's good. That's gonna bingo.
Included.
Cuddlier.
Cuddlier included. But is it, I mean, is Kevin ever blocking that stuff? And if so, is there anything up high? I don't think Kevin's blocking down low here.
Nucleidic almost. Nucleidic is good.
Yeah.
Well, you know that too, Will?
Nucleidic?
You knew nucleidic?
I think nucleidic. So I didn't know nucleidic, no.
Oh, maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
But yeah, what the heck do you do now if you're Kevin?
He's got 41 points on offer for upset. But
really?
after playing off one of your S's, being down 35, 41 points, blowing your rack up, really something you want to do? Not at all. He's going to play ups probably, or just up.
Just up, okay. So
that's
many more points on offer for the aforementioned, as Josh said, up send. But this is going to bingo way more often, and that's pretty important, given that Harshan is poised to bingo now. They're confirming the score. There we go.
Included or Cuddlier, both probably the best two options here. Look what they do to this otherwise extremely open board. Goodbye.
Yeah, shutdown time.
Goodbye. And luckily,
Sendals. Sendals, yeah. He's going to preserve his chances. You know, Sendals would play here. If that didn't get blocked, it's about to be.
That's insane. That's insane.
That would be
okay. So both players poised to bonus, but Harshan already in the lead, playing Cuddlier. He's gonna increase his lead to over 90 points. Sendal is gonna score in the 70s, open up a huge spot for Harshan, so you're gonna have to see what Harshan draws here. Dudley coming down. That was my fave.
Yeah. Included, just for the record, gives back the very easy chi bomb with the Q still lurking. There's no reason to do that. Even though you probably know Kevin doesn't have that after the previous play, there's no need to tempt fate and open up a spot like that when you're the one taking a lead. You want to make sure you're minimizing the odds of those really high scoring plays that your opponent can make. Interesting that peep. I forgot that. I know this word, but this is a slightly higher scoring alteration of playing peep with the E hook. I'll be impressed if Kevin thinks about that. I know that word, but I just wasn't thinking of it here as a hook. 2 more points on offer for him.
Huge, brilliant idea in the chat that maybe you play included, given this last play of up signals bingo tiles, not scoring tiles. So maybe you open yourself up for something.
I would just hate
like
to
the
do
actual
that
Q
and
draw.
then not draw the Q and then Kevin bingo and draw chi, you know?
Oh, this is a big, big, big mistake, honestly, Will.
Not
It's 2
playing
points,
peep.
but this spot is quite dangerous.
Yeah. For sure. Now, instead of, if you just imagine all of those words shifted up, maybe we'll show this real quick on Quackle from, it's Harshan's turn, so we'll look. But just look. This is the play that Kevin should have made. Yeah, you give up a triple through an L, but plays going down just don't do nearly as much as when you shift the word down 1. Now, all manner of high-scoring consonants can go here, and that is exactly what Harshan is going to do here. So, little tiny detail, tiny detail, and I didn't see it, to be fair. But Harshan's going to play hoon here, undoubling his ends instead of hoot, the more normal hoot. And a huge draw here for Kevin. He's going to need something very good. Oh boy, the 2 Ys might not qualify.
Well, yeah, that's kind of bad, but at least seems like Kevin's gonna be able to score. Maybe something like Cowie, Doomy. I don't really like.
Yeah,
This
that's
is
a
looking great.
rough draw for sure. It's so tantalizing.
Q for Harshan.
There's like there's like stuff up here, right? Like this isn't the word, but like this looks like there could easily be something up there with the M. There just isn't. So this is actually a really annoying turn for Kevin. But Harshan drawing this Q, it's not going to be that terrible for Harshan. He'll be able to play it, but it does slow him down a little, right? Just make sure that Harshan doesn't, for example, draw another bingo somewhere to put the game immediately out of reach. He has the Q that limits his upside slightly. It'll be all right to play it. But yeah, this is brutal for Kevin. He's going to have to come up with something pretty clever.
Suggesting Yao setting up Moop.
Very
any number of
nice.
huge high scorers.
Yeah, even
just runs into some danger.
Even just Moy, right? Like at a minimum, maybe you get something better. That's very clever. I feel like that might be a play Kevin could generate just because what else, right? You're going to be looking at plays up here for sure because with the 2 Ys, yup, hooks definitely jump out. And I would think you just want to use as many of these clunky tiles as you can. Doomy looks like it's going to be his choice. This is reasonable as well.
It is.
Gives back.
And now if you're Harshan,
Q overlaps though. Just Quina again for the second time in this tournament, right?
Oh, wow. Yes. Okay, I was gonna ask if you play like vinyl through the Y, but no, Quina looks fantastic. Although I guess the one issue is that V can really, really slow you down, especially with the lead. But
Without question. So
this is looking great for Harshan. He's got a 30-point lead, but this board is really hard to work with. There's really not much going on. He's got to feel somewhat decently about his position.
yeah, I think he's clearly a strong favorite at this point. From his perspective, it is far from ironclad. There are definitely still a lot of scary things that can happen. Doomy opening the board a little bit. He cannot feel like he's home free, but I definitely think when he makes... Oh, okay. Interesting. This
This
is solid,
makes sense.
but you're giving up 8 points from Quina. We'll see if that matters. The nice thing about it, though, is keeping that vowel could be valuable, especially with so many A's coming. E's coming. The E could really help this leave a lot. Maybe he gets a knockout blow from keeping this, drawing an E, and playing something through an I. You could easily see that play out here.
Yeah, lots of stuff can still happen. Think CINQ a little bit inaccurate. But it's good to get rid of one's Q. Probably the overlap of Quina was potentially missed, but you're right that keeping that vowel for safety, safety first when you're ahead is a very sensible approach. Back to Kevin, who himself has drawn a V, not what he wanted to see. Really, the only way to get rid of that, play Bewley, but there's no way he's doing that and opening up that huge triple.
Yeah.
So, what are we gonna see? WYN?
That doesn't
Keeping
feel
the V.
great, but at least you keep your E. Maybe you can draw some of the other vowels to balance your V out a little. Problem with that play is restricts the I a little. If you're Kevin, you want this I to be as open as possible to give you more get out of jail free bingos. This S is still lurking too. Imagine a bingo starting with DE, deciding the game. It's possible. It's not likely, but this is still a threat that both players have to be thinking about. A lot of E's to come. Kevin draws ES. That could be huge. Devilettes or something. If he plays WYN up here and draws EIS, bingo here. Is my Nostradamus skills, are they running out, or am I going to have one? I've been running hot
so far
with my prognostications. We'll see.
Yeah.
Brutal position for Kevin, though. Really, really tough.
Oh, and it's mentioned even if Devilettes is blocked, I mean, this is just one very unlikely scenario. Levities will fit up top. So yeah, WYN probably the best that Kevin's got, but he's got to be very dissatisfied with that as an option. 60 down, not doing anything to open the board, keeping that red full V on his rack. Still, anyone's game. Certainly Harshan's got a huge advantage at this point.
Yeah.
Up big, no blanks to come, little to work with on the board.
This combo is pretty toxic, though. So the nice thing about just playing win, if you're Kevin, is you get to within 34. That's a really good number. If Harshan's rack is like not that great and he gets in the 20s or something on his next move, a bingo puts you ahead, right? Even a little baby bingo is going to put you slightly ahead after that. But if you really get lucky and draw something really good, you could be up by 20-ish on your next turn. So the score is at a point where Kevin definitely can keep hope alive, try to get a bingo down somewhere on this rapidly deteriorating board. Very, very
Yeah.
marginal options for bingoing right now.
So we're seeing Owly to open a lane. Okay, that's sensible. Engine was saying Valey, actually worth playing, or Vly, just demonstrating the horrible nature of that V on the rack. But Owly, a very sensible approach, setting up the lane underneath.
Yeah.
Kind of need that.
The score is what bothers me there. When you have 26 points on offer and you're only scoring 14 in a close game, your eventual bingos are not going to be as decisive. But oh, wow.
Re-invite.
Good draw. Re-invite. Playable now, up high. But Harshan,
I just feel that's getting blocked.
Yeah, Harshan
has the plays coming down.
Harshan has very strong incentive to play Venter. Oh wait, no, wrong rack. To play, I don't know.
Maybe just Klieg?
Anything. Yeah, anything up there. I love the idea of playing here if there is such a play, but maybe there isn't.
There isn't a knockout play there, so maybe GAC is also on offer, but you've got to think as Harshan. I think the space that you can knock out with the play like
Klieg, definitely. Now there is some hindsight here of like, oh, Kevin has a bingo through the eye. Harshan has to block it. But even if Harshan is just looking at the position neutrally, he has to know that this eye is by far the most flexible bingo threat on the board. So looking up here to block it, that's definitely going to be a top priority. So I think it is a move you can make even without the commentator brain clouding your judgment of us knowing the other rack. There we go. Same principle here. Maybe a little better to get rid of the G along with this. But this is the right idea, and he just saved himself, Josh.
Yeah, this was a key decision for Harshan. He doesn't know it, but he has saved himself from a pretty uncomfortable potential position after the invite. Even though with the lead that Harshan has, play of re-invite is certainly not decisive in any stretch of the imagination. But now Kevin's got to do something else. He's got to fish again. He's got to play off his V, maybe one of those E's.
Oh,
there's
the
nowhere
X.
to do that.
The X, a huge draw too for Harshan.
Guess he might see Ave with Eppies was just opened up. That's his best spot to play off EV, but
yeah, nice.
Where are you bingoing now? You're bingoing here. That's terrible placement.
S is still lurking.
Harshan just such a great amount of counterplay. So this is very difficult. We might see something like Yevon. That probably makes more sense.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. Just scoring. You definitely need some points here. Ave is a great fish, but now Kevin definitely needs to make sure he's scoring enough that his eventual bingo actually matters, that it actually delivers him a chance at victory. If you continue to fish for very low scores, even if you get your bingo, it just will be for naught. It's not enough.
And big draw now for Kevin McMahon.
Where's that S?
Harshan's going to be a little bit slowed down by this X and this V and this G. There are a few E's left, couple A's, that S. Not a lot of bad stuff to be drawn.
Debitors? Oh! Not quite.
Close.
If that O was the other S, we could be seeing debitors right here instead. Nothing doing. Still for Kevin, time running out for him.
This is really hard. It's hard to imagine an easy route back into this game for Kevin McMahon. But, like I said, Harshan's not going to have much to do here with 9 tiles in the bag. His best score seems to be 30 for something ugly like Axion. Doesn't even inhibit. This sets up an S. I don't think he's playing that. So he's scoring less than 30 here, which means that Kevin's going to be down only normal bingo score. Have another turn to try and make something happen.
How does he?
Very curious to see how Harshan deals with this board now, given that this has just been opened up.
Is it crazy to just play racks?
Not in the slightest. Well, I think that's a pretty good play.
Your leave is terrible, but what do you care? All you need to do if you're Harshan is stop Kevin from bingoing at all costs. And there's not a lot of space left. This lane and then this marginal lane. If not that, where? Crazy bingos ending in I? Sure. If you have that, more power to you. But I feel like racks, for me, it looks paranoid, but I think it's definitely warranted.
Yeah, I love that. The more I look at it, exactly what you want to do here. You'll have the V behind to hopefully use to block off whatever space Kevin tries to reopen. And it looks like Harshan spotted it. This is exactly the sort of play that you want to do in this position, given how difficult it's going to be for Kevin to bingo after this. So we see racks come down. Probably going to see bio something as a response.
Reopen somehow for sure.
But that's not really that great. That's only 6 letters. I don't really see the point. I don't know. I really don't know what to do after this play of racks if you're Kevin. But Harshan getting low on the clock.
Yeah.
Down to 3 minutes. Definitely we've seen that before in his games. He's reconsidering. He's going to play
Trog?
Trona. Okay, this is fancy play syndrome though, Will. I'm not a fan of this.
Yeah, it's really fun setting up the X. That's very clever, but I feel like you're never actually getting this. Maybe that's okay. I mean, maybe just blocking it, forcing. I mean, is the idea, Josh, that Kevin's going to be able to block this and open up something new at the same time? But maybe that's okay because it's hard to open 2 new things up with this move. I guess the issue though is this, right? Like, what if you draw really awkwardly here? You already didn't have.
I don't think you will.
Yeah, it's clever.
Yeah, that's very good. That's probably good enough.
Yeah, good draw. But he definitely has plays here.
If you're Kevin, you must be alarm bells here, right? This has to be setup of the X. Harshan's certainly not ahead enough to play this without an X just to block.
Yeah.
So he's certainly incentivized to play maybe BO, OB, something right next door. But then what? It feels like Harshan can easily just come back and block, even with like a 1-tile play if you play BO.
Yeah, this is why I kind of like.
Just like
I like this choice. I mean, I like this choice for him. I think it's actually, yes, it is fancy, but practically, I feel like Kevin, even though he's going to address it with his next play, maybe opening more space, Harshan should almost always draw something that manages to neutralize whatever new threat Kevin creates. And if Kevin spaces out and doesn't do anything there, then you get a massive X-bomb and outrun. I feel like it's pretty good. I guess you're right that it can. There are situations, I guess, where it backfires. Maybe racks is just a little more controlled, keeping a vowel for sure going into next turn. But even then, the rack wasn't that great. So I don't know. I think it's a good play.
It's certainly a good play. I don't know. It's so hard to analyze it. I mean, you're certainly the problem for me is that the result will be the same whether you play racks or Trona.
Yeah.
Kevin's just gonna play there, open something. Are you not getting more out of things by just parting with the X immediately, not running into the potential of drawing too many clunky consonants. I'm not sure. I mean, we know Harshan loves attempting to play as close to Nigel-esque as anybody can play. So
Yeah, this is
he
very
was emulating that with this X setup.
But the thing about Nigel is that his actually, even though he does a lot of these setups, almost always they are very carefully calibrated to actually be best and have very minimal downside risk. Not always, but usually. Whether that's the case here, I'm still thinking about this, and this is a phenomenal play to really cut our teeth into and say, was this actually best or not? I'm not sold, but the more I think about it, it seems pretty darn strong. So yeah. Let's see. Kevin was on the verge of playing a B in that spot. So yeah, oboe, I guess oboe.
I think there's some chatter going on about, you play oboe, you're setting this up, but you can also potentially draw Hetairai.
Oh,
and
man.
that's what's happening. So that is actually not going to happen.
Yeah, the A's and H are here, but from Kevin's perspective, he doesn't know that. So practically, from his perspective, definitely sensible. He's thinking, maybe I can pull this off. But this pool now, from Harshan's perspective, definitely very strong incentive to block this area and very high confidence that there's nothing ending in I with this pool for sure. There's just no way.
Yeah, so this seems pretty much over, unfortunately. Not to spoil, but
still close.
The backs. You're up 23. You're
the
scoring
S
36.
Still in the bag. This S.
And a brutal draw for Kevin McMahon. But Vax is going to empty the bag, and there's no coming back from this. So Harshan Lamabadusuriya will take down this massive field if he just hits his clock.
Yep. He's
Got
on
no
the cusp.
time, but he's calm as a cucumber. And I don't think he has anything to worry about.
Yeah. I think he knows full
Incredible
well
stuff.
that this end game is going to be after this play, right? This is going to go up a solid amount, easily enough that the end game move order is not likely to matter. It's not going to be a close end game. So this minute left on his clock, he's not going to have to calculate endlessly or anything like that. He gets the S, which is even better. And as you say, Josh, GG's in the chat, GG's from us. And it is Harshan Lamabadusuriya, a runner-up last year, barely by one game, coming right back, overcoming a 2-4 start to win the MGI International Scrabble Classics 2025. Amazing work by him, amazing consistency in a series of events, every event he's played in recent memory. And he comes away with another win to add to an extremely impressive resume that is only growing.
Yeah, what to say? Just amazing stuff from Harshan, from the British local, to take down this crazy strong field. What was it, 54 players or something? All very, very high level players, veterans of the game. And as the other results pour in, do we have confirmation that Ben won his final game?
We do. Ben beats Sammy Okosagah in the last round, moving to 21-11. This game's going to be over with shortly. We definitely want to talk to Harshan after this one. But huge comeback by Ben Schoenbrunn, who was 15-11 at one point and won all 6 games today. to finish second. Amazing work by Ben. We saw him on the stream a number of times. It seemed like we were cursing him to lose a bunch of those games, but amazing work by Ben to work his way back into an amazingly resilient and impressive second place finish. But Harshan playing Zag and Megs and co-writers, that looks like a fantastic way to score a boatload of points as this game reaches its waning phases here. We see Harshan clinching at last. What a marathon, Josh.
Yep. And Kevin played phenomenally well. What to say? This game just didn't go his way. That play of TIS, I feel like if you draw 20 different times, one tile, 15 of those times he's drawing a tile to bingo with. So, time running out, TIRE. Try and block Thagi, but Thagi still plays to the eye. And
Sorry, let me
that's gonna
flip
be
this.
it for this one.
This board upright for everybody. Every last second bled off the clock here. Kevin's got 8 seconds to play his eye. See where he plays it. Oh, I guess Harshan had Thagi as an outplay to the Eye of Tyre. Whatever, doesn't matter. That's it. Final score appears to be Harshan 486 to Kevin's 411. Valiant effort by Kevin McMahon in this game. He was so close in the mid game. He had that one tile fish of the S, after which he did not draw a bingo. Had he drawn one immediately, this could be a different game. Could have dug into that bag a little bit earlier. Was not to be. Harshan's win. Electric, Josh, electric.
Yeah, huge congrats in order. And this game, yeah, beautiful way to finish. Started with fireworks, ended with tactics. Love to see many facets of the game being displayed. See the handshake.
Yeah. Great
Double
sportsmanship.
handshake.
Two
Triple
very
handshake.
strong, so strong. Two extremely humble players. Not sure what we're took that. We're seeing some, what could I have played here and there type things here, but yeah, tremendous game, tremendous performances by both of these players. I think back to Kevin's amazing comeback win against Paul Allen that many of you will have seen on stream. That game, he should have been dead to rights, found a way to win and put himself into this position. Those are the types of games that you win when you have that champion mindset. Kevin just ran into the buzzsaw, the recent buzzsaw, not recent, Harshan's career spanning decades has been at the top of Scrabble for a while, but it seems like he is incessantly learning, analyzing his play with a critical eye, paying attention to other grandmaster players. You heard him mention Nigel many times, but also David Eldar, another incredible Scrabble champion that Harshan mentioned trying to learn from at every opportunity. You see the results in living color.
Yeah, well put, Will. I'm sure he learns a lot from you too. He said we were his 2 favorite people. To take that at face value.
I don't trust him on that one.
Pretty sure his 7-year-old probably watches your videos.
I'm sure I'm gonna make one about him. So hopefully, the little lad who has learned how to say Lamabadusuriya at 2 years old will eventually enjoy that video when I get around to it. But man, there's so much good content from this tournament. I don't even really know where to start, actually. So I have my work cut out for me.
Yeah, but I can't wait to see what comes out of that work, Will, as always. It's such a pleasure to be able to commentate alongside a legend such as yourself.
Too kind.
Really appreciate the opportunity. Huge thanks are in order, of course, to the team on the ground, captained by Mr. Lukman Owolabi himself.
Mr. MGI, huge shout out to all the extreme amount of effort that goes on behind the scenes from Lukman Owolabi, president, founder, CEO of MGI, Mind Games Incorporated. And yeah, I'm sure at some point when the players finish up there, we may be able to talk to Harshan one more time. I'm not sure how quick we are launching into the award ceremony. Typically, I do not cover the award ceremony on here. I feel like this is sort of the fitting end of the broadcast because we aren't really set up to show that remotely. At least I'm not. So another handshake, unbelievable sportsmanship, hugs for both players. You see the community of players at the event all wanting to congratulate Harshan. Sammy Okosagah there. A lot of people.
Some guy with a Nigel beard.
Yeah, Nigel-esque beard. But
yeah, I don't know that we'll get an interview. I mean, you know, things have ended.
Yeah,
very nicely. Really, people on the ground they're being human beings. The stream is really secondary to all of that.
Yeah, for sure.
But if we do get an interview, it'd be great to congratulate Harshan in person. If not, we've talked to him multiple times. He's given us great insights, his thought processes, his philosophies, his various decisions over the board. Yeah,
So, yeah,
great stuff.
More standings are coming in. This game isn't currently reflected in the standings. Kevin actually still in first place. He was in first place with 1 round to go, which is so close to winning. But yeah, Harshan coming up victorious in that last game. So when all the standings are in, that might happen. I've asked whether we are going to get a chance to talk to him or not, but I think the guy with the answer to that question is right here, so he's not checking his phone right now, which is totally fine. Really appreciate the kind comments in YouTube. Thank you so much for everybody appreciating the coverage, saying nice things about what you've seen here and over the last 4 days. I am excited to return my sleep schedule to normal. A little grueling, these 4 a.m. wake up times. But what a reason to do it, to watch many of the best Scrabble players in the world compete. Hopefully you all enjoyed it as much as we did. And we'll know shortly whether we get to congratulate Harshan together. I'm guessing we will.
So once the results are in, Harshan first, Ben second, Kevin third, Chris Lipe fourth, Sammy Okosagah fifth, Rashid, who was in the lead for the first couple days, completely dominating actually.
The longest
manages to win his last game.
The longest of anyone, really.
So he finishes sixth.
Yeah.
Very luckily, Rick Kennedy escapes despite losing his last game. Chris Lipe, he has gotten seventh. So those are the players that have won prize money. Great to see those names up there as the tiles get squared one final time in Milton Keynes, United Kingdom.
Here we go. Harshan with the headset on. Gonna get him unmuted. He can probably hear.
I can hear you.
There we go. He can hear us, but now we can hear him. Harshan, congratulations. You are this year's champion. I can spoil the standings for you now. Amazing performance. Hundreds of people watching on YouTube and Twitch are pouring out support and admiration for you in our chat. And how are you feeling right now?
Emotional.
Yeah. Amazing win.
I mean, you've been on such a run
Thanks,
this
guys.
past year or two, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. The results lag the work, don't they? You just need to be patient, right?
True. Sometimes it's not linear in Scrabble. You can put a lot of work in. It might take a little time for the results to show, but yeah, your results really speak for themselves this year. You are on an incredible run, and all of that is backed up by the level of play that you show on a game in, game out basis.
Thank you.
We don't want to keep you too much from celebration. I'm not sure if they're even this game had a ton to dive into.
No, let's talk about it. Yeah, I'm happy to talk about the game. Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds good. So basically, let me make sure that we have you here. But Josh, we have the Quackle up. Was there anything on your mind specifically to get Harshan's opinion on? There were some really brutal decisions from your POV. You didn't miss a bingo here. Is that crazy to know?
Serious?
No.
It felt like I was missing stuff.
No.
I mean, I spent so long on those blank racks. I didn't miss a bingo on the blank racks before Cuddlier?
Nope.
Okay, that's good. I feel good about that. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for reassuring me. That's a good thing. Yeah, good. Great. That's made my day, amongst other things.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, go ahead,
my
Josh.
question, I guess, was how did it feel to have the exact same rack, ABEINRU, that you had earlier in the tournament, and then you played Urbanite, then you got to play its anagram?
Yeah,
Were you thinking about that at all?
I didn't even clock it. I mean, honestly, it didn't even register. I was just so focused on the board, and I think that T was the only letter I could play through, and I was just so relieved when he left it alone, basically. If that makes sense.
Makes complete sense.
Sure.
I was just completely focused on don't block that T, do not block that T, do not block that T, and he didn't block the T. So I was almost relieved to see him playing that bonus, if you get my drift. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Apart from that, I guess the only, you had a little stroke of that Nigelian brilliance, a touch of brilliance at the end with that play of Trona, which we had not identified that as an option whatsoever. You were about to play racks, you had the A and the X in your hand, and then opted for the setup, which blocks just as well, but also sort of forces Kevin's hand. How close were you to playing racks late in the game there?
Pretty close. I wasn't happy with racks because I was really worried he would reparallel, and then it would be potentially quite difficult to block the spot if I didn't have the right letters. The only kind of issue with that is that if I played racks, anything that goes after DA, I mean, the bonus would need to end in an S, or maybe the S in the second last position. So it wasn't an easy ascending bonus, if that makes sense. But I was really nervous that he'd make a reparallel, which was problematic for me. That's the reason I took my time. But I was pretty happy with Trona. Does the computer like it?
I actually don't know. I mean, my gut likes it, and that's worth something, I suppose. But yeah, Josh,
Will, I would take your gut over any computer any day, Will.
Well, I feel the same.
That's what I would say.
We feel the same about you, Harshan, for sure. At this
These
point,
sorts of plays you can't analyze with the computer. It doesn't know how the opponent's going to respond. It doesn't know how you're going to respond to the opponent's response.
I mean, I knew he'd know that I had the X, and I knew it would give him a huge headache, and that he would be left with the problem of A, making opening for a bingo, and B, blocking the X. And it put him in a really, really difficult spot, because even knowing that I had the X made it even more difficult, if that makes sense.
Of course. Yeah, absolutely. So that's a very, very impressive play. Again, we had not identified it. As soon as you played it, we gave that gasp of surprise. That is so fun when that happens in Scrabble. So yeah, I don't think we have too much else. We just wanted to tell you a huge congratulations. You really gave quite a show every time on stream. We'll let you go celebrate with...
Oh no, hold on. There's something I need to say to you, Will.
All right, fair enough.
It's my turn.
It's my turn. The floor is yours.
So I'd like to thank you.
I appreciate that. It's been
you know what I'm on about, don't you? Right? No, it's not about this. It's about your YouTube channel.
Yes.
So I mentioned my son already. Like, he's 7, right? and I started to teach him to play Scrabble. And guess what his favorite YouTube channel is?
That can't.
I
that
told
can't be true.
you.
Just
I
guess.
told you.
Take a wild guess, Will.
Before.
Wow.
Right before we got you on the headset.
Literally,
Harshan, I told
Inesh,
him.
like literally every bedtime, can I watch a Will Anderson video, right? Has he released a new video? Can I please, Daddy? Can I watch a Will Anderson video? And the best thing about it is that he gets every single, like even the technical aspects of your explanations are so good, Will. They're accessible to 7-year-olds and 97-year-olds, right? It's not just that he's in love with your animations. I mean, he loves the animations. He like rolls around on the floor for your animations, but your explanation of the game and the nuances of the game, he completely gets it, Will. And he's 7, right? So literally, there isn't anyone better on the surface of the planet at explaining Scrabble than you are. So, and there's no one who's done more to promote the game than you have. So, pat yourself on the back. You should be proud of yourself.
Thank you so much. Can't really follow that up. That's incredibly kind to say, and it's incredibly gratifying to know that's the case. Thank you for sharing that with me, Harshan. I really appreciate it. Very meaningful to hear. So,
thank you, guys.
All right. With that, now now that you've really messed me up emotionally, we can now let you go. Enjoy with the rest of the players on site. Well-deserved celebration. Harshan Lamabadusuriya, 2025 champion.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, there we go. Well, that hit me in the feels pretty hard. Oh, hold on a second. Lukeman, I muted the Zoom call. If you want to talk to everybody, you have to unmute again. I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I think we may have our esteemed organizer, Lukeman, to address us all. So much work that he's put in behind the scenes. I don't know if he knows that he has to unmute again. I'm very sorry I hit that button, Lukeman.
Yeah. Can you hear me, guys?
There we go. Yes, we got Lukeman here. Let me go back. He's sitting down so we can actually see the man, the myth, the legend, Lukeman Owolabi. Hey, Lukeman, how you doing? You're finally at the finish line.
I'm finally at the finish line, but I'm really exhausted now, but I have another couple of hours to go, then I can take some rest. I want to thank you guys. You guys have been fantastic. I can't thank you enough. Waking up at 3 a.m., 4:30 a.m. is kind of crazy, Well, I really, really appreciate it. I'm not taking anything for granted. I just really want you to know that. This is fantastic, and we need more people within our community, to be able to make all of these sacrifices. That's how we can get the game, to where we want the game to go. And you guys are amazing. I really can't thank you enough. I don't even know what to say, but just know, I really want you to know that I don't take your support for granted, and hopefully you don't get tired of me or my request, because I'm gonna keep coming back. So
fair enough.
It's been a wonderful tournament. I'm really so elated right now. The feedback, just like last year, it's even better. The streaming is crazy. I sent you a screenshot of of one of the comments that I got, from a very strong player from Northern Ireland. Even from Africa, everybody loved it. Like, it's the quality, the commentary, people are just like blown away. And you guys are doing a wonderful job, so keep doing what you're doing, and then hopefully we get more people to join join us on this part, right?
Yeah, our community.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm really, really motivated. I'm motivated to continue to do what I'm doing as long as you guys, keep supporting. So that's just it. And I really want to thank the viewers as well. People who have come on the stream, it's not easy spending like, so many hours on the stream, watching games for hours. I really want to, thank those who have joined, the stream for the last 3-4 days. It's been a long weekend, and so we just need to keep doing what we're doing, and hopefully we'll get to the right people, we get to the right quarters, and we can all take the games to where we want the game to be.
Beautifully said. I just want to emphasize to the audience that you're behind the scenes this whole time. What everybody is seeing is us talking to the audience, but you're behind the scenes doing as much work as we are, if not twice, 3 times as much, doing so much to help the stream run smoothly, but then also operate the actual tournament. So everybody should be saying a huge thank you to you, Lukman, Owolabi, and to MGI for the tremendous amount of work that you do to make this happen. So I'm sure a lot of love will be coming your way in the chat, knowing that you are basically it all runs out from you. This is not something we could ever do without the effort you put in. So Josh and I thank you. Our audience thanks you. And not much more to say than I echo everything you said.
All I want
Lukman,
all I want people to do, man, come to London, come to MK, come to this
I'm gonna
tournament.
say I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't make it this year. I'm glad I was able to contribute once again. It was such an amazing experience last year, and hopefully I'll see you again soon. It's amazing. You're running the whole show. Not only that, there was a day where you weren't even present. You had a personal
Yeah.
conflict, and yet we still were able to run the stream somehow.
Yeah.
I don't understand how you're able to put this up, but you did. So thank you so much, Lukman, and we all appreciate you.
Yeah, that said, I just want, I mean, this has to be sustainable, and like, we want to see these kind of tournaments from other people within our community as well. I know a lot is being, done in the US right now, with a lot of Collins tournaments. We just want that to kind of go around the world, like in Africa, they're doing what they can, in Asia, in Europe, I've always said it. This is a collective effort. It's a collective responsibility, to grow the game. We just can't sit and not do anything. People need to be able to make sacrifice. They need to be ready to commit. I know everybody is busy with their personal, lives. I mean, it's understandable, but we just need to find time, to try and grow the game. And I really, on a final note, want to thank you guys. I'm sure most people on the stream know that I'm trying to, to actually go one step further by maybe trying to get the position of WESPA chairman, and my manifesto has been published, for like 5 weeks now. It's there, and I'm working in the background, talking to people who I know that can also be committed. I mean, everybody knows. I mean, Will and I, we speak literally like every other week, like brainstorming to see how we can grow the game. So I just want to use this opportunity to tell Scrabble players, if you can give something to the game, let us all work together, to make this happen. Thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate, your support.
Beautiful words, Lukman. As you
All ours.
suggest,
Thank you so much.
Thank you. As you suggest, we'll talk soon, inevitably.
Yeah, definitely.
Right. Go
Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah.
Take care. Yeah, bye.
Yep. Thank you so much. There you have it. That is our event director, MGI head honcho, Owolabi. Huge debt from us and all of us out there, all the viewers, even the players in the event. We owe Lukeman a lot for putting on events like this. So we made it, buddy. We're at the end, finish line. Maybe one last look here at the sketch. Prize giving ceremony, I believe, is going to happen on site. I don't think I'm going to be streaming that, but we made it to the end. Here are the final standings. There you see it. Amazing performance by Harshan to win this event after being the runner-up barely last year. Amazing performances that we saw throughout from all of the players in this top group. What can I say? Awesome weekend of Scrabble, Josh.
Yeah, what do we do now?
I don't know. We're not doing this tomorrow? How is that possible? I guess we
I have a match. I think I have a match in a few hours, 5-game match, but
fair enough.
And then I have my tournament. I don't know about you, Will. What are you doing to promote Scrabble after this live stream? Have you lost your what's going on?
I have about 10 videos I need to make after this, I would say. I have a backlog of videos a mile long. I still got to get the school Scrabble recaps back. Those games were insane. So many amazing games in this event, but that's going to do it for us. Really appreciate everybody watching along over the course of these 4 days. You've heard tons of the kudos and thanks going out to everybody. That's it. Hope you enjoyed MGI International Scrabble Classics 2025. So for me and Josh, that's going to do it. See you next year, or whenever a big Scrabble tournament comes your way, we'll be there. So take care, everybody.
So long.
See ya.